He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship. The second series of Europe is about to open with Group A action. We are so excited to be here. My name is J. I'm joined by Dweg as per usual to open up today's proceedings. How you doing, man?
Was able to turn into the show a little bit yesterday. Got to see 500 with their new looking roster. Nice to see Volt back on a team because I know he's been teamless for a very long time. And I think there's a few new rosters involved in all of these groups. And I kind of just want to see what they're like now going into the second half of the year.
Indeed, you mentioned yesterday's show, Group A's opening matches, 500, ARCRED, all these squads sort of go up against each other and they're able to hold their name. 500 obviously doing well in terms of their first place position. Now moving to Group B action for our opening games on this particular group, and get to see how the likes of NiP Impact and ARCRED and TPu will be able to do in their decider games later on this week. But look, Group B action, certainly some interesting names to bring to the fold here.
I think there's one name in particular that a lot of people are going to recognize in terms of the higher end of the scene, and that's going to be Partizan. Everybody else, though, this mixed side, the current ECLOT, where Copenhagen Wolves are in the current day, I almost wonder, is there a second best team in this group? I mean, who are we even looking at as the second best team? I don't know. Maybe we need to see the opening games to find out.
I mean, definitely you could toss up between ECLOT and Copenhagen Wolves in my eyes, but you are right about Partizan and them being the highest ranked team in this group, number 15 in the world on VRS according to HOTU this morning. So look, you're looking at them probably being as favourites throughout the course of both this match and their next one as well. You would expect that they would be able to do well. Of course, they'll be taking on the mixed side to start things off, and later on today we're having a look at ECLOT Copenhagen Wolves. The winner of those two matches will also do battle later on this evening, and they'll of course be up for a chance to qualify into the playoffs as well. So we start off with Partizan versus Mix, and kind of a bit more like an ex-Partizan side. They are still under the organization, but they have been benched as a whole roster. They've been transfer listed. They're looking for buyers. So I don't really know what the long-term future is for this team unless there is a buyer.
Well, I think it's been quite difficult for even the players throughout the year. I mean, think back to the start of the year when Rogger got benched and they brought in Vladen. It means that Kindo had to pick up the AWP. And we remember, Kindo's a rifler. He's not an AWPer. But because of that roster change, they had to be able to bring him into the rifle role. Now, what happened after that was Emmy ended up getting kicked. So it's like, right, well, we now need an in-game leader. So Collins then picks up the in-game leadership. And then eventually, as more changes go on, it brings Depression into the roster, who's actually an AWPer. So we've gone sort of back and forth of different role changes and players coming in, players coming out. I'd say for Partizan, they've always been a fairly good team in Tier 2, right? I think they play on the average bar where they're always good enough to make the playoffs, but maybe not good enough to be at the top end of Tier 2. They have their odd tournament run. I mean, recently they were able to win an event in the Whale Cup. They got to a grand final in a CCT in which they beat Paravision in the round of 16. They even beat TNL 2-0 in a semi-final. So we know that they're good enough to compete at the higher end of the scene. I think the idea now that you're now being transfer listed, it could make these next few months quite difficult for the boys.
As it will be difficult for their opponents as well. The mixed squad, who we probably be knowing more as the core of the Bad News Eagles. And I'll be honest, Dweg, I have to ask what they're even doing here. Like, I know it sounds a little bit harsh on the part of these boys because they have achieved great things in the past, but that's the thing, it's the past. The recent Bad News Eagles roster just disbanded, and now they're back again with the core, with Acor and Shalfie also in the mix. I don't know what to expect out of this team. I have very little faith given what we've seen so far.
Well, I'll put it this way. Not many events in Tier 2 are offering a wildcard invite, so it's nice to have one here in Thunderpick so we can at least see this mixed team on debut. Now, for Acor, he's played just 25 maps on HLTV this entire year, and 14 of them was when he stood in for Gamer Legion at IM Dallas. Even Shafi, mate, he hasn't played a HLTV official in 109 days. He's just been sitting on the bench of 9 Pandas. So if you are Acor and you are Shafi, you're not here for the long run. You're not here to try and bring this team to the top end of Tier 2. You're here to get some officials under your belt, get your name out there and look for offers, just like it probably is for the other guys on Mix with the core of the XP&E.
And that therefore puts this whole team in a position where it's like, well, you're not expecting anything major, you're not expecting anything good and long term. So yeah, prove yourself individually, but that also puts us in a position where I'm looking at it saying, well, can we really look at them as being favorites in any of their matches, let alone this one?
Well, the biggest question I have with this mixed team is who's going to be the caller? Shalfie's an in-game leader, and so is Synopsy. So I think it's going to make it quite entertaining watching this mixed team as they continue on in the best of threes. Now, we always know B&E, they always banned Nuke, exactly the same for Mix. We know that for Partizan, always banned Train. In terms of picks, we normally only see Mirage or Ancient to come in from Mix, and we see a lot of Dust 2 coming through from Partizan. But in this one, isolated best of three, they're going to go into Inferno, which is their second highest picked map in the pool, and they're going to get Dust 2 as a decider. So I'm looking at Inferno and Dust 2 from Partizan's perspective as a very good way into this best of three.
Yeah, I mean, so maps 2 and 3 feel like they are the kind of winning positions. The fact you've got so many Dust 2 maps and officials just screams to me the idea that if it does go to 3 maps, Partizan should have it. I think the question then is, do we even get there? Ancient still has a decent win rate from the Partizan camp.
Yeah, it does. And this is a squad that, look, they're playing Sangul tonight in CCT. That best of three will decide whether they make it into the playoffs or not. So their goals and their expectation has to be getting into the playoffs of the majority of these events. Now, if we're going to be honest here, if they want to get into the playoffs of Thunderpick, they should be getting a 2-0 today, right? They should be going into this series against Mix, not getting tested a massive amount. Maybe a few gun rounds get close, but for map 1 and map 2, it should be comfortable sailing. These guys do play at a decent level. They can compete at the higher end of the scene, and you're going up against a team that's basically on debut for today.
And also a team that may already be dead team walking at that. Again, we've talked about the idea that this team probably isn't going to be in a long-term position. They may just be looking for individual offers in the near future from other squads, or, you know, just trying to prove themselves to get off the benches of their respective squads. So you're not looking again at Mix as being in a position to be able to win many of these matches. I mean, in terms of like just going long-term. That again, this is going to be a very rough draw for them. Not to mention as well the fact that we haven't seen a lot of good stuff from the core in general as of late. Like, again, this is the Bad News Eagles core. Didn't do anything when Bad News Eagles reformed over the course of the early part of the year. Disbanded, we thought that was the end of it. They're back again. Like, I just don't have enough to chew on with Mix to give them any sort of credit in this kind of series.
I don't know. I was quite impressed with how they looked in the Pro League qualifiers. I mean, I know it's only core 3 of Synopsy, Flatro, and A-Core, but Rigon and Volt were there, and they ended up beating the Sangul side. Yeah, they got tested. I know that map 3 went into a massive overtime bonanza, but then even in the next round, they took on Nemega. Now, we would rate Nemega as, what, a high-end tier 2 squad, maybe at certain parts earlier in the year, a tier 1.5 organization. Map 1, they were able to take, and map 3 went all rounds in regulation. So even though they might not have the chops in terms of the results and the deep tournament placements, we have seen some okay best of threes from them in which they are competing against teams that are much better than them. So I would say from Mix's point of view, none of these teams are impossible to beat. Yeah, you're going to be the underdog and you're going to be overlooked by the majority of the squads, but I think that Mix will think they've got a decent chance of at least placing top 2 in the group.
I sympathise with that perspective, at least when it comes to how Pro League went down. But I'm also thinking about the other tournaments around it. And you've got a lot of unranked events, which haven't been all that great. A lot of open qualifiers that haven't had all that great of a run. You had that Circuito retake event, which was, you know, second place for them. But you're taking on ESC and Tricked. And it's like, okay, well, what again, it's like that one run in Pro League, that was okay for the 2 best of 3s that I had. It's everything else that makes me look at it and say, one run isn't quite enough for me to really match up to the level of what you should be expecting out of Thunderpick. I don't expect Mix to make it out of this group, unfortunately.
I don't know. I think with how shaky ECLOT have looked recently, with the new changes they've got, with the CPH Wolves being in a position in which they can only really farm lower tier competition, I think the chances are probably higher than what you might think. This is still a squad of experienced riflers and players in Tier 2. I mean, Shalfie's played at a top level in Tier 2 previously with Forza and Night Pandas. We know what A-Core was able to do at even the Tier 1 level with Mouse. So I think there's a lot of backing in terms of what they can do individually. I mean, even for Shalfie, mate, like, is he open for EU offers? I mean, he's only played on CIS squads in the past. The only time he's played on international teams is like EU mixers for a few qualifiers. He's never played on a professional international team before. So it would be kind of nice to see him through this tournament and maybe in the next couple of tournaments, at least get an idea. Could Shalfie be open for an EU offer towards the end of the year?
I mean, look, he's on a now European-based team, right? It's not going to be Russian-speaking here, so maybe that is an opportunity for him to sort of expand his repertoire and go for a bit of a wider sort of berth in terms of his next squad, whatever that might be. That's the thing. We're talking about the next squad. We're talking about who the next teams might end up being, and that's the key thing for me. It's just that if we're coming into this team already and saying that they are looking for individual offers in the future of other teams, then that doesn't give me a lot of faith in what they can do in terms of the here and now. And I think that really is the point I'm trying to make here with Mixed side. Unfortunately for them, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer before they can get into this series and try and beat out this Partizan side. But it's going to be a difficult task for them. It's going to be a difficult task for us as well to weigh up exactly how much potential they have. We are going to head towards a short break, though, as we get set up for this game. We're having a few slight technical delays, so we'll be back after this as we kick off Partizan versus Mix. welcome back. It's time to get into the thick of it between Mix and Partizan. Ancient map number 1, Dweg. We do favour Partizan in this series. I'm going to back them in 2-0 fashion. What about you?
I'm going to go 2-1. I think Partizan are definitely good enough to close in 2, but I just got a funny feeling that Mix on debut are going to show us something special individually, and they're going to try and get under the skin of Partizan.
Well, it's going to have to be on their map pick, if I do say so myself. It have to be Ancient, where they're going to have to win it out if they are the Mix side. As you mentioned earlier, the back end of the veto definitely favours the Partizan camp. So it'll have to be now or never here on this Ancient if Mix want to try and make a decent run of things and want to make this opening match of theirs a good one here in Thunderpick.
So just give a little bit more context to the whole idea of the transfer listing. Partizan got rid of their team 7 days ago and put out a little statement, Jay, saying these players have grown with us and we're incredibly proud of everything they've accomplished together. However, their ambitions now exceed what we're currently able to support and believe the right thing is to give them the opportunity to strive in an environment that matches their potential. So that does tell me that maybe Partizan are looking for a little bit more funding. They're looking for a little bit more in terms of boot camp, being sent to LAN, something we're talking about very frequently in the Tier 2 atmosphere, is going to these BYOCs, the Level Up Lund, the Glitch Masters, the Epic Lands, Fragadelphia, what's happening out in Romania. And I almost wonder if another organization can maybe come in and try and suffice something more than what Partizan was able to do.
The next question on the forefront of my mind would be, what organization would that end up being? We won't know that until we actually see it, but they do have a good point about this, because thinking about their VRS ranking from the Partizan side, made up 10 places from last month to this month's VRS update. So, you know, this has been a very good rise for them, even though their results aren't necessarily always win. They aren't always getting trophies and such. They're doing consistently well enough to get into playoffs and events where they do look like they've got a bit of potential behind them to try and shoot for the stars, so to speak. They're not a top-end Tier 2 team, not quite yet, but they certainly are making as much of a run as they possibly can with the opportunities they're given.
Even looking at their Ancient, I mean, last 3 months, 9 wins, 6 losses. I look at Dragon in particular as one of the guys that's very consistent on this map. I want to see what Depression is like, because he used to play with a few of these guys back out on iNation a few years ago, but been on international lineup since then. AGO, ESC, now coming back in with the local boys.
Time to reignite Spark. Partizan on the CT side starts. Pistol set with Julie's on Kindo. It's Dragon that takes the first few shots down on the ramp control. The Mix are taking over on the B-bomb site. Got smokes in the way to block access and cover. Shelfie creeps his way in to try and catch players on the bomb site. Kindo's back's turned, but the Glock doesn't line up. Kindo struggling with his kills, does get one of them. Drawing out first blood. ARCRED trades in the B-bomb site. Has been taken by Mix. Retaker's coming up real quick though. Dragon's getting the man advantage. See 2 more, get taken down.
Yeah, Shelfie trying to exploit this long space, but he's got no teammate in sight. No one to really peek off of the contact.
No flashbang in support either. 2v2 as Flatro trading in, peeks in towards Vladen, who removes him from play, and Depression can deal with the last. Partizan retake the bomb site and claim the pistol.
There's good utility usage there from Partizan. Resmoking off the ramp, getting the Julies close by. Very difficult for Mix when you're trying to split B when Julies are in close range. I think they've done as well as they can to get the bomb down and to fight out. The problem was, because they just couldn't take long, it made it very difficult on the bomb site. The Glocks are being trapped. You give a lot of freedom to the retaking players. You get a few casualties, you get a bomb down, you're going to want to try and buy it up. Now, I look at this Mix roster, whether you look at the Tigers Mix or B&E, and they've been able to play this map 5 times in the last 3 months, 3 wins and 2 losses. All 5 of those officials have come in for Synopsy and Flatro. Senna only played 2 of them, and Acor's only played 3.
Keep themselves held together to try and ensure that this all goes well. Mix going to force the issue back into the second round. Of course, Bomb Plant bonus enables this. Regalil's Mac 10 and Tech 9 available, and a much slower approach towards the default this time. Mid-access being gained, only 1 player to receive a donut.
And Vladen can just jiggle, fall back, try and molly the donut entrance if he really wants to. And red being opened means that one of the B players are going to have to come back over. I tell you, there might have even been a little bit of a timing on that jiggle in which that red player was not seen, because we're not seeing any movement from long.
Dragon spots, does damage towards ARCRED. That nade only gets the 1 man. They back away, quickly make away from Tetris and decide to press on towards this A-bomb site. Shelfie showing some face. Counter smoke is right there for the CT side. Now should cancel the hit coming in from Mix.
this is quite an awkward position for Mix to be in because they're constantly being caught in mid-rotation, and Collins has basically ended the round by himself. And Mix tried to go shelf towards A. They get re-smoked off. You've got Partizan with 3 players on the A bomb side, and then Mix have to try and basically backtrack, go back out towards B, and then that's when they just get caught. Almost nothing being generated in round number 2. That's real strong there from the Serbians. Yeah,
excellent stuff from Collins, especially. Quadra by the end of the round. The triple win mid, as you mentioned, was effectively what ended the round itself. Partizan starting as they mean to go on here on this CT side. Mix, no second bomb plan, therefore no potential on the reinvest. Take this on the chin and bring home the eco weapons to enable a 3-0 start from the Partizan camp. Unfortunately for Mix, they won't be facing any SMG, so no chance to build the economy up even more so from the CT side.
And I do expect it to be really difficult for Mix to find an organization. If we're looking at Partizan saying, look, these guys are top 50 and their players are looking for a new home, you've got even Iberian Soul, who is without an organization. They're a top 30 team in the world. I think it's been probably the most difficult period in ever for unorg squads to get organizations. I think what we're seeing with this whole VRS is a lot of orgs are scared, right? They come in and they invest a lot of money. Look at what's happened with Inner Circle with their international project. They pushed it for, what, 6 months? They couldn't even get on the VRS. It took B&E a really long time to get on VRS. It's a tough time. In the past, you would always, if you were notable players, you would just get invited to tournaments and you'd be able to work out the HOTU World Ranking. You'd then eventually qualify to some sort of Tier 1 event because there was a lot of pathways through closed qualifiers and national championships and what have you. That's now completely done. I think Tier 1 is just gatekept now. And I think that's why it's very difficult for these Tier 2 teams that are outside of the top 30 because organizations just don't want to touch them at the moment.
Makes it rather difficult for Partizan to really justify a sale of their roster, though. Because as I said before, 50th in the world at the moment.
Well, let's think about the local scene. Is there not a potential super team that could be built between Z10 and Partizan? You've got 2 teams that I would say are okay. But surely between the 2, you could build something proper. You could build a legitimate threat at the top end of Tier 2.
Yeah, I'd say that there's a decent opportunity there. It's a case of whether the 2 orgs will come together.
Well, yeah. I mean, even in saying that, they've brought in Madden, and, well, look at how that's gone. So maybe there isn't a super team that could be built.
Maybe if you pick Sam as the individual performers, there was an opportunity. If they can try and figure out how to use him properly, then something might come of it. But that's a question when we do talk about Z10. Right now, Partizan are the main focal point of this matchup, and they're doing rather well. Eco Pistols, no threat generating over at lane. Not that you can expect threat generated over at lane. Mix down 0 and 3. No damage done to the CT players. All the economy can build. The rifles can return the Mix as they try and get involved, try and get on the board here on this map.
And it is a bit of a nostalgia, right, to have a team like Mix come into a tournament. It sort of reminds me of what we used to have back in the day in sort of the 2020, 2021 period. Used to have all the ticky-tackins and Man's Not Hot, all those like EU just Mix rosters, right? They would just come together, they would get invited into the tournament, they'd play a few best of 3s, they'd get knocked out, whatever. You just don't see it anymore. With the way that VRS is, you just almost never get to see these Mix squads.
You were talking about Iron Nation a little bit earlier on. Like, remember, 4 of these players actually played on Iron Nation in the past. And actually, there's an official on record between Iron Nation and Bad News Eagles in 2023, where these exact set of players played against each other. The core 3 of Mix and the core 4 of Partizan. So more than just a name throwback. The players been around for a while now. Partizan been dominating for a while as well. Dragon kill onto Synopsy. Vladen takes the 10 HP initially, might leave him a little bit weakened, but once again, it's Partizan on top of the situation here.
Partizan making a lot of info plays, and it's making it quite difficult for Mix to work mid-round. They're not getting a huge amount of respect. You just see constant searching from Collins, down B ramp, out there towards Cave. Mid's now going to get retaken from Red Room and Donut. And Collins is alone, and he's hearing a few of these footsteps, so he's going to rotate Kindo and Vladen over.
Scenario will block off the ramp entrance. Smoke goes down towards short. Kindo Can't see a thing. That HE is going to get Vladin, but Collins lines him up, knocks him down with the bomb site. Kindo can get one more out of it and double up, as well as the pressure baits him out towards that long angle. No bomb plant again for the mixed side.
Not really sure what's going on with some of the Russian players at the moment, in the sense that just none of them have homes. You've got Nickelback, Forrester, you've got a lot of the guys that were sort of ex-Forza players, guys that are part of the Paravision bench. All of them just kind of seem to be sitting on benches and just not doing anything. I mean, we've heard on social media that Xiaofi is still contracted, I should say, to 9 Pandas, and he had to ask for permission to play with this mixed squad while being on the bench, while he's waiting for buyout offers.
Fast out of the gate here for the T side, trying to pick up the pace. Not for a moment, that might never be a rush. Instead, slow down a bit more as they pick up the Galil, and Flatro can turn around a secondary kill. AK in the hands of Shelfie now. Leading him back towards a ramp, perhaps. Engage, push forward of that smoke, costing him his life, and that is one of the main rifles being lost towards the T side.
Depression now taking even more space away, and you've got your B player of Kindo that's aggressing the smoke. He's got Flatro down on the other side on 44 points of health. Flatro needs a clean entry. That's the only way this round is going to get one, and unfortunately doesn't happen. And clean and concise. Partizan are just playing some good CS at the moment. They're not giving away easy frags. They're constantly re-aggressing space. And this is where you've got to look at the Partizan roster with, what, the core 3 that dates back at least a year. And you've mentioned it already, these guys have all played with one another in the past. It's not just Partizan, but it's iNation, it's a lot of the local teams. I think that always happens with the smaller regions, doesn't it? When you don't have the player base, you do get into maybe what 500 have had in the past, where you just recycle the old guard. You keep taking the same player in, take the same players out, because you just don't have a huge amount of selection. There isn't a huge amount of Serbian players that you can run through a Partizan or an iNation roster.
We've had conversations about certain scenes recycling their old guard, never bringing through anybody. Make an argument that maybe that's part of the reason why Bad News Eagles never really made any progression. Only recently we started to see other talents from Kosovo start to break out. Wonder if long-term issues may also present teams like Partizan and such. ARCRED striking first in the short term though. Vladin's down. Flatro. Back turn towards Dragon. Utility pulled out. Take the struck in the first. Not quite get the second. ARCRED and Synopsy can get a couple more kills out of Shelfie. Bomb being seen. Collins has taken it back though. Can Shelfie get towards it? He's not completely covered. Doesn't matter. Take the fight, win it, and win the first round for his team.
And for any of the historians that have been watching a lot of Tier 2, you'll recognize that the mixed tag has been used before, way back in 2019. You have to think back to the old lineup. So even you and I, Jay, we got to cast a little bit. Synopsy and Flatro played under the mixed banner when the team was just before they got signed by Team Secret at the time. They played under mix for a good couple of months. They played alongside Rigon, Anarquez, and Hudson at the time.
You also have Volt in there at a period? I feel like that's...
No, not Volt. I know Doc played a couple of games under mix, but I think that was about it.
I'm pretty sure there was one Romanian player at one point for a very small period of time, but anyway, come back to that because Dragon's got a 3K. Doesn't care about who used to play for them in the previous. He's looking at the team right now and saying, I can do this. Another multi-frag sequence from an M4 that rips Mix apart.
And I was having a look at the average age of this team. It is 27.6. This is an old team. These are guys that have been around the scene for a very long time. Synopsy is 30. Flatro is 28. Senna is 28. Shalfie's 28. And you almost wonder, like, I know that they're having a little bit of fun with this roster, but where is the youth? Where is the young up-and-comers coming from?
What I was saying earlier, and recently teams have started, other squads have started to form around the Kosovo region, and they're not part of BNE or Mix. Partizan making light work of the old guard. Putting those Thunderpick odds also at their favor. 1.28 to 3.3 on the money line.
Just losing too many opening picks, unfortunately. Not many multi-frags. I mean, the only round that got one was ARCRED getting a double kill from elbow. Other than that, it has been tough sailing for this T side. The Depression's very passive out towards elbow. You've got a defensive line on B. Not a lot of movement in this round when it comes to round number 8.
Collins peeking and prodding. Smoke in the hand, ready to immediately block a vision. He'll only do so much with that smoke at the cave entrance. Counting utils right there. HE's landing perfectly. Senna to 40 points of health. They are stalled, but the kill comes in from beyond that wood wall. So starting advantage, the man advantage favors the Knicks side.
They still need to get out of cave, and this is going to be difficult because there is a lot of CTs on the bomb side, and Collins knows that he just needs to spam. As if he can get the spams across, it might make it difficult for the bomb to go down.
Flashes up, Senna will put the bomb down on the back of the side. Vlad's going to take Acor, kick things off, 5 men on the kill count for his team. Collins can also get one from beyond that smoke. Senna's fallen. Advantage tips the way at the Partizan side. So that backstab as well, closing in from mid. Kindo goes 1-for-1 with Synopsy taking down Vlad, and Synopsy the victim. Shelfie and Flatro now playing on site out towards the Ram, still with that backstab at depression, but Kindo's not done. Second kill to his name. Shelfie needs to win this fight, and the last man making a ton of noise. Depression, Incendiary sees that shadow, AWP in hand, shot misses, and Shelfie comes up with another round-winning kill and a clutch in a 1v2. That brings home the second of Mix.
It wasn't too long ago that we saw Shalfie playing at one of them Pro League seasons when they had to get Smooya in for the team, right? And they had a stand-in situation. It was, what, Nickelback, at Tanier, I think Forrester was there as well, and then Smooya was the 5th. So we know that at times in his career he's had to communicate in English, but no, Shalfie has basically remained in the CIS scene from Extremum to Unique to Forza to most recently 9 Pandas. And funny enough, I do remember him standing in for Into the Breach once upon a time, playing with Cypher, and Adam9130 was able to win one of them Blast qualifiers.
Execution out from Mix, comes out quick. Senna checks that wood wall. They're both blind about a flashbang. Oh, it's chaos and messy. And Collins finally gets taken down for him. Mac 10, even Frankie Dragon, not fully aware of the fact that they're coming in from cave, and so run down in an instant. 3-on-2, making it 1 with Acor dealing with depression. It's all Vlad in the clutch this round. Can get Shalfie, but tag low, dealt with by Flatro. The Mix finally got a decent couple rounds strung together.
Well, I tell you what, it's entertainment, and I think that's something that you've got to look at in Mix out of any of their games in the group stage. To me, it doesn't really matter if they're successful or it's a failure. When you come here as a wildcard invite, you kind of want to show a little bit of flair. You want to show us what we expect from the old B&E, from what is essentially a mixed squad, and that's to play some loose Counter-Strike. Be very aim-heavy, be very scrappy, and out there, I mean, it's chaos with the util, especially with the flashes, but mate, they brawl their way into B and they get the bomb down.
And finally, Mix can get a bit of a layup here with no real buys available for Partizan. Opportunity to make something of this T-side half. Can't win the T-side half. But considering this is 6-1 at one point, it could be much worse than what the outlook looks now. See what the USPs and Deagle group together can try and isolate one pick on Shalfie. That would be nice. And they're going to get it. So there you go.
I was going to say, Partizan are probably going to start getting a little bit nervous if it ends up going 6-6. Because if you do go from 6-1 to 6-6, you feel as if you've almost given the underdogs a bit of a chance on their map pick, haven't they?
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. They are doing some very heavy damage towards the T side, though, and well, they can get a couple of kills back out for Flatro, so they can ensure the AK shouldn't fall into the CT hands. USP of Vladen tries for one more pick, doesn't quite get it. Still, no investment, 3 casualties. That's very good.
And I guess with Mix being 113th on VRS and Partizan being at 50, every win that they get here in Thunderpick, especially when they start getting deeper into the tournament, if they can, they might be able to accelerate themselves. And let's just say as an example, right? They make it to the final. It's a first or second place. Doesn't really matter. You might find that you go from 113 to top 70. And then from there, you go, hang on a second. We're getting invites to CCT closed qualifiers. We're getting invites to the next Thunderpick. And then slowly and slowly, you start thinking that this might be a long-term project. Of course, opinions are always going to change depending on results. You might come into this project saying, look, we just want to get a few of officials under our belt. We want to look for offers. But if you can start winning quickly, if you can start threatening a few of these tournaments, you'll find that you'll start getting invited regularly on HLTV.
Talk about difficulties to crack in the tier 1 space, but in tier 2, one good run put you in a prime position. Partizan now back on the rifles for round number 11. Even though it can't necessarily be the one-sided scoreline they were hoping for when it was 6-1. Round victory here with no loss bonus available for Mix with no money in reserve thanks to the eco damage. Could set them up for an 8-4 ending CT half.
When you look at the experience, I mean, you might say in the recency that Partizan are the much more experienced team, but if I'm looking at careers, I'm looking at ARCRED that's got 1,500 maps played on HLTV, Synopsia over 1,200, Flatro that's nearly at 1,200, Xiaofi in the same sort of number. Collins on the other side hasn't even hit 1,000. And then everyone after him, you got Kindo about 700, Vladin under that, Dragon about 650 odd, Depression less than 400. There's quite a drop off. And yeah, you might be able to say, well, Partizan have achieved a lot more over the last 12 months, maybe even last 6 months. They certainly have. But these are still a lot of guys that have played at a top-end level in Tier 2. ARCRED's played at Tier 1 in the past. Xiaofi's played at a top-end level in Tier 2. You might even say that throughout the majors and especially the RMR circuit that the B&E players at times played at a Tier 1 level. Always nice to see whether they can work that experience in the past and try and bring it back to the current day of 2025.
Well, it might take some time to get there. Especially if you want to research to the higher ends of the Tier 2 space. I mean, again, the highest rated team in this group is number 50.
I mean, something else that might be a little bit different now that it's Mix and not B&E is that Stickle is back. Because when I think about when B&E sort of went towards Guild, they had, what, Devil Walk in there, and they had Crystal, and they had KJ. And I remember you and I were sort of saying, man, there's just so many cooks in the kitchen, so many coaching staff. You then rebuild it again, and Peacemaker's the coach. And you just kind of think, if you're rebuilding, do you not want to bring back the proper roots right from the beginning? Stickle, he basically got released from B&E. He went over to work with Sangle for a little bit, and then he never came back with those guys on the rebuild. It's only now that they've been under the Mix banner that he's returned.
That makes you wonder, like, what effect he had to B&E back then, because that was their most successful period. It was with Blink as well, which was the previous iteration, the organization that hosted B&E before they were B&E, basically. I have to wonder what his contributions were. Maybe he was the Zonic to the Glaive of the Kosovo squad. Regardless, going to get involved on his Mixed side here today, and they are going to fight with a similarly broken by the MAC-10 of center being the key weak point. They've already dropped one of the riflers, the Xiaofi, dragging in towards mid, striking first and striking well.
Still quite aggressive considering it's a man-up. It seems as if the CTs want to have intent on holding on to Cheetah rather than just giving the freedom back. Center is going to struggle to even get one with this MAC-10. Around the corner, up on a jiggle, the M4 on the left and the right. Timing's quite good to deal with one, so Kindo can get an easy trade, and now they should start accelerating.
Access towards main, going to indicate that there's no one out here. Bomb's been dropped. So Cheetah and all smokes against it will not allow them to see that on the CT side. making a fair amount of noise on the part of the AKs, though. Sneak forward from Flatro may allow a chance. Synopsy can take down Dragon. Makindo very fast to trade it. Last man, unknown entity towards Partizan, but a 1v3 for the man to win. Flatro's got a lot of work to do.
Well, the issue is no one is on the B side directly, so it's going to take him a while to search. So he might be able to get into Cheetah, but when a contact gets made, that's when the CTs can just play time.
Tap burst attempt on the depression. Kindo set with the crossfire. Third man going to join the fray. Good shot on the first, but trade is even better. Like I said before, no loss bonus in tow for Mix means that his next buy, the final round of the half, are going to be rather weak.
Might have to be one of these quicker maneuvers up ramp. We've seen a couple of times that they've run that, heavy flashes, get up close and personal. I'm looking at the buy state and I'm thinking it's got to be something quick. I know that Shafi's on a dig, but when you've got Synopsy and Flatro on Mac 10s and not a single AK, you can't afford to play passive. You can't afford to default in a round.
Mac 10 does storm out mid. First up kill, found a kick it off. Dragon's going to train him. Smoke's in the way of Collins. He's pressed forward to try to support his teammate, but doesn't need to because he's all safe and good. 4-on-4 established to that kill. Now the execution comes in. Synopsy range fighting with the Mac 10 gives Cinema a chance to get that opening kill. Collins is also trying to fight with that M4. Flashbangs involved. Bomb probably secured. Lineup was right there, but Collins only good for the one kill. Dragon is getting another one on Synopsy, however. The rifle's been dropped, only Senna with a Galil, 1v3, backside, fighting well towards Collins. And upgrading to that M4, but the AWP is watching for his next peak up. Incendiary going to try to force him out into the open, and the shot connects perfectly for depression. So, for Partizan, it's an 8-4 turn and a half.
What I remember when casting Collins quite early on in his career, Jay, when I think back to when he was on For Glory and the very first Partizan iteration before he went over to Entropic, was that he was sort of a young, up-and-coming player that brought a lot of impact in some of those star roles, but I think he's been moved around a little bit. I mean, he's now the caller of the team, and if you look at his stats across the last 3 months, it doesn't look pretty. It certainly doesn't look like the player he used to be, but I guess that's the point of sacrifice, isn't it? That when, especially when you're working with a small region, you've got, as an example, Kindo that had to AWP for a little bit, and now you've got Collins, who's not an in-game leader that needs to call now that Emmy's not here. Had a pretty successful first half, but that's just the nature of the business if you want to succeed in Tier 2.
Role changes, team leaders, different weapons sometimes. Might not always work, but you're right.
I mean, look at Liaz as an example, right? That was a star player in Oceania, went to go and join the Renegades 100 Thieves, got put in all the anchor spots. It's like, just because you're the best player in the region doesn't mean that you get the luxury of the roles that you previously had. If you want to improve any team that doesn't have a lot of national players, you have to be open to chop and change. You have to be in a position where you're almost careless about what happens to your roles in the squad.
All right, for Partizan, the turn of the half means that the T side has an advantage, at least on the scoreboard. Can they turn it into a true advantage? Win out the pistol round. And a reminder as well that Mix picked into this Ancient Inferno and Dust 2, the second and third map ups. And as we said during the pre-game, this is a veto that favours Partizan in the back end. Mix doing well to at least surviving the pistol round. Acor, couple kills. Vlad in the strike back against him. Collins training back Shelfield on the bomb site itself. 2v2 established. Swing coming in. Senna tapping his USP, revealing his position. Allowing a second player to get here. Support the pressure in his campaign. Synopsy is all alone. Running forward, being spotted, seeing where that bomb is. But Partizan have options here. Rotation towards B seems to be the call. Synopsy reading it well. Shot on the first man. Second player known. Collins 1v1. Synopsy, 1 kill out of 2 required for the clutch. Collins going to try and stall him out. USP goes searching. Glock needs a headshot, but Synopsy lands it better. It's another clutch from the mixed side that gives him a pistol and a fifth.
Partizan would have felt that everything was going right in that round. They got an opening pick out from elbow. They traded nicely on the bomb site. Acor did well to get 2 in Donut. And we're just getting a little bit of that flair. I don't think we've seen it consistently. We certainly haven't seen it all that often from most of the players. It tells you that by the kill counts being quite low. but at times we've seen a little bit of that X factor. And right there, that's a difficult 1v2 clutch, but crispy shots being landed.
No bomb plant bonus means no force buy for Partizan. Fast play comes up towards red where Flatro is ready to deal with him. And there's a Synopsy. Shuffling is a little piece of the pie. Nothing major in that round. All 5 alive. Partizan can now buy.
The Partizan, they've got to know that if we lose this opening gun round, we're going to be at an 8-8 score, where for the, I would say the most part, first half, moving into the second, they've always led by example in terms of the consistency of gun rounds. Mix haven't threatened very much across this opening map, but if they can get it to 8-8, that's when it starts turning into a threat. Vladin with a boost up for a teammate. PT's not even taking, just using anti-rush util and stacking 3 players up towards B. Shafi's even made a little bit of an extension towards A main, and he's seeing nothing either.
In the first spot from Shafi. Random uncontested by Mix. Partizan are going to just run right up there. Players are going to kind of rotate that, considering the options, considering the possibilities. Noise was made quite frivolously. Attention drawn by 4 players total towards this rendering angle. Vladin waiting for that flashbang to come forward. Quickly peeks in against the kill. Doubles up and all. Got the extension from Dragon, but Sharpie deals with both those players. Big moment from him. Big play generally from that man over this map. Synopsy finds a responsive as well. Collins Red Room cleared out. Sharpie's low. The HE doesn't get him. Kindo going to be watching for this bomb plant from Depression. And needs to look for Synopsy. 3v2 retake here.
Indo doesn't want to use that molly straight away because it's going to give away the pos out towards a big bomb. They need to fight somewhere, and they get one out towards Donor.
Sees the shoulder. Kindo gets his kill. All on center now. 4 deep in this map for him. Lowest fragger in the server. Is deliver a magical 1v2. Kindo will come easy. Depression is the concern. Spray bullet does land onto Kindo, but Depression peaks at the same time, gets his own double in, and secures the opening round of the half for Partizan.
And Senna's always been looked at, I think, as one of the weaker links from the B&E and Guild Eagles campaign, mainly because of the roles that he is. A little bit more aggressive on T side, anchorish on CT basis. You're always keeping your attention to the star players of Rigod and Flatro and Synopsy with what they do in the mid-round. But he has been struggling immensely across this first and second half, and it's not quite what you want to see. You want to see him at least be able to be somewhat consistent, be on the money when it comes to important frags. That's a tough 1v2. Partizan get themselves up to 9, and Mix on the buyback will, well, we're thinking about trying to get at least the NWP in Acor's hands. He had, what, 1 good round with the double kill out from Elbow, but other than that round in particular, just hasn't had the AWP. The money's never really been good enough for him.
It's a big green app for this round on Mix. Tactical pause was also just called in, their second of the game. Three rounds to make up for Mix on the back foot. Partizan going quickly in towards contact. M-Force fighting from Cheetah. Flash forward. Kindo does not check the wood wall. Kill can get found. Sharply can trade. Double up. Another multi-frag from this individual. Trying to pull his team out of this awkward position. Great work thus far. Collins, same can't be said to him out towards the cave angle. Synopsy is low HP, however. Slatra's going to go ahead and join him. 3 players drawn over towards this part of the bomb site. This bomb site in general. Minute and 10. As Vladin goes down to Shalfi from beyond that smoke. That should probably put the round to bed for Partizan here. Depression can get 1 back, but 3 more to go.
Well, it tells you that Shalfi's probably not calling for this team, Jay, because of the positions. Normally, your in-game leader is always playing towards Cave, where you can get a bit more of a read on the round. You can work a little bit more activity. The fact that he's a B-site anchor tells you that he's trying to maybe try something a bit different. I know in the past Shalfie's been an in-game leader, but when he was out on Forza, he played with Nickelback, so then you sort of had that relationship where you're the secondary caller. 15 and 13 with a triple kill in this round. He's done exceptional work. And for Partizan, I mean, considering how clean the entry is towards Long, I think they're just fuming they didn't clear the cubby quarter, because if they did, that probably would have just been round over.
Very likely. At the very least, the A site's been left for dead. Acor will start to reposition, but he's going to miss the mark in terms of getting the bomb down. They can't deny it. We'll hear it coming in, so we're calling that attention and backup. Bomb planted for Donut as well. Both players will be there. I don't see a kitten player either for the CT side. This might be an opportunity. 10-second stick. Calling a bluff. Got a swing. Got a swing. Kill on Acor. That should seal it. Took too long. Thought it was all a ruse. But it wasn't. Collins with one exit frag as far as it goes for Partizan.
But the shame there from Partizan is no one's coming donut. You're going triple CT, and when you've already in a man disadvantage and you've got a player on red HP, I just don't think you can afford to swing on the first tap. You don't know if they've got kit. You don't know what info. You've got to try and almost play it as a gamble. So play it tucked, hope that there's a secondary tap, and there's just nothing. And Mix can come away with a good round off of Shalfie's backing out there on B, and Partizan take a tactical because their buy looks weak going into round 17.
Half invested pistols at best. Galil for Dragon. Best weapon they have. Tech 9 to 3 other individuals. Vladen in particular will start to make his way up aggressive and close. Dragon and Kindo burst down upon by the M4. Firing blinded from beyond that smoke. Flatro in a couple kills as a result. Vladen can at least get a pick, try allow access towards the bomb site for the bomb carrier, and turn the orb onto Shalfie. Collins playing distraction. But can the bomb get planted? Not with the current position of the CT side.
They might have to tap it just to draw some more fights. Now, they're going to leave depression to search at the moment, and I like this. When you're down by one, get the AWP to try and force a 2v2. He's looked into Temple. He's not seen anything out towards Spawn. He's looking Brokey into Donut. Still, the CTs just aren't offering him anything.
.5 seconds. Still looking for one man. Depression's got the right idea about this, though. Shoulders out, man seen. One more peek's all he's going to need. Flashbang turned away from. No peek comes forward to Mix. They're just toying with them, playing with their food. Sees that player. Senna's been allowed to sneak. This is very sneaky indeed, and the shot does not connect. As Flatro finds Vladen, Senna will find Depression. And the Great Depression of Partizan may come back to bite them. Round drought as of late. T-side only gaining one so far. Decent efforts with the half buy. Could have at least been a bomb plant. It wasn't.
You could just start feeling that there is starting to generate a bit of a threat. And Mix certainly aren't in a position yet where they can say that Ancient is wrapped up. But when the difference is only one, when you're targeting the economy, when there hasn't been many bomb plants in Partizan, it makes the buy states look weak. You come into round 18 and you've got a Mac 10. You've got Galil out for Kindo, and Flatro with some aggressive nades to try and slow down the T side. Synopsy going fast.
Straight up, kill found. Flatro also finds Dragon. 5 on 3. Knicks are really picking the pace with these rounds, and they are starting to really bring the fight towards Partizan here. 2-man advantage with the latest kill outside Cheetah. Depression, seen through the smoke, drops that bomb. Vladen revealing himself to find Flatro. Corner of elbow. What more can he do from here?
Just nothing. You've got to hope when that smoke clears that you might be able to get one, but not to be. And that is just 2 clean kills to start off the round, isn't it? You're taking mid aggressively. You're also taking Cheetah aggressively. Your M4 finds one and your MP9 finds the other. If you're Partizan, you can't work a default when you're just losing picks like that. You take another tactical because now you're starting to stress. You're starting to think, oh God, it's now got 9-9. We're going to give them the lead. And the worst thing that you could probably do against a squad like Mix is give them confidence, give them a round streak, because those are the kind of guys and the sort of players that just thrive off of that.
Well, right now they are on a streak. Three rounds in a row has now gotten them back to an even stance against the Partizan side. The first time we've been even since the 0-0 score of the first half.
Even looking at the ancient results recently from Mix, they were able to take Nemega to all rounds in regulation. They were able to beat Sangul 13-7. They took down Denmark, which was basically Sashi plus Patty. They beat them quite easily, 13-9. So they've had some good ancient performances over the last few events.
Partizan may well be the next victim to the list. Fights the Synopsy, trying to get away with an opening kill and does do so, but Collins faster trading with that awkward spray. HG down over at London, reveal access for the ARCRED to look on Collins, and Depression go drive-bys on headshots, 4-on-2 as Partizan return the favour quick. Shelfie's back will be turned. Symbol tap from Kindo right to the back of the head. Senna can't do anything from here. This will be a round for Partizan. Big recovery, big steal on what was basically a half buy.
A bit unlucky there from Mix. I think on hindsight and reflection, they probably could have waited out the time a little bit more. The bomb had only just been planted. They didn't need to break that smoke. They could have hung back. They could have been defensive. And they try and break, and it's always difficult when you're playing close range against flying pistols. Everyone's just swinging wide out in the open. And from the CT Academy line, you'll get ACOR back on a AWP, but it's not a good-looking state of money. It looks rough, and this looks like its prime reset opportunity.
Just like it was at the tail end of the last half. Saw a small little sequence of 3 rounds from a mix, rather, I should say, before Partizan shut it down. On that half, 8-4, now looking to shut it down here with what would lead to a 12-9 if they can take it. Walk-ups in towards ramp and the B bomb site, standing close range. The SMG can still deal with Kindo. Collins trades him back. Molotov sent it in cave. That should force Synopsy to fall back. Depression door watching long. Don't know what happened right there, but the man's not going to go falling. Sharpie instead picks up Dragon. Vladim's going to deal with Flatro, so it's a 3-on-3. Bomb plant not yet secured. It's on the back of the ARCRED here, who's searching for more, but finally they will put it down. Retakes inbound. Sharpie will be heard.
You've got short being completely taken. Now all they need to really worry about is cave and ramp, because that's where the CTs are coming from.
Run up for Shelfie, giving the ghost away. Depression going to get that kill. Synopsy with a trade back. Orb still on site. Here's that man coming. Shot missed out. Back to turn. Oh, and he looks away from ACOR at the wrong moment. Collins going to get smoked off, only partially though. Gets a chance to reload. Flashbang centers already smoked on towards Long as well. Shots ringing in, sprays blinded. Needs to get a kill on ACOR, desperately 7 points of health. He doesn't get there, the defuse is going to be held all the way. And Mix can equalize again.
That was a very difficult post plant because it was coming in quite quickly in terms of the retake. You've got your ramp player taking contact, then out from cave and then back to ramp. And if you're Depression, it kind of gets caught in two minds because you're not sure where to look. It gets silent for a little bit. Do I hold ramp? Do I hold cave? You're holding ramp, you turn around, the swing comes in. And then right at the end, I mean, that's as big of a body block as you can ever get. The smoke is about to clear. You're holding it 10 seconds. You're just desperate for that kill. You know that you need it. Because as soon as you miss the bullets, that's it. Collins just wins that clutch. And Mix, I mean, they're holding on. They're surviving in this map.
Yeah, they're keeping contention. In a situation where we were kind of looking at them saying this is not going to be an easy affair. And, well, their map pick certainly is showing up. Partizan aren't done yet, though. Bomb plant bonus, rebuy, inbound, lost bonus also behind them. Pick up for Flatro, flash bangs off. Finds a fight, but he can't win it while blinded by that flash. Dragging in the opener, down at 8 points of health for his troubles. But he's up by a man on Partizan.
But Partizan just cancel. Even though they get the opening pick, they don't want to keep running into the mincer. They don't know what's awaiting on the other side in terms of spam, in terms of maybe even another CT. So just go back and reset. Collins can start working lane. Resmoke has come out deep from the B player. And that means that Cheetah can get taken completely free. We have not seen this position being held very frequently. We saw it, once in the first half, and now a second time in the second half. If this doesn't get cleared, this could be the round in which Xiaofi has yet another multi.
Leans up. Checking the shelf. Kill found on Collins. Isolated that first fight.
It's misinfo, though, because Xiaofi's got a lurk kill towards lane, and he's seen nothing else. So they think it's going to be an A lane.
They'll leave center back here. Utility comes down to indicate the B here. They've obviously rotated. Players will be stalled back. Blind sprays. Great chance. The center of the strike. Nade goes deep. He finds a fight. Vlad's already taking Synopsy down. Depression can follow suit on center. 3-on-2. All players attack to some extent. The man advantage favors Partizan. Can ARCRED change that? He'll lean in, but he'll miss his window on Depression.
No util on the post plants. There's going to have to be dry faces from the T side, and Vladden's going to go and double up out here towards Cave. Now, what they'll have to do now, Jay, is spam against the tap, because both players are not in a position in which they can fight.
Oh, just seen Vladden's jump face. Vladden saw him the same. Iris on the smoke. Depression's going to come forward. Diffuse. Held by ARCRED. Direct with the kill. Forced off the position. Vladden's going to get credited with the final one. Combining together, though, 2 kills apiece. Partizan on 11. Mix working with no loss bonus here. Very tough circumstances for them. Final tactical's been called.
It's very unlucky. That is a round where 9 times out of 10, that's the perfect read. Xiaofi's cleared mid, he's come up shelf, he's got a free kill, and he's seen nothing. The right call there is to stack A. Based on the information that is provided to you, that is legitimately the right move. However, that's the thing and the beauty, I suppose, about Counter-Strike, right, is even when you've got the right read, when we're looking at it from another POV, when you've got the radar, when you've got the X-ray, you look at it completely differently. And Mix, I don't think Senna could have done much more there. I mean, he is literally alone on the bomb site. Even with rotations coming out, they're still trapped behind the short smoke. He's the only one that can defend. He's the only one that can put up damage, and he goes 1 for 1. And it's just not enough. It does not put Mix in a position to be able to force it.
Good call from Partizan's other players to stay behind the B doors. Without that, you are right. It probably would have been better information for Mix and a round-defining bit of information as well. Just look at what they got to work with in the next. 4 spy into this. Need to win it. Else they'll be forcing for the final round of what should be the game here. Just look at Partizan. New life spread into them. They know that they can take red without contest, but not without fights. And Opsy finding Dragon kicks things off. There's a rifle drop there, but they're not going to push towards it.
There might be something in this round. There is a lot of players towards A, and if Xiaofi can get a good timing with this from us, this could start looking dangerous.
AK of ARCRED being seen there at red takes a fight. The AWPer unable to support the AK of the T side.
And Xiaofi's clearing A main, so they're going to start rotating en masse out towards B. They can put 3 players on this B bomb site.
A big information search, as you say. There's more legs in this round than what you might think. FMR's being brought forward. Smokes towards short. Cave access. Collins finds his fight on Xiaofi, and Vladden deals with Flatro. Center pushing forward, runs into Depression. Synopsy and ARCRED solo on HP. So much potential. Couldn't quite take it. Couldn't quite find the backstab. Couldn't quite find the AK impact. It was a good start on Dragon, but everything else has seemingly gone the way of Partizan. Synopsy on 18. 1v4, picked up the first, but no more.
And I do feel for them. This is 2 rounds in a row in which they've made excellent calls. They've been able to read the game on a great level, just off of the basis of making mid-round info. And they've been able to be on the front foot. They've been confident. You look at that one, you've got a man advantage, an AK being saved, 3 on B, and a wrap coming elbow, and yet you're still just losing fights. And Partizan, I think on reflection, can probably count themselves quite lucky that they're in a position in which they can close this game out now.
All they got to do is find that closing round. 2 opportunities to end off this ancient. The opponent's map pick as well. Collins just mows through 3, making it look easy. Not much you can say other than that. Pistols v rifles, and rifles trump you almost every single time. 13-10 is how this map will end. Mix brought their best to the table and had some legs behind them at times, but not quite enough to deal with what Partizan have. Top 50 in the world for very good reason, and Mix just found out why.
Well, if we're going to put any backing in terms of the positivity, look at Shalfie on debut, Jade. Has an incredible game. He's dropped 20 kills. He's had some very good info plays. He's had some individual fragging kills, like in terms of moments that were making round-defining moments. So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy with what I saw. You come into this series with limited expectations because of the team, and they've come away with nearly winning Ancient. They probably should have won Ancient, to be honest.
Yeah, not bad for a player that hasn't had an official since April. That's quite a good statement from Shalfie to make. Obviously, riding the bench on the 9-pounder side for a fair amount of time, an opportunity opening up here with this mixed side. But unfortunately, despite his great efforts, couldn't get the win. And that's the most important thing in my eyes. You can't win out on your own map pick. You have very difficult struggles. And we talked about the idea the back end of the veto favors Partizan. So now the strong suit for Mix in this series has gone by the wayside. Now you're moving into Inferno, where, I'll be honest, Wade, I don't see much more opportunity left.
No, I don't either. I think that this was their one and only way into the series, and while it was competitive, it wasn't enough to be able to win the map. So now you go into your opposition map pick, a very strong one for Partizan. I think you're going to get humbled, and you're going to go into a best of 3 where you don't quite show that same level of quality that you did out on map 1.
But like I said earlier, I had very little faith in terms of what Mix had to do in the grander scale of Thunderpick and also just the Jamrock's tier 2 landscape. So, unfortunately, in this context, I've been proven right, but maybe they can prove me wrong. A little bit of a miracle in the second map, although I have to say, Dwayne, both of us don't have a lot of faith. It will be Inferno after this very short break, so do stay with us as we come back with map 2 between Partizan and Mix.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Mix's map pick falling by the wayside. We go to the back end of the veto and the strongest part of this series for Partizan Inferno. Their own map pick. Dweg, are you back on board the 2-0 hype train?
Yeah, definitely now. Partizan have not lost this map since coming out of the player break, smashing Metizport, Nexus, and Pashnue in back-to-back series.
A chance to smash out the Mix side and start on CT and actually do well with the pistol at least. Center and Flatro, they're opening a couple of kills. Third one for Flatro as well. Depression can drop in onto him towards the first boxes. The 2v5 for him and Collins to play out here. Bomb plant can get secured. Depression holds back. Center's taken Collins. Depression, decent headshot. Needs to get a few more though. Now down to a 1v4 for the man. First pick out of Coffins. Does get a second close range for ARCRED. Good to return from the lane, and the pistol win will come in for Mix. So, at least it won't be a complete smash.
Inferno's always got a little bit of a soft spot for me when I look at the XB&E lads, because it's always that memory of when they defeated Sinners to qualify to their first major. Went down 16-14 on Inferno. Very close series, and it sort of put them on the map. The issue is, even the old core never picked Inferno. It was always a map that they didn't mind sending to like a decider or banning in the second wave of the vetoes. So the fact that you've now pretty much gutted the team, you brought in ARCRED, you brought in Xiaofi, it's going to be very difficult for them to perform tactically on this map. It's not like an Ancient where you can kind of brawl. Inferno's very slow on the T side. It's about working map control, pressurizing space, having really good lack of hesitation in terms of a call when it gets quite pressured on how you can manipulate the rotations. It may have been a good start, but I expect struggles to only continue in the first half and the second half. Even reflecting back on that Pashnue series that I just mentioned 6 days ago, we had a 9-3 T-side half from Partizan. So watch out for how strong they'll be in this first half.
Yeah, T-side stats look good as well. A lot of positivity for them on this map. The reason why they picked him, I think we're about to find out why. Force by into the second round sees an AK and a Galil with 3 Tech 9s. On plant bonus, which Partizan won. Partial 2 in the last map up. Mix. Very careful to their approach on the A-bomb site, and we'll get away with an opening kill for it. Dragon first to fall.
Great spam there from Xiaofi from long. Partizan will have all the brackets, but they don't seem as if they want to contest any further. They're not taking long, not taking short. They're backtracking. Now, Kindo is completely alone towards the top of Banana, and he's holding the map control. They're waiting for a little bit of over-aggression. Now, this could be an A fake to bring the bomb back into B. They kind of need a kill, though, if they really want to try and sell it.
30 seconds. Lean forward as Vladin tries to get himself in towards the apartment's entrance. Flatcher going to start going for a search here. Vladin catches center, and the M4 gets caught off by the Tech 9. 15 seconds. ARCRED now alongside Xiaofi. Synopsy going to get cut off by Kindo on the lurk play. Player on bomb, going to catch the bomb carrier. That should be enough with a double in support. Xiaofi can get taken back. 3 seconds. He's on 5 points of health, and Vladin gets the kill just in time to steal the round for Partizan.
There's a lack of patience there from the CT side, and I think that's where maybe Partizan realised on an anti-force buy round, we can just get these guys. They're going to be impatient. They're going to look to overextend. Because who would really be committing A with 19 seconds on the clock? I mean, you can see the util coming, but you're expecting that to be a fake. You're expecting them to draw rotations, go out there towards Banana and Flatro. I mean, that's a death slamming moment, because you just know, if I could just get a 1-for-1, just one kill makes all the difference. A fair play to ARCRED. You're alone on A, and he's nearly won that round by himself. He just needed a little bit more support in terms of those trades before it got into that position.
Mix losing the second means that they're going to be on the economical back foot instead, and M4 does get brought in by ARCRED. Got a little bit of cash out of the SMG there in that last. Damage compounding though. Partizan slightly faster on their approach this time towards this long access. ARCRED spotting a couple of players. Vladin takes out his teammate Xiaofi on short, and they've also got engagement in center as well. Engages of Kindo finding Flatro. Sona can take one back with the HE. Depression's on 4 points of health, but now with that apartment's player being moved, they can put the smoke down at Moto, bomb towards the bomb site. 1v3 for Synopsy on only a P250.
I almost wonder what ARCRED's future could potentially look like. I'm Trying to think about the European offers, because I know that he went out to Gamer Legion and played there for quite a while. He went out to TSM, which was another one of those local teams. I mean, could he find himself in a Sashi, maybe? Like, would they want to get rid of Lucky and bring him in? I don't know. Definitely an AWPer that brings a lot of experience, strong with the rifle, played at a top level in the past, but I don't know. I think, unfortunately, Jay, it can sometimes happen where you're a strong player, but offers just aren't coming. I mean, look at how long Volt had just been out of a team for. And out of all teams, he's got to join 500. This is a guy that made top 8 at the major at Paris and was very successful with ARCRED on the team at Gamer Legion, playing at basically a tier 1 level for a good couple of years.
The thing with ARCRED is that he's also 28 years old, so how many are going to take a punt on an older player who may well be in his prime, later years of his prime? Obviously didn't do too well on his post-Game Allegiance stint on TSM being the prime example of that. No success out of that team whatsoever. In fact, that was his last team outside of Mixed. A lot of questions to ask for him in terms of his future, and again, maybe this is a chance for him to perform well and find some new offers. But that's obviously if those performances come in, if Mix can make some decent runs here, because it's not just individual prowess. If you can make a run at the higher end of the tier 2 space, then that's where you're really going to get noticed.
I'll tell you what was funny, Jay. This is guaranteed a true story. This happened about 3 or 4 days ago. I was pugging on FACEIT and I ran into ENCE. Remember the Bulgarian ENCE that used to play with Outlaws back in the day, right? And I was sort of chatting with him and, you know, just having a little conversation. And then I legitimately think the day after that pug, he put a tweet out being like, I'm back! Because obviously he left to go and play Valorant for a good few years. And he's coming back for offers. So it does tell you, even the guys that have left to Valorant or the guys that maybe have left outside of the tier 2 and tier 3 scene, they always get drawn back in. Even if it's not a professional team, even if it's a mixed squad, you just can't take it away from the player, can you? The attachment is just, it's too good.
It's like The Godfather. Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in.
Every time.
Welcome to Counter-Strike. Mix. Welcome to the gun rounds. Rifles, M4s across the board. Money's built back. Partizan focus on wrecking them, and they may be focused on their futures a bit too much. Initial plays in towards the apartments with 3 individuals. Resistance going to force them to back off and place some more brackets access. The bracket smoke should clear as they put one down towards long. And no one there on short to resist the Mix.
Mix are struggling because they can't make this game brawly at the moment. That's the problem with CT side of Inferno. You just can't really swing angles. Southie trying to work something out here towards Boiler. All of Banana was taken. Partizan, they're just so happy to run the clock. They're just prodding both Banana and Brackets in all of these rounds.
Vladen opens things up, Setter and Flatro down towards Dragon as well. ARCRED's burning, dead. Desperate to hold on to a trade frag, and Partizan just given a freebie there. Didn't even need to face the man. Shalfie picked up, and this was a dismantling round. Very proficient from Partizan, losing no players, and Synopsy with no choice but to save.
And it's funny that you mentioned ARCRED being 28. I think what we're noticing probably the most out of any other period is how many players are giving up playing and going into coaching. I mean, you've got Railway that's out there on BetBoom. He only was playing recently. And then Emmy, who was most recently in-game leading Partizan. Mate, he's now coaching the new BC game with Simple. We're just seeing the players maybe realizing that towards the end of the career, rather than dragging it out, it's an opportunity to move over. And I look at the mixed squad at Synopsy being 30, Flatro being 28, Senna being 28, ARCRED being 28, and I'm thinking, well, is that maybe not the time now, but at least you've got to start thinking about it.
You're talking about Kosovo players and Kosovo teams coming in. Maybe it's an opportunity for these XP&E lads to start to bring up some newer talents. Maybe that's the next big contribution.
Well, you've got that MENA team, I think they're called, or MENA, and I think they're playing quite frequently on HLTV. I know their VRS isn't particularly high. I think they're in and around the 200 marker, but that might be the next project that you could look at.
See what you can do there. There are futures in the back room for all players, I'd say. Maybe if someone like ARCRED, just to transition back towards talking about him, I mean, obviously Denmark has historically been a very rich scene. Even now, multiple Danish teams can come up that you could potentially bring forward, that you could potentially offer yourself up. I mean, been playing since 2015 on many different significant squads. Obviously, you know, Game Legion is one example, but Mao's in the past played on Trick, got some connections there, could do well to bring that next level of players up. North Academy previously to that as well.
I'm convinced that if you're a somewhat decent tier 2 player in the past, you can find yourself even on a tier 1 team as an analyst or a coach now. I mean, mate, look at Groovy. Groovy has been the analyst for FaZe for over a year now. That guy, even though he was around for a while and he went to a couple of majors, he didn't achieve much in tier 2, and yet he's on a tier 1 organization.
It might not be gifted mechanically, but if your mind is there, you can do a lot. ARCRED certainly can do a lot with the mechanics, however, still. And another kill for ARCRED, dropping the bomb, 15 seconds. Rifle, can he get towards it? Vladden and Dragon are being stalled out here, 10 seconds. Gotta go for the pick. ARCRED, found by Vladden. Looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Very good efforts there from those pistols. Although I will say that damage may be elementary with the rebuys that can be afforded. No problems here from Partizan.
They're thinking about the lack of sharpness and the whole coaching discussion. They're thinking about ARCRED as well. Do you remember if Ash was any good mechanically? I mean, I know this is running it back a few years.
Not when, because obviously I started casting when Ash was in the later stages of his playing career. So
okay.
I won't know what he was like when he was like proper playing, but I do know that he was definitely more of like a veteran element rather than like a star fragger, because when I was casting him, Mezzy was the star, you know, back in the UK scene. So we're going back some years in terms of like him as an individual. Synopsy and Kindo as individuals in the opening fight. Synopsy's finally drawn out a little bit of an advantage for the Knicks side here. Man advantage on the B defensive. No backup though. Dragon's going to try and run him down. Flashbangs in on the CT side though. Xiaofi provides support. Synopsy can maintain a triple kill and a 4v2 established on the Knicks side.
Well, MiGs finally get themselves in a position where they're not even forcing a fight. Partizan are giving it to them. They're just brute forcing their way through that half-wall smoke. And you almost felt that there was just no return for Synopsy. When he falls back there and that molly gets pulled, you're thinking, mate, he's just going to get forced out from Nubox. He might be able to get one more, but he's going down. The idea that you can get 3 kills and not even take a lick of damage, that's impressive from the in-game leader.
"40 seconds to see whether Vlad and the pressure can pull off something special, and given the fact you've got 2 players on the A defensive, it's not impossible, although a 2v4 overall to play with. Just seen by setup. Pop out, AWP shot missed by ARCRED here. Flashes sent towards the man, trying to blind him, but he still gets the pressure. Doesn't quite land the flick on Vlad, and that's what Senna's there for. Grab the AWP and secure another round here for Knicks.
Yeah, funny enough, Jay, in the research I was doing last night, I found out that Depression and Senna played a LAN together in November last year under the Entity banner. They played alongside some of the North Macedonian players that you might recall, Nino, Danny, and Stressan. Unfortunately, they lost in the best of 5 grand final to Zero Tenacity.
Well, their connections of opponents here. Straight up and out, spray from Synopsy. Damage heavy against Kindo. Oh, the nade of Xiaofi capitalizes upon that damage and takes a double with a simple slam dunk. Collins also on 17 points of health, but he did get 2 kills out of it, so Partizan still walk away in a 3-on-3.
Imagine being the A players there. Senna and ARCRED just got no idea what's going on. All we hear is a lot of utility, a lot of spam from both sides. Partizan will look at it and say, 3v3, we've got a lot of time and we've got a lot of space in order that we can regain map control towards second mid, get ourselves out towards the apartments. Now, we know in the last round, ARCRED was playing out there to the pit. Now, that's, I would say, quite uncommon. Don't normally see an AWP in that position. Normally see them as the long rotation, and that's why we got him out towards Moto and towards Library side.
Watching apps ready to receive transitions away, and that's the worst timing possible. Collins couldn't have played that any better if he did. Now it's on Senna. High HP, only player unscathed with the remaining mixed individuals. Flash banged off, leans forward, kill, found depression, quick trade. Wonderfully done from Partizan, but all down to ARCRED's reposition, trying to set up better utility in that context. Man, the difference the timing makes there. Shalfi's now going to get a quadra to try and clutch this.
You couldn't even force that timing, could you? That is so unlucky if you're ARCRED. And for Shalfi, that round looked on. And I get just the vibe from Mix that when I look and conclude with how some of these rounds have gone down, especially towards the end of Ancient and that one there, they must be tilting. And they must just be being furious at themselves because they've played so many of these rounds, what you would say correctly, and they've been unfortunate. And I hate using that term because I think it's easy to use an excuse, right, to say, oh, you keep getting unlucky,
lads,
right?
Yeah.
But when I have seen what I've seen on Ancient and Inferno, I can't not say it. They have been unlucky in quite a few of these rounds.
I mean, look, if ARCRED held that angle, no doubt he at least gets that one kill, maybe holds a defensive line.
At least pulls distraction towards Moto, and then you can set your cross up from your second player on the bomb site.
I mean, I'm sure everyone knows that feeling, where it's like you've been holding the angle, you're holding the angle, you're holding the angle, you finally try to reposition, put some utility down, it's like, oh, and now they peek, because of course they do. And just nailed it to hell in the follow-up round as well. ARCRED just not given a chance to use that AWP this time. Kindo credited with the kill, but everybody else credited with the assist. SMG closes Synopsy, can at least get a trade together. Flattro's also in support. And will drive the T-side players back here with utility. Sharply also catching Vlad on the mid lurk in from brackets. So advantage is still taken here by the mixed side.
Banana's getting messy from Partizan. I think the more that they just at least hold with util and target further towards brackets and apartments, then the more success they're going to have on the T side. You're just going into the mincer. You're going into the complete spam, so much anti-rush util. And Banana is so chaotic right now.
But Partizan leaning into this A bomb site, where even from man disadvantages, they found a lot of success. 3v4 at the moment, 2 players to receive on A. Finding Synopsy, centers for Mars, weakened weapon. I think he might be lagging as well. Not an encouraging sign. Still takes that first. Fry Collins trades him back, so we're in a 2v2 scenario.
Get that bomb down and allow depression to hold the angle. Now, this is a 2v2 where there's quite a bit more util. You've still got 2 smokes remaining here from Partizan, so they can just block. They can try and slow down the CTs on the rotate.
Depression's got 1 set. Put that on towards Moto. Try and block off Flatro. See where Shelfie's at. Take that shot. Is he going to move? Yes, he is. With flash support. Depression blinded. Still connects it. The flashbang fades. Shelfie's running for it. He'll be heard. He'll grab an AK. Save it into the next round because this one is going to get taken by Partizan. And a half advantage as well at 7-2 on the board. Shelfie going to wait. Collins will go falling. The bomb blast not quite in position to take Shelfie down. So becomes expensive for Partizan, but still not around for Mix.
That was another one of those timings in which that time it probably isn't unfortunate. It's a bit of a weird crossfire in general. So you've got the FAMAS holding what I would say is the apartment's lip, but not in a position where you can spot them on the walkout. So Senna kind of baits his teammate there with the AWP, and the short AWP just gets caught on a walkout. And then if you are Senna, you're just completely alone. There's no cross there. You've got very little support in terms of where you can maneuver to. More frustration to add to the City side. And when you look at the score, you just think it's getting too far, isn't it? No matter how competitive these rounds have been, whether they're being man advantages or 2v2s, when you're down 2-7 on a City side of Inferno, when you've lost your map pick, the game's just coming away from you. And, I mean, even when you look at Partizan's numbers, Vladen is 15-3. All of those kills are coming from late-round scenarios. He's not getting openings. He's not really even working much in the mid-round. It's just him keeps working the apartments and taking the A-bomb side. That's where he's getting all his damage from.
Was it you said 9-3 half against Passion UA for Partizan?
Yeah.
On T side as well. I mean, very possible at this stage. The best-case scenario for them is the next 3 rounds, 10-2. And you can't mix out at that point, like, game, set, and match for all intents and purposes. Damage already done to ARCRED if he hasn't enough problems over the course of this map. Depression at least gets forced back by that incendiary with smoke contact. Collins burns flat throw with a little bit of assistance from his AK. Kill found start sharply, goes searching for a trade frag, gets it on Kindo, but Dragon right back on a responsive. ARCRED can at least get Collins back at Banana. 3-on-3 established. Now Synopsy up to deal with the bomb carrier. Gets him. All important drop back. Depression forced to use Util to force the man away. To grab that bomb, Orb set to the angle when he catches Synopsy on the reface. Second player up for ARCRED. AK upgrade instead. Left peek, ARCRED kills him off. Vladden alone, 1v2, picks up one, goes right back into B.
It's really lazy against the NWP right there. And no jiggle, no wide swing, no wait for ARCRED when he's coming in from the archers. And we all know how good Vladden is in the clutch. A very good tier 2 player when it comes to 1vx situations.
Smoked off CT, gonna peek into Banana, but he doesn't win this clutch. Senna, all-important casualty, all-important round for Mix. Keeps them in with a little bit of buffer room as they get their third on the CT board. Talk about the best case scenario for Partizan now is 9-3. Mix's best case 5-7. All they have to do is secure the next two.
Just feel that tactically they're not quite there, and that's expected. This is a core and a lineup on debut. However, when I'm not seeing the tactical elements come into fold, I have to be reliant on star players making plays. And I'm not backing someone like Senna to constantly be winning 1v1 clutches. Flatro, yes, he's out on B, but I mean, 2 in 10, you need more. And unfortunately, even for ARCRED, especially with these last few gun rounds, the money's just not been strong. So he's on the M4 rather than the NWP.
Smokes down. Incendiaries up. Flatro tag to 57 initially. Depression to 84. Banana campaign a little bit cleaner this time. Meanwhile, towards brackets, very clean kill from ARCRED. Synopsy caught one under pressure beyond that smoke as well at Banana. So 5-on-3 for Mix this time.
And Mix can just sit back and hold crossfires. Now that they've got themselves a 5 versus 3, they don't need to be on the search. They don't need to be working map control. ARCRED rotating out to make it 3 on B. A little bit of movement from Shafi. I think unnecessary out towards the apartments. Because if he gets caught by Vladden, that could have been round over. Mix. I guess it's still a positive sign that even on a 5v3, they have confidence to make plays. I might sit here and disagree with the structure of it, but you can't disagree that it tells you it's confident.
Bringing a little something together for the CT side. Fights going their way, and you said earlier, if you can't get the tactics, you rely on that star power. It hasn't always been there, but in this round, reducing Partizan to 2 men, now they have to consider whether or not it's worth to save these weapons, which I think, given the last round of the half coming up, makes a lot of sense if they do, so they will. The cash around it looks like, though, not a lot. Vladden can buy Depression and Dragon, not so much, and there's not a lot of drop potential for Collins and Kindo either. Tactical will get called in for Partizan. I have a feeling this little run-up at the end of the half for Mix is going to be successful.
Well, I kind of want to know how deep in the tournament we could see a side like Partizan going. I mean, I'm looking at the idea that we've seen 2 grand finals from them in the last 3 months. They've been able to beat teams like Paravision. They've beaten TNL twice recently, which is a great point of view. They've beaten Passion UA 2-0. Now, this is certainly a side that you would almost expect against the better teams that they would probably perform at a much higher level. I mean, who's threats at the moment? New 500 team, maybe? I look at Group C, Monte, FAVBET. I don't really rate them very highly. Group D, Ruby, Metizport, Sinners. I don't really rate them too highly either. I think out of the majority of the field, at least in the group stage teams, Partizan are probably one of the strongest in the comp out of the top 16.
Oh, the group stage 16, obviously.
Yes.
Can't deny that much. made right on this opening stance here in this opening best of 3. Eight 4.5 still available for them. So that much on the T side line indicates to me that we should be seeing a pretty confident result for the rest of this best of 3. Synopsy, blind spray on Kindo does come up good. Back for a training back. Collins, Galil close range of the man, takes a double as well. So 3-on-3 established, smoke towards the CT cross. Vladim's lurking for center on the rotation meanwhile. And this insertion point towards A with this kill on long indicates an open and free bomb site, which should allow a basic plant here. Stalled out a little bit because that bomb was dropped back at Banana, so maybe there'll be something more in play for Partizan. Sharpie's still playing around this A campaign. Meanwhile, Acor starting to search here at Banana, cut down by Dragon. They're playing them for fools here. Sharpie walking, that's information that Vladan can call out here and rotating back in from spawn, can start his move up from long. Bomb plant secured either way, a 1v3 for Sharpie to win, and he's not winning this one. This is going to be an 8-4 for Partizan.
A beautiful round that was for Partizan, and it just gives you the confidence and the ability of the freeze. I think the freeze is so underrated in professional Counter-Strike, to just allow patience, right? To just wait for the opportunity of an opponent's mistake. And right there, you've got a lurk on B, you've got a lurk on A, and there's just no movement. There's a good, what, 20, 25 seconds where they're just sitting, they're just waiting for that mistake, and it comes easily. Another aspect when you freeze up, Jay, is that CTs, they're not going to move quickly. So you can hold those tight angles and you can wait for walk strafes rather than wide swings, and it makes the kill so much cleaner. Great round to close out the half there from Partizan to make it 8-4. And even for Collins, I mean, this is getting quite an achievement with the Partizan organization. This is currently his 399th game for them on HLTV. I think you'd always like to go out on a high. I think there's been a good relationship with the Partizan organization and with these players, with the different stints of the iteration, with the different projects that have began over the last couple of years. And when you're being transfer listed, it's never easy, and it's a difficult decision from both sides. But you want to represent Partizan, I guess, on a high, that when you do finally go, when you do look for another offer, when you do eventually get sold, you want to try and represent the brand to the highest degree.
Leave it a high note, as they say. Certainly that man's hit a high note, being the top-rated player, top fragger in the last map. Right now, it's Vladan for Partizan. 18 kills and only 5 deaths. Excellent previous round from the man's lurk as well. Now carrying forward a USP into the pistols of the second half. Julie's a Kindo. 4-man crossfire in a brackets, leaving Collins as the only B-side defender. Taking pop shots on his return, 69 HP. Dives back away, but his presence alone has been enough to force Mix back into a rotate and maybe rotating into the stack.
Watch out for these Julie's close range for Kindo, because if he gets a good timing, it could be just an obliteration of the T side.
Scene 1, Center takes Dragon as the first kill. Kindo trades it back, instant smoke from Depression, puts that down to brackets, forcing the T side to cancel. But you've got a lurk out from Shalfie in towards the apartments. Depression, USP going to hold and make their way in towards short. Hear all those footsteps. Counter incendiary from Vladan still available. USP needs a kill, doesn't get it. Kindo does strike back with a second, though. He's dealt with by Acor, who gets a double out of Moto. And now it's Collins on a 1v3 rotation.
Good shooting there from Mix. Really clean entries. Very difficult for the CTs coming in on rotation. And now Collins is getting nothing. He was the one with the util, so no armor in a 1v3, being wrapped in from long. And you can see that Vladan is trying to slow them down, but he just can't, can he? He puts the incendiary forward, gets himself out towards the back box on the bomb site, but he just dies almost instantly as soon as they start flying through.
And Partizan lose a little bit more ground back to Mix. Another pistol win when they needed it the most. Just like it was in the second half of Ancient and all. They weren't able to convert that into true success. They weren't able to get much more than the pistol in a decent rifle streak. Once Partizan got going on that second half of Ancient, it really kept going from there. And they'll force back into round 14. So it might be an opportunity for Mix to bolster up their scoreline and bolster up a little bit more of a comeback stance. But the comeback itself is the big concern for me. After close to pressure, Deagle doesn't land his kill.
There's no way that Vladin is holding on to this round. Already being tagged up and alone on the bomb site. Even if you get a couple of casualties, that's just it.
Mac 10 runs him down a Synopsy. Remaining players go ahead and just back off, save these weapons into the next. It will be a harsher eco for Partizan. So a couple SMGs and 5.7 won't do you too bad in the next. The Mix, though, that'll be on number 6 to their board, and a recovery moment that will bolster up. Looking towards those rifles in round 16, Partizan will do their best to resist.
One of the difficult natures that Partizan have kind of got at the moment is that they've got a coach, but it's not a real coach. When some of the roster changes were going on, they ended up promoting their manager to go into the coaching role. So that sort of means someone that can maybe help out in terms of the hype and get the guys ready in some of the managerial roles of signing up to tournaments and speaking to the TOs and what have you. But yeah, he's only managed Partizan and Bleed. He's never been in a head coach position before. You almost wonder, in sort of tactical moments of the game when you may be being tested, you need to make some adjustments, it's going to be Collins and Collins only.
So far, things have come together for Partizan rather well in the overall, but again, losing their grip on the scoreline. Synopsy, look how far forward they're going to charge. Kindo has absolutely no idea. Due to a pull down, makes it look easy for that kill to 5-7. Can spam away for Collins, get one out of it. Flat throw, low HP as well, but does fall down, or does take down Collins, I should say. Shelfie with a follow-up as well. It's a 4v2. Potential damage can be done towards 2 more players here. If they can get those kills out, they'll make it expensive. Vladin does get Shelfie. Blatcho, however, all well now being bomb site. Vladin back in it. Goes down the center, so 3 maintain their lives. AK's picked up and all. And now Partizan can buy their true guns.
Knowing that Partizan have got another best of 3 against Sangle to play tonight at 7 PM CST, you kind of want to wrap this series up in 2. You don't want to be dragged out. You want to make it easy. Focus on the scrims in between the 2 officials. Make sure that you have a productive day. Partizan have won 7 out of their past 9 best of 3s on HLTV. They've been consistent as of late. They've come out of the player break and they've been able to put their foot down. This is now the moment. 5 rounds to close out. Make sure you get a 2-0 versus Mix.
Center strikes first. Collins picked up in the opening. Number of opening frags starting to really come together now for the Mixed side. Gonna maintain it a little bit longer here. Dragon finding Synopsy. Didn't see Flatcher peeking ahead of that smoke though. Kindo getting from beyond the secondary smoke. Double up, in fact, to the second player, but ARCRED trades it to a 2v2. Isolated with that bomb though. Can't afford to reface and potentially go down and lose the round. Gonna wait for Shelfie to start flanking, and perhaps that will leave the Pressure in a very awkward spot.
Pressure knows that the CT wrap could be on, especially now that ARCRED is slowed. The fact that ARCRED hasn't kept the pressure up tells him that they probably aren't together. They're probably separate at the moment.
.40 seconds. ARCRED wary of a flank. Depression holds in the back lines, unaccounted for, undetected. Shelfie needs to check it. The Orpo, his foot's been seen. Shelfie goes towards him. That's risky, but Depression goes down anyway. And that should be round for Mix. 8 all on the board.
You feel for Kindo because he's had a superstar hold out there on B. He is completely alone. He's playing from the back of the fountain. And he gets away with a tidy couple of kills when you're sort of trapped, you're working around your own smoke. It's just never easy to even get one. But it might just be the opening casualty. That might be something that Partizan need to focus on. Stop giving away some of these jewels within the first 20-25 seconds or so. We're getting similar to some of these touch-and-go moments of Ancient, where felt quite cruisy, everything was easy sailing, Mix weren't really doing a lot in terms of the scoreline, and then all of a sudden it gets to a tied-up game, maybe there's even a lead presenting, and you think the Partizan need to lock in.
Played the better series overall. Had the better of Mix over the course of this map as well, but just that closing element that they are missing. All squared up, 8 apiece. Partizan have a half buy, so a chance for Mix now to return the favour. Take an advantage for what I think is the first time since the pistol win of the first half. Only the 1 round advantage back then will only be a 1 round advantage right here before Partizan can bring those weapons back in return. Damage done heavily to Kindo, return onto Senna and Shalfie. No kills yet though, Mix are going to go quick.
They're going into a stack, and anytime a stack's involved, it could be scary.
Well, Kindo's caught out in the open though, so Synopsy reduces that stack and finds Vladden quick, neutralizing the biggest threat for Partizan on server right now. 5-7 Dragon tries to get back here, but he has lost depression. Trying to go back in for the rifle again, caught in the open. Nothing found for Partizan in this context. Mix will have number 9. Collins will lean forward. He's going to have cash in the next round. Hopes to get an exit frag, but that won't happen. And Mix are in control for now. Will it stay that way?
Sharp entries coming through from Synopsy up long. That's never easy. You're running into a bomb site with a lot of players. Vladden's even got an M4 out there in Moto, and he just rips him, just completely deletes. Partizan need to try and get the AWP a little bit more involved. I think at the moment, Depression hasn't had too many chances. That AWP's been playing very defensively. Feels like it's never in a position where it can work a pick. Maybe a chance to get him a little bit more aggressive. Maybe fighting as 3 towards Banana. Get him out to the apartments. We haven't really seen apartments aggression from the CT side. Get a little peer out towards second mid or look down the apartment stairs. Mix will feel that they probably could have 2-0'd this series, Jay, with how those last few rounds went on Ancient. The map awareness that they had, the control. How competitive that first map is. Being 9-8 up now, a few rounds go differently. Maybe it could have been a 2-0 for Mix.
The way things are going now, you start to consider it, although Depression has struck first on ACOR for the rifle round. Damage done to Senna and Fletcher with the utility sent down towards Banana. There's a lot of potential for Kindo next up. Smashing his way forward ahead of that smoke, does a lot of damage on Senna, but can't close out the kill. And Shalfie with a straight Ferrari peek onto Vladden. Finds him beyond the bracket smoke. You've got Dragon in position to try and trade him, but holding the apartments. Go for a wider play. Need to find this player ASAP. Shalfie going to walk right past. Kill gets found. We're back to a 3-on-3.
Crazy swing there from Shalfie out in brackets. No util, no team in sight, through a smoke. Mental that he's even attempted that, let alone won the fight. And now Dragon is trying to clear this map controller like this in the 3v3. Get active. Try and make it uncomfortable for the T side line. And once you start clearing out apartments and see nothing into second mid or on that first mid angle, that's when you can rotate the second player and you can stack 2 players up on B.
And that's a good thing, because that's where they're leaning with low HP across Senna and Flatro as well. Synopsy might have a lot of work to do. One of the top fraggers right now from the T side line. He takes damage, but gets away with that kill. HE of Depression takes Senna, and from beyond that smoke, Synopsy sticks around a little bit too long. All Flatro, 1v2. Made noise, would have been heard. Utility in hand. Smoke towards the bomb site, maybe plant inside of it. Dragon gonna wait it out, gonna get a little bit closer. And it's the AWP shot of Depression instead that finds him from beyond that smoke. Kill will get found. And Partizan can equalize quick. 4 kills for Depression on the AWP.
I don't think Depression's had the cleanest of careers in terms of opportunities. I remember when he was out on Fnatic Rising, he won one of the WePlay seasons. I think of the Academy League, it might have been Season 5 at the time. And then he got kicked straight away. As soon as they've won their first season, it was like, see you later, mate. Off you go. We'll bring someone else in. And then after that, he goes to what? iNation, AGO, ESC. He's been around for a few years, but he's never quite had a chance to play at the top end of Tier 2, and he's been brought back in with the boys. Been here for about 3 months now. That's an excellent round. So much impact from the opening kill to the very last one to close.
Excellent stuff. Was bottom fragging for his team prior to that round, but those 4 casualties have made all the difference in the world. Partizan back on track. Mix. Incendiaried out here. Blocked away. HE's down against them. Wonderfully placed from Kindo. 35 for Flatro, 48 for ARCRED. Not the best of starts from them.
Not at all. And this is where you may be looking at someone to create an opening. And looking at what Synopsy and Shafi have done out towards brackets, my eyes are on one of those two in particular.
Flash forward. Dragon doesn't get the kills he's looking for there in mid. Flatro instead finds the opening man advantage for Mix. Now the pressure into the apartments. Lands on one. Doesn't see the second. Might get caught off at close range, and indeed he is. Vladen trading ARCRED back at mid, however, makes it a 3-on-3. Needs backup to get here to set the retake.
Difficult retake here for Partizan. I'm not even sure if they're going to be keen on it. They're so far away from B. I think they'll look for exits here. I don't think they're going to commit for this 3v3.
Well, Vladen's backed up over a wine. His teammates rotating in slowly, so I think you're right. Amount of potential behind this round, though. Orb recover for Kindo. He'll back up. Apartments is the only safe exit strategy for Mix, although now Partizan back away entirely, so other avenues open up. These players should get away safe. Partizan playing a reserved and conservative round there. Certainly from their perspective, that's all right. But when it started off so well, I'm looking at things saying, man, what that round could have become.
And it's funny you mentioned the head-to-head between these two teams in 2013. It's crazy to think how big of an achievement it was at the time. But this core 4 of Vladen, Dragon, Depression, and Kindo, they went to the Blast major RMR under iNation. And for a Serbian team to be able to actually make it to an RMR, it was massive. It hadn't been done in a really long time. That would have been, what, March, April of 2023? We're now in August of 2025, and it's still a core 4. Long-standing roster, real long time together.
A bit of a thing there in Serbia, and you know that Balkan region with long-standing rosters, never making changes. Z10, another example of that. Partizan. Backing up their rifles here. Visual plays into the apartments, into banana apps from Dragon. Face to face, Shalfie almost isolated. Vladen can take one back, but Shalfie finds the return. A side looking rather exposed, only Depression with the AWP.
The Mix are just working some of these entries. That's been their defining factor on the T side. That's where they've been most successful. Now, do they run into the trap? I feel as if Kindo might want to try and retake banana space when this smoke clears from him and Collins. Mix, no. Win this round, and we probably win this map. This is such a good position to be in. Man advantage at a 10-9.
That AWP is leaning in. Catch the bomb. Carrier, no. Shoulder bait, forces the shot back. He's looking for the player in Boiler, or just sees him transitioning away. Meanwhile, smokes and flashes down towards that B-bomb site. Mix are making their move to defend it. Collins Flash in hand, Incendiary swapped out to Kindo. High in the pillar, does swing in, does get Synopsy, but loses Collins in the interim. They know exactly where he is. Difficult stuff. Orp is here though. Kindo stands his ground, gets Flatro, drops the bomb. 20 seconds. Second man's joined them. They brought it to a 2 versus 2. And now the Orpa of Depression catches Shelfie with Kindo swinging in with a triple. Well adjusted, well held from Partizan. When the pressure gets back to them, they somehow find a way to respond.
And it's Kindo again out here on B, somehow making a miracle happen. At least this time he gets rewarded with the round. That's a sick double. If you're Mix, you feel that that round is just yours. Like, you've got the man advantage. There's only 2 players on the bomb site, and there's 3 of you, top banana. Like, you've got the man up going into the bomb site, but you just can't work the trades. Oh, is that a missed opportunity? Is that the ticket that's in towards Partizan's favor now?
Depression striking first on ARCRED, but Mix are not going down without a fight. Synopsy's responsive, removes Dragon from play. Depression's leaning in for more. Just missed the window on center though. Here's footsteps to his right-hand side. He'll know there's a player in mid. Player in second, just seen with that bait, comes out with a wide face. He can't get punished. Flatro not quick to the response. 3 players still holding on this A bomb site as well. Synopsy holds his nerve, waits for a chance. Kindo behind the boxes. Swing forward, headshot gain. Orp was rotating back though. Vladim's got to do this almost on his lonesome. 22 frags deep. Chance to go for 25 or 26. Taps of his against his teammates. Bomb plant can't get denied. Synopsy does get taken back though. Vladin blind spraying, has thrown a spanner into the works. But him and Collins 2v3. Swapping up to the AK. What's he going to do with it here?
He needs to try and get someone close. Collins out towards long, works it. And now there's a player solo on the bomb site. Flatro at least gets the apartments player.
It's all on Collins now. 10 frags though. Bottom of his team's board at the moment. Tapping onto Flatro. Hurt center on the bomb site. Swing comes forward and both players peek together. And they can just hold on to the round. These ones coming down to the wire for Mix. They maintain their lead as a result of it. Cash lopsided for Partizan here. Do they buy or do they half?
Well, they should buy in the main process of not only do you disallow the play to overtime, but there was only 1 alive. You can reset Mix massively going into round 22. I think this is a good decision and also a good decision to be able to try and get the M4 into the hands of guys that are making impact. Look at what Kindo's been doing out on that B bomb site. Don't give him an MP9, give him an M4.
Collins, Mac 10 runs down his teammate. Kindo will fall. Collins, secondary kill on center. That's all important. Flashes inbound, backups arrive. 3rd player considering the wraparound, but Mix got a number of players set and ready. Smoke to the cross. Collins and Dragon. Also 1 towards Coffins, but they're not moving off the back of that. They're smoking the way for Partizan's favor. Double pump will have to be, but only 1 smoke left for Flatro.
A real lazy check, and Mix are going to have to now define the entries. Now, out on the bomb site, Collins isn't going to get a lot of help, so the best that he can do is go 1 for 1.
Swings up, sees a man, but doesn't get his pick. Dragon with a responsive, maintains that man advantage, and Shelfie still low HP here. Smoke recovered, puts it down a Coffins. Bomb plant should also be secured. It's tapped once to try and bait more fire, bait more facing from Partizan. Dragon positioned in the smoke. Is he going to go for it? HG sent ARCRED's core. All Shelfie now, 11 points of health. 3, not going to happen. Dragon takes him. Mix grateful they got the bomb plant bonus because there's not much cash outside of that. Not much cash in general here. Might have to eco and play for OT.
I don't think they will. I think they'll buy it up here. It's a tough call to make, but knowing how B&E used to play, I think you buy it up right now. You put that pressure on immediately. You give them no respect whatsoever.
A tactical call to explain how they're going to approach this. Because you're right, they do force the issue. Mac 10 on Flatro, Tech 9 on center. 3 grand for Synopsy and ARCRED to invest with. What are they going to bring?
The go big or go home is what I love the most about some of these mixed squads, right? The teams that are the heavy underdogs, the ones that you underestimate. They have put Partizan in for a test in this best of 3. It has not been easy by any stretch. Double tack, back to back. Start thinking about pace. Now, we have not seen an apps pop this entire T-side line. We've seen apps contacts and we've seen quicker plays in from brackets, but we have not seen an apps pop. And I almost get the feeling that this is the kind of round to do it in. Low on util, low on rifles. It's the perfect buy to apps pop.
Fast pace is what we're expecting. Mix, for the most part, have played out defaults and looked for kills and eventually gone for the executions. Will Partizan read a faster play? Will Mix have their hearts set on a faster play? Only 2 players on the A bomb side, so if it is going to be an apps pop, that would be the chance to make it happen now. Orpa Depression searching mid, Vlad in the apartments themselves, going to incendiary off, so won't be a rush tactic. Going to set up though.
It's definitely going to be a brackets pop and now start transitioning into an apps pop. Quite readable from the T side line, but the CTs don't have a lot on it.
Counter utility right there for the smoke towards the apartments. Sharpie going to go ahead of it. Flashbangs against Depression. Lands that first. AK holds. Double up from the AWP. T side forced to cancel. Player on short. Left for dead. Acorn making noise. His teammates trying to join him, but all 5 players, Partizan, are here now. Finally, they found one back on Vladden. Depression's orb still searching on the edge of smoke. Sees his man. Connects on center. Dragons on bomb site, waiting for Acorn to reveal himself. Blind sprays at that Galil going nowhere. And so is Shalfi. Map and match point for Partizan now.
Full respect towards Depression, because even though Vladden is staying alive and wasting a lot of time, Brev's not doing a lot out towards Bit. That AWP had to be the difference maker. That AWP had to stay alive. There was only 2 on A there. You had the misread. There was more players working Banana and out towards B from Partizan. And we've seen Depression with, what, a 4K towards A, and now a triple kill there in the last round. And that's tough work. When you're being hit by pace and pistols at close range, it's never easy for an AWPer.
Depression keeps it all going. Partizan recover 2 AKs on top of that, so just a double up and make sure for certain that you're going to secure against this force fight. Tech 9s and Deagles only. This Depression misses 1 shot, an opportunity opening up there for Mix to establish some control over mid in the apartments. Trying to get into war zaps from the balcony. He's going to give a ton of information away towards Partizan. Actually sent in towards Banana. Synopsy the opening on Collins. Shalfi almost dead back towards the A-bomb side. Seems to be a B play in from Mix though. Rotation is being called out. The HE's a Kindo Landwell and Synopsy, however, so in a 4v4 will go. A bomb plant could be secure, but it's pistols against the rifles for this retake.
Vladden is just getting its attention drawn towards this mid player. And now out on the bomb side, I think Flatro needs to take space. They've got to try and retake CT or try and get themselves in towards coffins. If they sit back, they're just going to get swarmed by util.
Now that Shalfi's gone down, Vladden can join the retakers. Deagle, M4, Tech 9. Flatro playing off bomb site with the rifle. Flashes coming over, blinding off the CT side more than it is the T side line though. Most of the time it's ticked away. Center providing distraction. Blind sprays with that M4 come up good. The Deagle can't do so though. Flatcher with a decent pick. 5 seconds on the defuse is Vladden. He's forced back. The SMG. The Tech 9's pulled. Vladden, he's alive! As close as Flatro was, it wasn't good enough. 13-11 and 2-0 in the series. Hell of a fight from Mix on Partizan's own map pick, but ultimately top 50 in the world. They show what they're made of.
Well, I've seen enough there from Mix to say that they are at least winning a single game in this group stage. I think that they are good enough to beat both ECLOT or the Copenhagen Wolves. They showed that they could have 2-0'd this series. I think a few missed moments out there on Ancient and Inferno were easily the difference between losing 0-2 and winning 2-0.
Yeah, I will say that I was pleasantly surprised by what they brought to the table. I mean, I would have hoped that Ancient could have been the victory that they were looking for. As we said before, that was their way back into the series. I wasn't expecting Inferno to go down to 24 rounds, though. I thought that would be a much more confident affair from the Partizan side than what we actually saw. I have to say credit to Mix, because once they got their rhythm going on the second half, it felt like they were a team that could potentially take it. They had opportunities, they had advantages, and you're right, it came down to individual moments that changed the differences in those rounds and ultimately led towards the favourites taking the 2-0 as they probably should have done with that Inferno.
And from Partizan's perspective, they got tested, but they still got the 2-0 win. And now this is 8 wins out of their past 10 best of 3s on HLTV. I think they're very strong and should go on a fairly deep run in this tournament. I think they need to address each game at a time. I think we've certainly seen on HLTV they've struggled against some of the weaker squads and done better against the stronger ones. So I'm not really too worried from their point of view. It's a 2-0 win, and we'll get to see what they're like in the next game of the group.
Yeah, we will, and I'm excited to see what we see out of the mix, because I think that, again, they've shown us up quite a lot here. I mean, it's especially me, who had it down as a simple 2-0 series. It was a 2-0 series, wasn't simple though. So hats off to them for proving me wrong. Now it's time to see whether they can make it happen against either the ECLOT or Copenhagen Wolves. Of course, loser of that series will take on the boys from the mix side. And our second series of the day as well, I'm very excited to see how it plays out.
I look at ECLOT and think it's a chance to bring Aaron into the system. First time that he's sort of working with Czech Republican players. He's normally only worked with Hungarian players. He's had a couple of EU international mixes, so a little bit of a different tenure for him. A Sparta, a guy that hasn't really played at a decent level in Tier 2 previously. So nice to see some newer faces, and of course, still the core. I mean, there's no way that ECLOT are going to get rid of that core, especially with how important VRS is.
Yeah, not at the moment, most certainly. So let's see how far they'll go in terms of the Copenhagen Wolves side, possibly underdogs, possibly a bit more of a closer affair, certainly a lot less predictable than what we thought about coming into our first series. So coming up in about 45 minutes time, ECLOT versus Copenhagen Wolves. Do not go anywhere. The Thunderpick World Championship will roll on after this break.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
And a warm welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship. We roll on with our second match of the day in Group B's proceedings. We've got Copenhagen Wolves and ECLOT to see who will be taking on Partizan in the winners matchup and who will be fighting off elimination against Mix here. And as I said before the break, Dwayne, this is a matchup that probably has a little bit less predictability around it than what we had during the first best of three.
It's a tough little position to be in, especially if you're someone that watches Tier 2 frequently. You would normally feel that ECLOT are strong enough to get out of group stages, get into playoffs. But I think this team has fell off massively from where we once knew they were. And I think for Copenhagen Wolves, they're a bit of a young squad with inexperienced players. So to me, neither of these teams scream a massive amount of threat. So for that reason, it should be a very competitive best of three.
Yeah, you said earlier that Partizan are the top-rated team and probably the most likely team out of the entire group to make a decent run of the playoffs, and that's for a very, very good reason, because you are right. And focusing on ECLOT first and foremost here, just to give you an idea of how far they have fallen off, 85th in the world according to HLTV, 88 on Valve's GitHub from earlier on this week, drop of 13 places month on month for their world rankings. So, yeah, top end of Tier 2 team at one point, but certainly not right now.
ECLOT have tried everything in 2025. They've had, what, 2 new star players, they've had 3 different in-game leaders, and yet their results are still fairly average. I mean, it's nothing compared to what the team achieved in 2024 with the Kriaz and Blitz iteration. So it makes it very tough from an org perspective, from the core of the side, because you feel that the organization is being quite proactive with the moves. They're trying to force changes. They're trying to improve the roster. And no matter what they're doing at the moment, it's making the team worse. And now, I guess even with Aaron coming in as the new in-game leader, there's going to be pressure on your back to kind of be like, hang on, I'm now the next one in charge. Can I take down this Copenhagen Wolves side today? Can I bring ECLOT back towards the top of Tier 2 again?
Well, one thing you can certainly say about ECLOT's lineup is the fact that they are much more experienced than the Copenhagen Wolves, because unfortunately for these boys, they haven't had a whole lot of high-level playing experience. Tape Ware has been involved on Apex Rebels, probably his most successful sort of position. Belaney's been around during the Polish scene, the packed rosters and what have you. Shakino obviously supporting his Metizport shirt has been obviously not in the best of positions in terms of that particular organization and such. So a lot of different things coming in and out, and various players that, you know, aren't really like at the highest of ends or haven't really had the same sort of amount of experience in some cases.
I will say that Matios has caught my eye, mainly because he went to an Epic LAN a little while ago, and he performed really well there. I think he was playing with Byfield and LTH and a couple of the Brits, and he kind of caught the eye to the local scene. And he's never played on a pro team before moving up here to the Copenhagen Wolves. His stats might not say that he's like a cold player or someone that's putting up a huge amount of impact. But when you actually look at the eye test and you watch a few of his games, he is the next generation. He is a really sick up-and-coming Croatian rifler. So I'm keen to see what he's going to be like in the series, because he's been here for about 4 months now. And then even when I just look at the Copenhagen Wolves overall, this entire year has just been a rotating door when it comes to roster changes. So many players have come in, have come out, have stood in. It makes it really tough if your Tapeware is the in-game leader, because I'm not sure how you're meant to find stability when your 5 is just constantly changing.
You might have some difficulties, especially when we wasn't even knowing what the roster was going to look like. I expected actually to see Jorko in server today, but that's not going to happen. For the ECLOT side, no major changes in terms of their whole stable 5-man unit, but they have made some recent changes to the permanent unit itself. Obviously, you mentioned Aaron coming in as new IGL. SPARTA is the newer boy overall here, and probably a lot less familiar to the regular viewers of the Tier 1 and Tier 2 space.
Yeah, I'd look at Aaron and say, okay, this is a guy that was able to make Pera a top-end Tier 2 team. I mean, he played with like Pora, DGL, Bibu, Corey. I think a lot of people remember that they went to an ESL Pro League. They went to an RMR. Spartiaus, this is a guy that's mainly played on Lithuanian teams or low-level EU mixes. So he's not had much of a pro career. I mean, he's only got 104 maps played on HLTV. That's really low. To join a squad like ECLOT, as an example, who in previous iterations has been a top-end Tier 2 team. They've qualified to lands. They've been able to push the trajectory of the local scene. Now, funny enough, one of the main thinking, I suppose, positions I came into this best of three is Ancient going to get picked or is it going to get floated? Both of these teams, #1 map in the map pool is Ancient. They pick it the most out of any other map, and I feel as if it might even be a little bit of a risk here for the Copenhagen Wolves to go in and pick it, not to send it towards a decider. And then what you'll notice is that the last best of three that was played from ECLOT with Aaron in the roster in the CCT closed qualifier, they picked Overpass, and they're picking it again. So they're probably trying to change the map pool now that Aaron is in the team, rather than just going with the standard Ancient, Dust 2 or Inferno, or even Mirage that used to be picked a lot from ECLOT.
I haven't been seeing too much of Overpass in the Tier 2 space recently, so a nice little change of pace from the ECLOT side, and something that may well throw a curveball into the mix, because I don't think we've seen an official from Copenhagen Wolves, at least on HLTV, on Overpass. So opportunities open up for them to try and sneak something a little bit different on the ECLOT side and try and work a new map into the pool. Obviously, they're going to have to try and do so, given the map pool changes. And for them, I think it's a good call in the long term to try and get Overpass in the pool when you've got such a new opportunity with a new IGL and new players on the roster.
Even for Aaron, it's a chance of redemption, because I think after Pera, he went out to GG How and he was playing in sort of the Middle East, and they weren't really achieving very much. He's been sitting on the bench there for a few months, and it was an opportunity to come back to EU and try and build up a bit more of a stronger unit. I'd say that in the past, he's worked with less experienced players, so it might be a bit of a helping hand that you've got experienced Orpa in Forzy, you've got a really sick anchor in Dittor, and then, I mean, even Nubik, I'm not sure what to think about him, because he's had to move roles around a little bit. After the Elive got benched, he had to pick up the in-game leadership. He's meant to be a little bit more of your star rifler, someone that's in those active roles. He had to chop and change a little bit, and I think now under a different in-game leader, it might allow him to perform a little bit better individually, but it's probably been just very tough from ECLOT. I mean, even the Mikey coming in, you sort of felt that that was the star player that was needed, someone that was going to elevate the roster, and he just didn't really achieve much either. So it's been a difficult period in 2025 for ECLOT.
Especially with that player, Mikey, being linked to the likes of OG and getting like a big name tier 1 or tier 1.5 call up, you would have hoped that would have worked out in the long term. The fact it didn't may or may not be of a concern to the ECLOT side. Certainly when you're given the fact that you've dropped down to number 80 or nearly number 90 in the world, and with the conversations that we used to have of them having an overinflated ranking, certainly is a lot of things to change up in terms of their performances on the ECLOT side.
Well, for Aaron, I've got to be honest, it was a bit of an awful debut as the new in-game leader. The team lost to both Rosie and X-Saber in the CCT closed qualifier 2 weeks ago, so he'll be looking for redemption. He'll be looking here in Thunderpick and saying we shouldn't be losing either of those series. We shouldn't even be losing maps. Those are much weaker teams than us. So let's come in with a good mindset. The boys have played Copenhagen Wolves a little bit in the past, so we're at least familiar with what to expect from a calling perspective from Tapeware. But this is where Aaron needs to get the first win and needs to get it right here and right now.
Well, Ancient will be the first map in the series, and as you mentioned, Dwayne, that map up being the key sort of winning sticking point for both of these sides. It indicates to me that the opening map could well decide who wins the series as a result. Is that a fair assessment to make?
Definitely so. I think ECLOT have got a pretty good chance of winning Ancient. It got played in both of those best of threes that they've played with Aaron in the roster. The other CCT tournament, only SPARTA was there. So it's only been 2 games in which the full 5 has been together. Now, another thing to kind of at least think about is that for ECLOT, they've only played 2 best of threes on HLTV since the end of the player break. It's time to start grinding. I think if you look at earlier stages in the year, looking back at last year, they're always within the top 5, top 10 of like highest amount of maps played on HLTV in any sort of month, 3-month window. So I expect that ECLOT, now that they've got the 4th in, now they've got the 5th in, it's time to step up. It's time to start accepting a lot of tournament invites and get a lot of officials under your belt.
Yeah, and I could see them playing in a lot of different things. Obviously, they're playing here in Thunderpick. They've also got the Proving Grounds and TipSport, also events that they've got coming up in the next week or so, a week or two. So they've got opportunities coming their way. They'll just have to make good on those. And I'd imagine that there'll be a few CCT play-ins as well. They'll get a chance at those. I'd imagine that there'll be something else popping up at some point in the future where they can start to grind, because I think that's where ECLOT could potentially do their best, where they can start to get some more points on the board. But here in Thunderpick is going to have to start right now, and the question is, can they make their way through a Copenhagen Wolves side that might throw a bit of a spanner into the works?
This is a Copenhagen Wolves team that I look at, Jay, and think, how do you even judge them? We've had some okay deep tournament runs from them, but it's mainly been in the lower level divisions. It's not been against the better teams in tier 2. So if we are judging them in the normal group stages and the normal Swiss stages, they're not typically a threat. And I think that needs to start changing at some point, because even for their sake, if we're going to look at ECLOT having a fairly disappointing 2025, I think you can say the exact same thing for the Copenhagen Wolves organization.
Certainly could well do, although I will say that with the established core of the ECLOT side, it certainly is more weighted against them in terms of their disappointments. But let's see whether they can impress in this best of 3. Unfortunately, once again, how are facing some more technical issues on the part of one of the players. So head towards a short break and come back. When we do so, it will be Ancient that kicks things off between Copenhagen Wolves and ECLOT. Time to get into it. Ancient to kick things off. Copenhagen Wolves take on Dynamo ECLOT. Dweg, predictions, let's see them.
I'm going to go 2-0 towards ECLOT, but I wouldn't be surprised if map number 1 is very competitive.
I am also going to join you on that front as well here. It's still a difficult matchup to call, however. Overpass maybe will be a significant curveball in the second in the veto process. But we'll get to that when we get towards it. Let's get into the thick of things. Oh, Thunderpick certainly have this one as an unpredictable game. Dead set even almost on those live VODs. So it's definitely a sign of things to come. ECLOT at Forzy tagged up initially in the pistol round. Red room access taken by the Wolves.
Good timing on that resmoke out towards Cave. The problem is they've lost the side player, and Dittor needs to try and backstab and try and help out his teammate towards long. He has at least dropped the bomb in the open.
Jorko to 4, advantage now taken by the ECLOT side. Dittor getting all sorts of frags, a triple secured on his part. And Mateos, all that remains 1 versus 4 for him. Fight well, but fight in vain.
Good work there from Dittor out from the short. Just sort of working on that crossfire ever so slightly, getting that first pincer out from Cave, and then just one by one getting more and more kills. Now, I almost wonder, now with new players in the roster, Jay, now that we've got SPARTA here, we've got Aaron too, I'd like to see whether Dittor gets a little bit more freedom, gets a little bit more of those active roles, because I think one of the biggest issues that he's maybe faced is that he's always been put in anchor roles rather than those star positions. And now with a different in-game leader, they might try and use Dittor differently in this system.
Fast start from the Wolves. Oh, looking at nade damage. They're going to get ripped apart. Dittor easily picking apart with the rifle. Another triple for him. 2 in a row for them. 2-0 for the ECLOT camp. Copenhagen Wolves quickly when they get towards these weapons here. So wasting very little time to get to those AKs and let the real match begin.
I'm still not really sure who the second best team in the group is behind Partizan. I was quite impressed with what Mick showed earlier, and maybe I need to use this best of 3 to get a bit more of a gauge between the Copenhagen Wolves and ECLOT. Partizan, to me, are clear and obvious favourites, but any one of those last 3, I think, are in a good position to try and take that second spot in the group.
And again, maybe this match might be the litmus test to decide exactly who will end up being and the Wolves will take a careful approach, but will gain access to A bomb side by virtue of no one being there to defend main, although Forzy from CT strikes on tape where Nixon can trade the man back. 2 men also out towards Donut. Aaron quickly making his way up shelf, but Doom wasn't ready for Mateos instead. SPARTA can take a trade. Belaney now has B-side access, but where are they going to go with this bomb? It's extended out towards Temple. Where are players and presence towards Donut? So maybe the flank of Belaney being the next best thing. He does catch the kill.
And now it's down to the next red player who Nubik is being drawn all of his attention forward. Swing around, could drop the bomb. Oh, that was a very close opportunity. Now Dittor's being heard from the player out towards the big box. Bit awkward there for the Bulgarian rifler. And Jorko, not a huge amount known about him, other than the fact that he played on Mal's NXT. And while his flag may say Bulgaria on both HLTV and Wikipedia, Jay, does reside in the UK, so it does have a British accent.
Nice little interesting fact. Very much one of the lesser known players in the server today. Flashes forward quickly, making their moves up from the ECLOT side. They're going to have to fall back. Trying from tape where to get out towards main is going to get shut down by Aaron as they extend it out on the T-side line. Down to 4 men of the Wolves.
Copenhagen Wolves are up against a lot of aggression at the moment from ECLOT. We saw in that previous round, the MP9s taking Cheetah, working down lane. We've now seen an aggro play towards A main, 2 players out towards Red Room. Aaron trying to pull distraction to set up Nubik.
Mateos there in the corner, can't quite stabilize the spray, so Aaron takes a double. That's drawn all the attention away from that B bomb side with the Red Room search, and timing's well placed on Copenhagen Wolves to get the bomb down. The problem is that 2-man advantage when the retake comes in.
Belaney needs to hold on to this smoke late, try and get it down either towards short or towards CT. Dittor doesn't spam just yet, waits for his teammates to get here. And this should just be ECLOT patiently playing the 4 versus 2. They've got an easy advantage to close this round out.
Noise being made. SPARTA does go good. Dittor can come in with the support of the trade, get the kill on Jorko to close out. third round for ECLOT.
And I think it's so funny, right, that Unity, Sinners, and ECLOT all qualified to the Shanghai EU RMR last year, and now in 2025, Unity are ranked 230th on VRS, Sinners are outside of the top 80 with an international roster now, and ECLOT are also outside of the top 80. I mean, when you consider how big of an achievement that was for the local scene, you almost make you wonder, well, why did they go international? Why did we make all these roster changes? Why were we changing in-game leaders and changing star players and bringing in just newer faces when it really was probably the most successful period in the Czechoslovakian scene that we've ever seen?
Not so much successful anymore, sadly. Maybe a part of the reason why. Aaron getting forward, Belaney inside that smoke, B-door smoke clears away. All timing from here, secondary player there, a new big involved. Aaron go 1-for-1 trades. Meanwhile, the B-bomb site might be taken by the CT forces, but the A site taken back by the Copenhagen Wolves with no resistance. So they extend out towards CT. Forces is going down, so 4-on-3. Low HP across their board. Detour going for a solo play without support from his teammates. Incendiaries try driving back in towards Temple. All sorts of backup plans for Copenhagen Wolves. Here as Aaron goes down next. SPARTA has really got nothing he can do. Even the Tech 9 takes him, so all important round for Copenhagen Wolves to win.
A bit frustrating there when ECLOT had the perfect read. They clear out lane, they go 1-for-1 against the lane player. All they need to do is just sit back and trade, and they end up losing a lot of aggressive fights, like the way that Copenhagen Wolves get on the front side when that bomb goes down, taking that aggro duel in from Temple towards CT, not just making it easy for the retakers. Money is crippled completely. Aaron's certainly coming in with a mindset of taking a lot of map control to the start of these rounds, but in this one, he is not aggressively buying in round 6.
USP is on 4, the Eagle of Detour. B-side stack at least, which is where Copenhagen Wolves' default is leaning into. Perhaps a faster play out. Nice nade on the first man, but Detour's Eagle can still strike. Forzy goes down in trade. Bomb may be under threat because he's got no further support. The two players that were in Cheetah have now started to act towards the bomb site. SPARTA has picked up the M4 as Aaron to dink off, but Nixon gets the kill against him. Detour's Deagle, deadly! With 3 heads rolling to his name. And a man advantage now for ECLOT. Copenhagen Wolves, do they continue this B campaign?
Even if they do, they're only up against 1 M4. Now, they've left the bomb site completely, so they've given respect to the T side to get the bomb down. This is all timing. Do they try and take Cave before getting the bomb in? I mean, even out here towards Long, the Detour might be on for another.
And he is at 17 points of health. He's left all of Mateos. 1v3, 2 picks found. The aim punch hurting SPARTA. No Kevlar involved for Nubik either. 1v1 now. The bomb's been lost to Mateos. Dropped by Detour earlier. A quadra in the round. Mateos making a ton of noise, running into Nubik. The AK to hug the corner. Oh, this is perfect. This is wonderful. What a steal for ECLOT for 0 investment. Detour's Deagle has dominated the walls.
Detour is on one right now. That is such a sick round from him. Just the knowledge and the notion that he is able to get 2 in Cave at close range with a dig. Like, the way you want to really play a dig is you want to play long range positions. You don't want up close and personal fights. He has just beamed, absolutely railed them. And then to pick up the AK and get another fight against the long player on low HP is just crazy. It's just such a sick round.
Tactical timeout for the ECLOT camp because, well, let that one simmer for the Wolves.
Well, right there in the clutch, they're expecting the A player of Nubik to go up there towards Shelf, to be backstabbing in from Cave, maybe coming up from Ramp, not expecting him to sit there in Red Room just outside of CT.
Unbelievable round from Detour. Must be punching the air right now with how much he got away with. Couldn't be more perfect with that pistol. The AK killed the cherry on top, the force buy back from the Wolves here. Quick in towards mid in the CT basis, but it's ramp take coming up from Belaney. Got plenty of players right behind him, and Deto's forced to fall back. They retake Shelf and realize it's all down to the B play. Bomb plant can be secured. Tapeware's been tagged early, but a retake set for the ECLOT side. Seeing a distinct lack to kits here, though, for them. A kill against Nixon does come forward for SPARTA, however.
There's just no util for the T side at all. So even though they've got a post plant, they are really going to struggle to hold on to this bomb site. This should be an easy retake from ECLOT.
Smoke down towards short. 2 players long. Jorko, the main concern, related with the kill on SPARTA, but they isolate that player in the corner. Deal with his second. Mateos forced away. Defuse can be held, but Tateway comes in with his flank, and they get the kills just in time. All coming together for ECLOT. 5th on the board.
Ditor is 13-3, and that might start playing into the minds of the opposition of Copenhagen Wolves to maybe start hitting mid a little bit more, and start putting more offensive towards A, because Ditor is the B-side anchor, and the last thing that you want is to just keep farming his confidence, keep getting it higher and higher. I mean, what was even quite surprising when I was having a little research about ECLOT last night, especially Aaron in particular, Jay, only 600 HLTV maps. Considering how long he's been in the scene, how long he's been a player and an in-game leader in Tier 2, I expected so many more maps from him across his career.
It's a good point to make. Key veteran to think about here in this dynamic. Despite that, I don't think anyone doubts his experience. No one's going to doubt the round here from the CT side either. Nixon's the Eagle, of course, part of a pretty smart low buy here, just upgrade pistols. The 6th on the board of ECLOT, truly in control. Minimums on CT's side, and still could go a lot further with that if they so desire.
Looking back at their 2 ancient officials that they played in the CCT closed qualifier with Aaron in the roster, they started T-side against Rosie and got 8-4, and then started CT against X-Saber and got 7-5. So they've always been able to push for a lead. Looking at where they are at 6-2, you're expecting it to be quite a strong lead.
Facing some resistance on the Wolves part with New Big down on less than half HP. Forzie's Orb, however, waiting for a chance to strike. Past that smoke, he's blinded. He doesn't get a second opportunity through the HE either, so side should be taken. Bomb plant can be secured, but ECLOT done well on these retaking measures here. Still taking their time to rotate the position, though. Only now 2 Red Room players will join CT and still got a shelf lurk just in case.
Exactly the same as last time they had a post plant on B. Lack of util. I think for Copenhagen Wolves, they're going to struggle. They need to hold on to more util in these posts.
1 HE for Nixon, and that's it. Incendiaries driving them back from Temple. And no further action from ECLOT on that front. Half the time is ticked away. Now Aaron has joined the fray. 4 players around the bomb site. SPARTA has picked up the kill. Aaron with a follow-up. Smoke towards the bomb, doesn't quite land towards the actual bomb position itself. They can't defuse inside that smoke, still going to go for it anyway. Deagle the flank of Forcing, it's all distraction. SPARTA does get killed off by Tabeware just in time. They'll get all the kills, but they are not going to game this round. Copenhagen Wolves, just hold on.
Unfortunately, the non-kit player was getting on the bomb there within all of the confusion, so it meant that the 5-second stick, if it was a kit player, it would have been a defuse pretty easily. I still think that's a pretty good-looking retake, though, with the pressure of the time, the way that they're playing off of each other, playing around the util. They're making it very difficult for Copenhagen Wolves, and they look out of their depth. And I mean, even look at the buy that's coming into round 10. You've just won yourself a really good clutch right at the end there. And what are you backing into the next round? A couple of AKs, a couple of Galils, and a Tech 9.
Still, ECLOT have the superior investment, and obviously it's not going to help the utility situation we've been talking about as well. Aaron's already struck first. Tapeware down, 8 points of health for the captain. But he's found his impact. Mateos will look for impact of his own. Into red, uncontested by ECLOT.
Aaron's a fairly high fragging in-game leader, especially when I remember him playing on GG How and Pera most recently. Puts himself in a lot more active positions. You expect good frag counts from him. When you've got your B anchor that's 13-4, and then your in-game leader that's 11-5, you know you're having a good game.
Five-out red players now going to be seen by the ECLOT side, but might able to get the kill against him. Forzi will start to rotate the position. Shot missed. Decent ding down from SPARTA, but not enough to get the kill. Peter's got a turn. Aaron gets a secondary kill out of the round before he goes down. Onto Thunderpick, who can hold off towards one player, but not the second. Now have info on both individuals. Mateos continues his lean. Detour going to get checked. What a swing that is. Bomb to join him up towards red. Shot from Forzi misses. And that bomb going to get tossed across here. HEs won't connect. Forzi will have to let it go. Focus down on to Belaney, who is going to hold red, potentially start his counter rotation. Plan will be secured, so now be aware that one player broke away.
Unless Forzi gets this kill against the red player quickly, this should just be a save for the ARP. The money's not great here for ECLOT at all.
No kit either, so no real time to go for it. 10 seconds tick by. Noise being made, trying to bait Belaney into the casualty, and he'll bite the bullet. Now Mateos needs to wait for as long as is possible. No info where Forzi's coming in from, and he hears the footsteps now. But just toying with him. Forzi's ARP not good for a retake. Stick around, they get the exit frag. Oh, timing's off entirely. Mateos' triple finds his own impact round and takes the fourth for Copenhagen Wolves.
ECLOT would have felt in that round that they'd done almost everything correctly. They've been able to get players in rotating positions to spot against the red player. They just couldn't quite catch him. That ARP was so close, just on the edge of Temple, but not to be. Another round that it only comes down to one alive. And that's the issue, is that the rebuy is coming in because ECLOT know that they can force it. I think ECLOT's chance of an 8-4 is pretty good here. I'm still not very sold. I mean, yes, Jorko's got the NMP. You've got an AK up, but double Galil's, Mac 10s. It's just rough buy after rough buy here for the international squad.
And they're getting by. I'm trying to bolster up the utility situation more so. ECLOT. The economy state broken on their own part of things, but they'll still be able to roughly contest what they've got in terms of the buy stats. It's pretty even. Three MP9s, 2 M4s. Made sets, well placed to do some decent chunk damage, but nothing major. Spardas leaning up with his SMG, and Nixon's caught completely off guard. Back's turned from Tapeware as well, allowing Spardas another chance. Doesn't get the kill on second man though. Tapeware instead to reveal towards Aaron. B site under siege, but they're not going to press on. Spardas with a third peek forward, surely not. Doesn't overextend. Belaney might get caught by the SMG. It's a massive HP difference though. Tapeware also around the corner. Shoulder bait, and he does get one of them out of it. Now the wraparound's coming in. ECLOT pushed in towards main. Got a Detour to defend the backside, but he's smoked off.
Might be able to spam, make it a bit uncomfortable, but when you're alone on B, it's difficult to make a play.
Smoke's coming in. Plant secured. Retake official. Oh, so close. Detour spooked a little bit, going to back away. Belaney hearing footsteps right behind him, unawares of how close Detour really is. Nubik's going to get caught. Kill for Detour. Turns back towards the second man. Locks in a double. And Mateos' order remains. 12 HP for Detour. Forzi. SMG close to bomb site. Going to get on that bomb real quick as well. No defuse kit. Smoke. Goes down. Man fights. Mateos from lane. Detour's counter backstab. Makes noise at the last second as he panics for time. But loses his life. And the Wolves about to equalize.
I told you how good of a player Mateos really is. He has been involved in so many late round clutches, so many late round impactful frags. He, at the moment, is probably the best player in the server. I know that Detour might be up at 15 kills, but with what he's been able to bring individually, he is pulling these survival rounds forward for Copenhagen Wolves. Man, and this has been a really good return when it looked like it could have been an 8-4, 9-3 half out of ECLOT.
Spardas finds Nixon to open things up. Still can make it 7-5. He gets 2 kills out of that mid-fight, losing Aaron in the exchange over at lane. But advantage nonetheless for the ECLOT side. Forzi waiting. Players to pop out. SMG takes one more player out of the picture. Jorko can take a trade, but unawares of Detour being close. Newbie going to watch out mid, and SMG fight from range against the rifle is going to give Mateos a kill back to a 2v2, but 11 points of health here. Rotation angles have been brought back, but if they go towards it, they have to deal with Detour here. Back turn, if he extends too far, might get caught, and indeed the kill takes him. It's all SPARTA now.
Just all timing from both respected sides here. You've got lurk attempts in towards red, lurk at shelf, CT being active out towards donut. Jorko is just waiting to see what his teammate can find. And if they split B through Cave and CT, well, this round is completely over for SPARTA.
And that seems to be the call. Mateos just searching. Clear out the back lanes of B. Having time to go for this Copenhagen Wolves. We'll now have access to the bomb site so long as Cave gets clear. Have to be a little bit careful that Jorka doesn't go down. They'll check all their angles, and now bomb plant can be secured. SPARTA will have to go for the retake because he is the man in the 1v2 on round number 12. Seeing what you can achieve here, even if it is unlikely. Here's him coming. Jarko. Seen on Mateos, kill found. Man backs away towards long. There's no kit for SPARTA either. Got to take the fight directly and got to do so quickly, and actually comes up with a very important clutch that wins the half for ECLOT at 7-5.
A really weird way of playing a 2v1 right there. It must have been a call, some sort of information that they expected him to come from cave or ramp, because they're just completely exposed. Even though there's a crossfire being held, it's a funky way of playing that sort of situation. And for ECLOT, I've got to be honest, I enjoyed the high-tempo style of CS. I think when the E-Live was in the team, it was always about playing the percentage, being quite passive, not being too active across the map in terms of hyper-aggression, whereas for Aaron, we're seeing ramp takes, lane aggression, walking A main, re-walking mid. It feels like it's a completely different way of playing, and that's always going to happen. Whether it's Nubik calling, whether it's the E-Live, and now Aaron, every caller is going to have a different way that they like to play. And we're getting the sense here from ECLOT that it's all about tempo, it's all about pressure.
Two rounds to the good on ECLOT's advantage. Making great work out of this position. Now transitioning over to the T side of this map. And the pick of the Wolves is certainly giving them a decent fight. ECLOT have fought better so far. Can they maintain that betterness? Well, the odds of Thunderpick still pretty even as it stands. The Wolves beating out ECLOT only by a small margin as they take a second tactical pause. CT approach is going to be pretty damn good.
The average player age of Copenhagen Wolves is 21.2, whereas ECLOT's average player age is nearly 25. We're talking about a complete contrast of not only player ages, but also experience. You've got guys on ECLOT that have played at a top-end level of Tier 2, whereas there's a lot of players on Copenhagen Wolves that you would say that have not even come close to playing at a top-end level of Tier 2. Even Jorko, this is his 45th map on HLTV across his career. And for Mateos, this is 127th. And Nubik, Forzi, and Dittor, both, or all three of them, have over 1,000. There's a huge contrast there.
They're still sat in with the Wolves having dualies on Mateos. Only player on double digits for the Copenhagen Wolves. 11 kills deep and had a lot of impact with them. ECLOT seizing the B bomb site without resistance. Belaney hiding back lanes, going to call for backup. Tapeware try and flash his man in. Has to be careful when that player is the only player with a kit. Still take these fights, trying to get those headshots, but none of them connecting as of right now. Forzi held close range. Here's those footsteps. First fight goes his way. Second fight goes away of Forzi with Detour support. SPARTA picking up all the casualties. Nubik and Detour also chime in, and that was a very solid hold from ECLOT.
Unfortunately for the Wolves, they use that first flash to gain long, and then they don't have another flash for the bomb site, so they can't drive that close angle position that Forzi is holding. He's just tucking, just strafing A and D. And with all the crossfire from Cave out there at the pillar, it's just destruction. Copenhagen Wolves look as if they're not going to go and rebuy going here into round 14. They're going to play it extremely safe and get the early rifles in instead.
Tape where Aaron Nubik going blow for blow. Decent attempt at the stacking with the pistols, but doesn't quite work out again for the Copenhagen Wolves. Second time they've gone just harsh eco to get into the rifles early and try and establish themselves. They worked out relatively well during the last half. Still went down in the deficit of the rounds though. They need to make up that ground pretty quickly, because if they lose this rifle, then they're in deep, deep trouble.
Even Tapeware, he's been a part of this team for over a year now, and it tells you Norwegian in-game leader, Norwegian scene is dead. There is no professional teams coming out of Norway. The ones that are trying to make it are all moving to international projects. A scene that used to flourish back in the day. Aggression out from mid, but it's Nubik that catches the shelf player immediately, and no CT is in sight to trade.
Mateos down. Tapeware can get a trade together, so dead scene maybe, but dead man certainly not. Delaney may, however, be the next victim, seeing the shadow of Nubik and Detour. That's information of both players, but cannot connect a single bullet on the duel against the Galil. A-site take, seems like it was coming in. Counter spoke to dead. It was the B bomb site. Nubik's going to lose his life. That bomb's still outside of the B doors, and they are going to continue committing here. The plays in from Detour might have to make some noise and draw attention back. He's got no utility, so he just got to take the fights when they come his way. Meanwhile, ECLOT walking into that B bomb site. Detour needs to go at least 1-for-1 right here, but they are not engaging the site directly. Checking red and checking mid. They should start to speed things up.
Well, Detour should wrap CT, and then he can defend from short. Still quite a bit of util left on this post plant for the T side, and the bomb is very open, so you can play from ramp, short and long, or even on the side directly.
Forzy's heard him. They're coming in real fast as well. That might draw attention away from Detour. He's still careful about a red room play. Third flash up. Forzy held in the wood corner. Kill found on the first man. Aaron chimes up. Jorka can take a trade, but now backup has arrived on the scene. He's on 39 HP without a kit. He's out of time and out of the round. ECLOT take 10.
Nicely done. And this is now the punishment, I think, of the veto process. Now, when I came into this series, I knew that we were going to get a nuke ban. Well, I expected to get a nuke ban coming through from ECLOT. I expected a train ban in from Copenhagen Wolves. And I was thinking, right, well, ECLOT have got the opportunity of picking a map like Dust 2, picking an Inferno, maybe a Mirage, Overpass, if they really want it, because they picked it in the last series. But for Copenhagen Wolves, I was just expecting Mirage straight away, instantly to go in for that pick. And they had the option to do so. There's a big losing streak for ECLOT and Mirage. There's a decent winning streak for Copenhagen Wolves recently. And instead, they've picked into a map that both teams picked the most out of any other map in the pool.
5-round advantage for ECLOT. Copenhagen Wolves should let that extend to 6 with the hero weapon that, or at least able to save over from one man. Jorko. Surrounded by pistols. ECLOT. All on the rifles and should maintain that as well. They've lost very little to these ecos and the half buys in this map so far. In this half, looking more clinical than ever before in this best of 3. Leading them up into the A bomb site with that bomb plant. Looking to get secure as a stack starts to formulate for the Wolves. In the meantime, Nubik hasn't spotted them. He'll back away from red. Might be an opportunity bolstering, but they are going to start to lean forward and look in towards the red room. Control challenge on towards one player on shelf. Might be misdirection on the CT basis, but the utility coming outside of main indicate otherwise. Jorko can get 1 kill out of it. Mateos trading. Tapeware also involved with his pistol. Aaron and Detour down. 2v4. Copenhagen Wolves have thrown a curveball. That bomb's out of there. Hasn't got time to rotate to B. This will be a 6 to the Wolves side. As Nubik falls, it's a guarantee.
Probably one of the easiest rounds that ECLOT could have asked for in terms of what they're up against, what they're bringing to the table, but they're running into a stack. And all the pistols are tucking, right? No one is giving a freebie. No one's overextending from tree or over-peeking at the backside or out there towards a big box. You've got your first player under tree that then draws in the crossfire, allows the temple player to peek, allows the default player to peek as well. And ECLOT, while they had a lot of players out towards A, they had Nubic in a pretty good lurk in red room. They just couldn't deal with all of those pistols. And that's a survival round if I've ever seen one. That's a gift that you will not get frequently.
The lifeline at this stage, but will they take advantage of it? Certainly with Nixon fighting first in mid. Aaron and Forzy going to blows. Tapeway gets the man advantage together though. The trade back over at ramp. It's now Forzy and Detour. Bomb foreign to them. Extension on Tapeway though goes a little bit too far. Gets a little bit too greedy. Gives them back a man advantage here.
But he was expecting Detour to be the one throwing the flashes to get them out elbow. So because they've been shut down at elbow, he's expecting a regroup to come in from Forzy. I think Tateware knows that he may have just cost his team the round though. 10-6 with a man advantage. He's walked through a smoke and cost himself. Misread hurts. Blaney is now going to try and see if he can pick up where Forzy was. Try and clear out this sort of crafting table area. Get your way out towards A main. Clear that too. Open B bomb site, but a lack of info for ECLOT.
They're going to conceal information the same. Nothing given up. No info towards the B bomb site. The incendiaries may come down from them though. Molly and smoke available. Smoke shot. Molly cave. Bomb plant open. Orpa not going to fire back. Incendiary will come in eventually. HE send details back to get revealed. Sees two. Can't get either of them. Smoke down. A flashbang, I should say, onto Forzy. It's not smoke though. Incendiary, if placed correctly from Blaney, could force the man out. Is he going to put it? Engaged, look to get found. Jorko seen. Blaney down. Orpa upgrading to an AK. Looking to swing forward. Forzy taking the initiative, but still loses his life. Another all-important clutch for Copenhagen Wolves.
Well done there from Jorko, because it's not easy when you're being stressed with the idea of dropping the rifle, trying to get out towards the AK, going into the bomb site. You're not sure about the reposition. It gets very touch and go on that last kill. And when we consider how strong the Bulgarian scene used to be, Jay, there's a lot of teamless players from that region. You've got Spellin, Ships. Think about even the Orpas. Denny Slaw, Han, Poison. Those guys aren't on any teams. Oxygen, Nikki, mate, they're just nowhere to be seen. And then even the retired ones. Dreamer's not playing anymore. No Victor, no Bubble. 500, mate. They're not even full Bulgarian anymore.
Hell, Copenhagen Wolves aren't even full Danish anymore. ECLOT. Tech 9's Mac 10 AK on Forzy. Execution set piece seeming to come down from the ECLOT side. Try to simplify things a bit more. Copenhagen Wolves will respect that utility. How much can they get from beyond these smokes they set up for the retake?
It's always expecting somebody close. They can't really imagine and expect that it's such a passive line of engagement here from the CTs. The Spams are doing good work. There's not even any contacts from the T-side players, and SPARTA is down on 1. Dittor's on 50.
Took too long to get into the bomb side. Trying to clear out cave as well. Doing a bit too much, perhaps. The bomb being dropped now. Copenhagen Wolves are here en masse. And smoked away from cave. Do ECLOT even have a way into this round? It doesn't look like it. No position. They're trying a wrap play, but they haven't got the bomb with them.
They're just saving.
Yeah. It's not the best of saves, but what other choice do you have? 1 HP on Spardaus, 24 HP for Forzy. Copenhagen Wolves are attempting to get a bit of a better foothold here.
It's a very rare situation because even if it is a passive B-site hold, there's normally always a cave player still. So I don't mind what they've done there. They've tried to get out. I mean, they were hit by so much util towards ramp that it slowed them down in the process. But they're trying to work space. They get into cave and they're just seeing nothing at all. And then as soon as they get back towards the bomb site, they're just being hit by all the spams from the short players. Definitely the right call of what they did, but and not the outcome they would have hoped for. Just going to buy down everything you can around the one player that did drop. Copenhagen Wolves know that this is a good swing opportunity. Try and make it a 10-10 score.
One player seen on site, Aaron toying with Tapeware. Molotov against him, going to try and force him to be uncomfortable. Nixon does get overwhelmed, but Tapeware and Belaney hold their nerve. Belaney runs out of ammo, though, falls against a chance to trade back on Mateos. USP's pulled out, Nubik picks up an M4, and now ECLOT are in this round, although very barely. It's low HP on Nubik and Forzi. Tapeware wrapping is also low HP, though, so it might not be all that terrible, as the AWP shots can't connect from Jorko. And the bomb's going to extend out towards the back lanes. They're going to look for this individual. Jump face, Tech9 headshot. And the last player will be heard rotating, so they know they can plant safe, but it will all come down to Detour. Counter rotates back to B. Very smart call from ECLOT.
Well, Tapeware shouldn't even really be going for this now. Now that he's on 26 points of health, he's been duped completely. Even looking for an exit, it's a waste of an M4. Hold on to it and bring it into the next round.
He's rotating back to spawn.
Well, he's going to try and get the AWP. He doesn't know if Long's been taken, though, so it's a risk. I mean, we can see here that he'll be able to get the AWP, but this is a tough call to make.
He's not going for the AWP. He's going for more. He's going to back the bomb site. And the AWP just shuts him down in an instant. M4 lost, as you say, a waste. Is ECLOT on 11? The Wolves remain at 8.
I don't know what he's thinking there. Desperation, maybe. Copenhagen Wolves have lost quite a bit after just holding on to that one M4. I think it would have helped the economy game out quite a bit. Belaney might even go down to a FAMAS or an MP9 to get extra util in a kit. Watch out to see if he doesn't get an M4 because of that. ECLOT just beat them by pace in that round. And I've got to look at Jorko and say he's not really delivering very much with the big green. And when you look at his stats, 14 Ancient has been played for Copenhagen Wolves since him and Nixon joined the team. And your AWPer is averaging a 1.01 rating. Pretty rubbish. It's very poor. When that's meant to be your #1 map in the pool, and yeah, he's young and he's inexperienced, but I don't know. 1.01 rating as an AWPer? Doesn't seem right.
Three rounds to the good on ECLOT. For right good reason, their individual performance on the contrary. 21 for Detour on his kill counts. Nubik trying to strike as well. SPARTA hasn't done too bad himself. Kill on Tapeware to kick things off. Advantage, ECLOT, response from Mateos just about comes through, but with all that presence in the donut, the reason there's no one else on the air bomb side itself, and SPARTA is still going to strike out of shelf. Two more to see over a donut, but Nixon brings it into a 3v3. Plant can be secured. Retake extremely weakened on just the health alone. And Jorko doesn't even know that Detour could swing onto him while being tunnel visioned. Players making their ways in. No one's going to check out this tempo angle. Detour on for a triple, and he mows through them all. It's map point for ECLOT.
There is a very good reason why people look at Detour as the best Czechian player. I think with how much he brings in the roles that he does, there is no denying between Unity, Sinners, and ECLOT, he is the best. Yeah, you might sit there and say, oh, well, PR's the best. Yeah, but Game of Legion is like tier 1, so I don't know if I can quite take that one. ECLOT have got a very good piece behind him, and Copenhagen Wolves have just simply been outclassed in the economy game.
Indeed, they have struggled with utility across the course of the T side, and here and now the resets come back to bite them. Broken buys, the one was a must-win survival round. 5-7 of Belaney does come up good against one player, but 5 points of health. He wasn't looking at anything more from him. Tapeware from range, still able to find Nubik, so actually, maybe there is survival for the Wolves. 5-on-3. Belaney does get spammed down, so it's 4 players left. Tapeware. Oh, Aaron checks the corner with just his gun poking out, giving Tapeware a secondary kill. And around the ECLOT should not lose. May well be lost.
Not much going for them now. They're going to try and contact up ramp, but even the backstab timing looks good. That's an excellent shot against the AWPer.
SPARTA doesn't even have bomb access. Faced by the Deagle of Jorko, who will land a kill of his own. Tapeware the double, Belaney with the starter. And Copenhagen Wolves with yet another lifeline.
For ECLOT, they've got plenty of rounds to close here, so I'm not really too worried about how the outlook can sort of seem in terms of a potential overtime, a potential upset to get not only OT, but a Copenhagen Wolves map pick start and get them 1-0 up in the series. Vitor getting the AK, the in-game leader going down to the Tech 9. I can respect that.
Fights against Belaney go awry. Detour straight in with a fast play. Forzy with the mid lurk will also strike back on a shelf. Individuals will tag Nixon to 15. But Nixon responds with a dink of his own. Meanwhile, they're getting more kills on the B-bomb side. Jorko, the latest victim. Mateos and Nixon, 2v4. Looks like the end of the road for this round. And the end of the road for this map. Copenhagen Wolves, their key chance to get involved in this best of 3 on their map pick. Mateos found expired. That's Forzy trades. And the follow-up, the final blow, the killing blow from Aaron will indeed lock in a 13-9 and a first start in the first map of Ancient.
I almost wonder, is it just that Copenhagen Wolves are lacking an experienced player, or is it that they're just lacking an experienced AWPer? I don't think it was particularly a poor game from Jorko, but when I think about the previous iterations of this team, they had Era. And then after him, they had Giacchino. Those are 2 guys that have played at a top-end level of Tier 2, successful periods across their careers. And I look at this team and I just think that when they're in trouble, they don't have an experienced player that they can rely on, someone to get them out of tough situations. To me, it's just a little bit too young. It's a little bit too raw.
No, I think you're right. I mean, you always have, like, you know, a bunch of players when they're in their 20s have some amount of experience. But even thinking about the fact that just the background of the Copenhagen Wolves, you've got Tapeware, Apex Rebels was his academy team, and that really wasn't anything of a special academy side, unfortunately. Belaney, similar sort of story around the Polish sides, big academy. Also, again, nothing special in his own part of things. Nixon had a few little bits and pieces around Tier 2 in Denmark, but nothing that really makes you scream, oh, wow. And even Jorko, he's 16 years old, for God's sake. Like, you're right, there's not a lot of experience on this side, and I think that has come back to hurt them once again here on their own map pick. It's fallen by the wayside as it has done the second time today.
Anytime you pick into something like Ancient, where it's the #1 map for both teams, they pick it a crazy amount, you have to be giving a good performance. I mean, even in that last round, Belaney is the B-site anchor, and he's being rushed. He can't even get a single kill. It's just not good enough. You need to be able to perform at an adequate level, or maybe even an above par level, when you're going into a veto process like this. And I think for Copenhagen Wolves, it just wasn't quite the best of showings from them on map 1, and they're going to have a really difficult time to return in the series now.
Indeed. Overpass may well be a little bit of a curveball, though. The only silver lining you might have for the Wolves is maybe they've been practicing it behind the scenes, but we don't have the information towards us. We don't have any idea of how it's going to perform for them. We know that ECLOT have tried to pick it. We know they're trying to stress test their map. Also, I'm imagining 2-0 is on the table here and now. We're going to head to a break and set up Overpass, our second map between Copenhagen Wolves and Dynamo ECLOT.
That's the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Time for map number 2 between ECLOT and Copenhagen Wolves. ECLOT taking the Wolves' map pick of Ancient, a solid map of that. And move to Overpass, where it will be the debut of Copenhagen Wolves on HLTV on this map up. Obviously, ECLOT's pick, Dweg. I have very little faith in the Wolves to be able to hold them any more prominence in this series. USP's brought out in towards mid for Mateos first and foremost as he tries to get things started on round 1.
You'd think even with the 5-0 that Copenhagen Wolves have an ESEA advance that there might be an Overpass official in there. The factor is though, Jay, first 4 games still had Anubis in the map pool, so only one series could have potentially had Overpass and it got banned out by the Wolves. So this really will be their debut. Jorko tucked out towards the left-hand side, good for one. Dittor needs to try and bring in this crossfire with the con players.
Does manage to double up, Forzy trades, almost catches that player in the back, but does eventually land the kill on Jorko, getting caught out towards mid, and a 3-on-3 can ensue. Copenhagen Wolves start backing away, passive on the A bomb site. ECLOT have options to work down connector and go towards B site if necessary. The extension from Tateware will leave that as an open and free angle.
Well, you'd imagine bank smoke, dumpster smoke, dice molly, and then double flash, but they're kind of freezing because they're waiting to see what sort of movements are coming from the CT line.
And they are coming. There in the bathrooms in particular is a cause for concern. Mateos lean closer. No one's in the bathrooms themselves. Those footsteps will be heard. Chance to take down Detour and just domes him in an instant. Backs away towards Long. Get out towards the A bomb site. Forzy is leaning up and now separated from Aaron with the bomb on his back. Fight from range. Takes some damage. Cannot return as much. Onto Belaney. He's alive. Mateos. Another killing blow. Another excellent shot from an excellent player. They think it's all going to be the A side to the fact they haven't seen Aaron, so here getting an open free bomb plant here. Here's that player coming back up the stairs. Over at the trash bins, 10 seconds. Bomb plant might not be as possible. Molotov will drive that player forward. Mateos in for a penny, in for a pound, in for the final kill. 4 seconds. Aaron's out of the round. A triple from Mateos. Difference maker for Copenhagen Wolves.
Nicely done there from the international squad. ECLOT find themselves, unfortunately, up against the info play, and when Dittor goes down, that's the other man that's got all the util. ECLOT going straight in for the force buy. Now, when you buy up on forces in round 2 where you don't get a bomb plant and the money's a little bit more screwed, you're kind of limited for options. You either take con really quickly and try and come up the bathrooms, or you put pressure towards B through the short pipe and towards Monster. You can't really go A with this sort of buy.
Monster it is. Breakaway with the Monster smoke. Go back towards the short angle. Water contact. Belaney still in a Monster to receive. Smoke start coming out towards Heaven and flashbangs over to the bomb site. Nixon and counter the second smoke. That's your sight smoke, excuse me. Nixon with double, triple found regardless. SMG, plenty of frags game. Belaney with one of his own. A lot of money farmed up there by the CT line. Force buy does nothing for ECLOT. All 5 live. Copenhagen Wolves can really put on the money build.
And I do appreciate that Aaron's come into this team with now playing just his 3rd official, and this is now the 2nd time they're picking Overpass. It's that he's come into the team and he's trying to make a statement, just not to always pick what we did before. Your Ancients, your Dust 2s, your Inferno, your Mirages. Because we're a new team, we should be able to adapt and we should be able to play newer maps in the map pool. And I think it will eventually give you an edge. You might struggle on Overpass a little bit and it might be tough. You might even get a few losses in a row, but eventually it can start becoming a map that you can flow as a decider and pick frequently.
Nubik fighting Nixon first up. Kill gets found. ECLOT's upgrade pistols trying to get something more out of this one, but unable to find their follow-up picks, and no trades found by the Wolves either. Just the one casualty, and SMG in the hands of Nubik. And Forzy's Deagle lands on Jorko. Spartus turning up on Mateos. Forzy has passed on all of his Deagle potential from Detour, and now to the rest of the team. Tateware and Belaney, 2 versus 5 against these pistols still. M4 upgrade, sure, but where do you go if you're the Wolves? Tateware especially. Solo holder of the A bomb site can get Nubik tagged to half. Backup's nowhere near him. And the entire T-side force bearing down upon the man. He'll get a secondary kill out of it, but even lower. A triple fan with the USP somehow. I don't know exactly how. Has he brought Belaney a chance?
Well, Belaney knows that he's got to go for it, but how do you?
It's not a bad question. MP7, I should say, coming in from this long angle access up and through towards the entryway. No kit in play. HE placed right, could take down Detour, but Detour's hidden deep on the bomb site. I think it's on the floor. I think he's going for it. If only he had a smoke, it provided a little bit extra cover. Now going to go for it, the harder cover. Open a plant, both SPARTA can deal with him, and ECLOT will be on the board.
And what do you say about that one? You've gone in for a force buy, you've gone short pipe into Monster, and you've just got nothing. You've been obliterated by the Monster Wall players, the MP9 from Nixon gets 3, and then the very next round, you get a few upgraded pistols. There's some Deegs, there's a P250, and every single contact is just an immediate headshot. Just such a clean kill. That round has come out of nowhere. And I start wondering, moving forward in just this group stage, in this tournament, do we need to start thinking that any eco can threaten a round still? There's very few teams that can do it, and maybe it's a little bit of luck, maybe it's a small sample size, but with what Detour did on Ancient and now seeing that, if you're in the back of your minds for Copenhagen Wolves, you're just thinking, these are 2 rounds we should just never, ever be losing.
And yet, ECLOT's still able to steal them. The Wolves against pistols, mostly Deagles, heads rolling across the maps, and just continues to be a major problem. Two, 1 up. Still for the Wolves side, Nixon burning heavily to get towards water, but unable to find anybody for it. ECLOT making this all a wasted effort, at least initially. The blind sprays of that M4 does not see any return from Detour. Could have quite easily gotten that kill. Mateos will play upstairs a connector. Lean forward, footsteps will be heard, but still nothing offered up by ECLOT here. They're playing extremely careful.
While Nixon's being run boosted into short, it's insane that they're not smoking the pre-molly there from the T-side line. Just takes so much damage before a contact comes in. And for ECLOT, they know that the buy state is going to look pretty good just because of, well, how lack of dangerous their force buy round was towards B. So even though you've won on the eco, you can't force a reset straight away. Now, Jorko is the lone A-site player, and being a lone A-site player with an AWP, you need to be jump spotting dice in the APC, or the van position on the right-hand side, just to be able to get yourself in a position where you can both spot long and the front side of the bathrooms and banana.
There is no mid or long presence from the ECLOT side just yet, but that could change. Bomb still in T-con, at least it was. Now it's making its way out to Monster. B will be the final target. 4 players to defend it on the Wolves. 30 seconds for ECLOT's hit.
Well, this looks like the round is over already because you can't cancel. You don't have time to run back up, Con. You're running straight into the stack.
Kill found. Tape where lands onto Nubik. Second player making noise. Detour still ends up with a double. Player now back at the barrels, and a player also in at little water. Kill from Forzi, returns on Belaney, and Mateos is overwhelmed by Forzi on a double. Perfect stuff. 1 versus 3. And he's going to save it because Jorko knows he's out of it.
Yeah, well, no wonder why Copenhagen Wolves' results just look crap. It's because they are. I mean, look at that round, Jay. I mean, seriously. 4 on B. Less than 20 seconds on the clock. There's not even any util. There's no molly barrels. There's no flash for the Monster players. Like, how do you just lose that round? That is an absolute joke.
The last man goes down. SPARTA at least spares him the dignity of not getting knifed. To a piece. Should be a lead now for the ECLOT camp.
And if you're Aaron, on post-reflection of that last round, you're just thinking about these guys are dogs. Like, they are giving us nothing. We are going to absolutely farm them out here on Overpass.
Look at this. It's charged forward the pistol players. Solo and Con. Duo into short. 1 player up at the higher end of Con, and Mateos with that USP is going to get nothing against Detour. Decent think down, Danny Fun towards him and Nubik. The Matt 10 of Aaron can close. $1,200 in kill bonus for that individual, and all's well that ends well for ECLOT with all 5 players alive. Rebuy now for the Wolves.
Copenhagen Wolves beat some incredible teams in the Galaxy Battle Phase 3 event, but the problem is they're just very inconsistent in other tournaments. Like, I look at that one tournament, and I think, right, they had a bit of a rocky Swiss stage. They went out 3-2. They get into the playoffs. They beat the Poles of Betclic. They beat Astrum 2-0. They beat Parivision 2-1. And you're thinking, these are results against high-end 2 teams. They're decent. And then they go into the European Pro League Season 26, and it's a top 3 on paper. But who did you have to play? You had to be XI in the group. You had to be a Bird from Sky's Wild Lotus. You get into the playoffs. You beat Volt, a big academy. You get farmed against Alliance. They win 5 rounds on map 1, 2 rounds on Inferno, and then lose to Ultra Energy. The Swedes, where I haven't even heard of the majority of players there. Last map decided they go down 2-13. And then you start weighing it up and you go, hang on a second. They were just a grand final placement in one event. There's a top 3 in another. But yet they're just not even holding weight against mid-pack Tier 2 squads.
I'd argue some of those are low-end Tier 2 squads, honestly. Just goes to show caliber of opposition matters a lot. Copenhagen Wolves have met their match on caliber here. Nixon trying his best to force out some fights, but double dipping with a flashbanger support for Nubik. Kill found on the man. Counting utility through the monster smokes do not quite reveal anything. Tapeware, don't think he spotted the player at Sandbag. Now he will. That boost up can face on Nubik. Take it back to a 3 versus 3. SPARTA have to back out there. Take a fight towards Connector instead, where Jorko is going to provide distraction, eventually get a decent headshot of his own. Now Detour acting out a monster. Timing, positioning, everything, and maybe a whiff spray almost cost him his life, but he recovers from it. Back to a 2v2. The AWP missing, Tapeware moving. Detour better time his next peak rather well. Watching Heaven, the M4 can sneak up ramp and get his kill, and Forzy is known towards the CT side. A 1v2 with bomb on his back.
Out timing against Jorko, because Jorko's being really annoying with this rotation in from Con, because he could have gone back up towards A. He could legitimately just be anywhere.
M4 backed up. 4Z just gets his kill. Jorko dealing with him effectively. Double kill for his own part alongside Tapeware. 2 recovery men of the round for Copenhagen Wolves. ECLOT will still be breathing down there next, though. Rebuy available. And once again, we're back in this position where Copenhagen Wolves' economy state is got to be considered. We had some major issues from them when it came to buying up the necessary amounts of utility on their T side, and weapon advantages on CT were missing in that last map. You can see already SMG for Nixon to bolster up the rest of the buy with nothing in savings. There's still some reserves for ECLOT on the contrary. Copenhagen Wolves need to win this round, really. I think they've missed the monster smoke there as well.
They definitely have. Copenhagen Wolves now have to use another smoke on B, and that is a little bit of an issue because your B players need to be re-smoking monster, not just wasting one. Tapeware jump spotting out here from the boost, making sure that he keeps eyes out towards the short pipe. Player in divider, a little bit of a rotator from Jorko with the AWP. Not a lot of A pressure in the majority of these gun rounds from ECLOT.
Pressure to B has been crippling the Wolves side. We'll have Spardaus here towards mid in the bathroom, so maybe there's some breathing room, something to work with, or an angle to play. Bomb's going to rotate towards mid as well, so this actually might end up being an end A. 4 players worth of attention drawn towards that B bomb site as utility starts coming down towards said A bomb site. Mateos holding passive, ready to dip out the way and call in for his teammates for a 5v5 retake if necessary. And he does win the fight in Spardaus actually, so that might provide a little something more.
Copenhagen Wolves are making a lack of info because of the heavy gamble. They're playing almost a retake A setup here.
Smoke down. Dumpster held away. Advantage and the man advantage still held by the Copenhagen Wolves here. Mateos are going to try and extend it with a little bit of a risky peek ahead of that smoke, but covered off enough. Tapeway against Aaron. So now the bomb needs to get picked up and planted. 6 seconds. It will be secured by Detour. The CT's charging ahead of that flashbang. Look, it's Nubik and Detour. A 3K sequence. Forzy's AWP also chimes in. How quickly this round fell to pieces for the Wolves. Nixon at 33 points of health, not getting past Nubik. 5-on-3, Dwayne. 5-on-3.
Well, if you slow that round down or you've just got eyes, you'll recognize that they ran through that smoke before the flash had even popped. So Nubik has got an excellent chance to get the first, start transitioning towards the second before he's even blinded. I mean, when you got a 5-on-3, you need to be making sure that your protocol and timing's pretty good, because otherwise that's going to happen. Now, they made that look easy from ECLOT.
Pistol basics for the Wolves. Flash forward, D, Ghoul fighting Nubik. Aaron kills, found Nixon's USP. Can turn up. Detour can deal with Jorko. Nixon a follow-up. Belaney, all that remains, and it's easy pickings on the ecos. See if F7 can get one more exit frag, but you're highly doubting even that.
And for Copenhagen Wolves, they were currently on a 4-game winning streak on HLTV before their last 2 losses. And if you start thinking about how heavy those losses have been to Alliance and Ultra Energy, and then you look at this one and say, we're going down yet another best-of-3 series against ECLOT 0-2, where we haven't really shown the best of quality. What's that going to say about our future? Now, I might sit here and say that European Pro League and Galaxy Battle isn't as big of the tournaments as maybe some of the others with the top 3 and second, but if you're not even able to get out of the group stage here in Thunderpick, and then you look back at what some of the closed qualifiers have looked at for CCT, results have been uneasy. Results have looked quite tough. But they can't afford to lose this best-of-3 without taking a map at a bare minimum.
Fast out T-side, quick pop towards short access, but doesn't find anything ahead of that smoke. Forzy's orb can get Nixon at least. Belaney just ahead of the smoke, and Monster can get Aaron. Mateos will know that Forzy's here, close to that flashbang. You find an angle, peek forward, catch perfect timing on moving. Now the orb has got to get away. Man advantage for the Wolves here.
Crazy move to walk through a smoke like that. It's high risk and high reward. Gets in, makes sure that he can back up. Now, in that moment, SPARTA knows that B was takenly heavy. Knows that the con player moved out, so A is going to be weak. So if you can work a good timing and catch Jorko, that's the round over.
Jorko spotting SPARTA. SPARTA seen him. Fight goes a little bit messy, but it goes the way of the T-side player. Looking for a 3v2. If he can get the next man, Detour takes advantage of the distraction on the center of the bomb site. Strikes from outside, doubles up on Mateos as well. Belaney's out of there. 6 on the board of ECLOT. That's 6 out of the last 7 from ECLOT as well.
Well, if we had a pound for every man advantage in a mid-round that was lost from Copenhagen Wolves, I think we would have a pretty fun day by the end of this map. It's becoming a liability, and I think the only person that can take leadership and can take responsibility is the in-game leader. It doesn't matter who's making individual mistakes or what the positions are. As the caller and the captain, it comes on to you. Why are we losing these 5v3s and 4v3s right there? It's unacceptable at any level. When you're playing on HLTV as frequently as they are, you can't let that slip. I mean, this is Copenhagen Wolves' what, 33rd best of 3 on HLTV in the last 3 months? It's not as if they're a mixed side, like we had earlier, that's making their debut for their full 5. These guys are playing at, I would say, a decent level regularly, every single week on HLTV. And we are seeing a lot of fundamental mistakes. Now, you can give a little bit of a pass because it is overpass, okay? They haven't played this map in any official capability. But man advantages are man advantages. There are still fundamental mistakes that are being made that I would say don't always come down to the map that you're playing.
I wonder if that would be a good motivation tactic to find the team every time they bottle a man advantage situation.
Well, I'm sure that there's a lot of staff that would notice that quite quickly, wouldn't they?
Call it the bottle job fund. Every round you bottle, give it to the casters and fund their night out.
Yeah, I like that one. I mean, for Copenhagen Wolves, they'll have a chat with Cost, who I actually had not seen him coaching for a little while. I remember when he was coaching the Flames Ascent roster, which was the Copenhagen Flames Academy. It had, what, Speedy and Fez, Hansy, those kind of guys. He was there for a bit, and that all dropped the team. And then he went over to XI, which is another lower-level Danish squad, and then we've just not seen him. So decided to come back up here. I'm sure that maybe Nixon would have been someone that could have vouched for him. Been a part of the coaching staff from the beginning of the year now.
Not making much of a difference in the here and now, unfortunately. Half buy around the pistols. Eagles 5-7, USP dead. Might be killing Detour as close as they get. Not able to really land much. Unfortunately, ECLOT are really running away with this map. I don't know, the round as well, I guess, but in general, the grand scale of things, Copenhagen Wolves have not quite gained any major foothold here. 7 on the board of ECLOT. Well, nothing they can do to change that.
I guess Aaron knows what it's like to work with a smaller region. I mean, think about him as a caller very early on in the Hungarian scene. We knew that there were some okay teams, but he got to work with Torzi on Salamander, and that would have been, at least at the time, a really hot prospect, someone that eventually went on to Tier 1. But then after that, we just never really got Hungarian players that moved to Tier 1, whether it was BP5, that Domination roster, Rubik's, even out towards Pera. They had to force that roster to be international, and it's a similar notion to what ECLOT have had to done.
Aaron frag on tapeware. Spardaus picked up Jarko Mateos with a returning frag of the Copenhagen Wolves, but they've lost that man advantage. Turn back again, looks like Blaney. Bang almost comes up. Aaron down. Trade of Detour now in a 1 versus 3. He's picked up the first kill. Looking for the second man. Blaney's AWP. Killed back. Nixon finds his return, and the Wolves have actually turned around and made this advantage of their own this time.
Good work there from Blaney with the distraction that's coming out from Con. The rounds have not been easy by any stretch, but if you can at least end it on a high note, if you can get yourself to 5 CT rounds, there's something to work with moving into the second half. Most unfortunate nature is that even in the gun rounds that have been won by the Danes, they've just never been able to reset them, have they? You won pistol, one anti-eco, you've won a single gun round, then you just lose the next. You've now won your second gun round, and the economy is still even featuring an AWP.
Jorko will apply that AWP towards Forzy, remove him. Start things off. AWP shots of Jorko, desperate to find the next man. Detour going to sandwich him and force him into the open, where Spardaus be credited with that kill. Looking for the next contact up long. Secondary player's out there, but he's nearly out of ammo. Tapeware with a swing, fight, spray, 3-on-3. Nixon just got seen. Blaney and Nixon combining, well timed on their peaks. There's one man left at Detour.
Well, thank goodness individually they're sharp on B, because they just look lost fundamentally. I mean, right there for Jorko, he has no defender in the bathrooms and no CT out there to divide her. So how he expects to go up at top con, I'm not sure. I mean, he needs a flashbang from someone. Detour is basically in the exact same situation as the last round, when there's time on the clock, CT's had the bomb. He's holding the rotation, but the timing is off. This is an easy kill now for Tapeware.
Close out the half on a high note for the Copenhagen Wolves, still down by 7-5, but could have been much worse than what it was in the previous.
Yeah, Copenhagen Wolves will look at it and say, Mix in the series earlier were always down by rounds, sort of only clawed their way back into the game when we got later in regulation. That's kind of what we need to do right now. We haven't really shown a huge amount, but if we can win first pistol, if we can win first gun round, we can put a little bit of a threat towards Aaron and co. If you are ECLOT, probably disappointed that you didn't get more rounds. This felt like a map, especially in the first half, that was screaming a 9-3.
Well, perhaps a bit of a blessing there for the Copenhagen Wolves. Now, can they maintain it and usher forth a little bit more competence, a little bit more potential behind this second half. May well need a pistol win, which is something that has mostly eluded them. Lost both in the first map up, at least took one here to start off here on Overpass. You saw how that 7-5 turned quickly to mush as soon as they lost the pistol on the CT side of that Ancient. So all important round for them to win. ECLOT will know it. Heavy-handed towards Connector. Now on the B bomb site, and Copenhagen Wolves are leaning in from Monster.
Will be a 5-on-5 retake, and we saw quite a lot of that when it came to Ancient. All the youths are down, con players can fly out. Now Aaron's got a kit and a smoke, so watch out in the late rounds about them putting the smoke down onto the bomb.
Jorko spotted by FAVBET. What a shot. 6 HP as well with that pistol, not getting anything out there, or almost anything from Copenhagen Wolves. Could have done with the man advantage. SPARTA now leaning in from shore. They've traded places with the T side. Detour desperate to come up with a decent pick. Instead, it's not going to happen. Out in SPARTA, at least get those kills back in the main kind of 4 versus 2. Aware of the player at water. He's dead. Nixon trading. Bomb needs to get on right now because they've only got one kit of Aaron's part. He's on the defuse and being distracted is Nixon by Nubik and FAVBET. FAVBET picking up the casualty. There will be another pistol win for ECLOT.
That was so well read there from Aaron. So the idea in that round is let's get the bomb for heaven and let's start wrapping. Let's start getting up there and then we can protect and play the long game. Notice how Aaron is. He's almost in bank, bro. He's so far back because he knows I need to be as late on this as possible. I need them to completely overthink about the bank position and then that's when I can come in. When you've got a kit and smoke, it doesn't matter how long you waste on the clock. As long as there's distraction, there is still so much time for Aaron to make do, and that's exactly what he does.
Copenhagen Wolves bringing out everything that they can to try and establish something more here. Desperate need to steal around. On harsh ecos in the majority of these second round breaks, and first time in this series I believe that we haven't seen them truly force the issue. Bomb plant bonus enabling that. Does mean they can't get to the early rifles, so this lead could get even worse. In pretty dire need of a shutdown. SPARTA is going to evade that mid-contact. A divider, especially where the T-side players are at. The jump phases from FAVBET may get the info if he times it right. But it's all down to timing and reaction. SPARTA sees the shoulder out. Mateos barely gets away with the kill found. Advantage held by the Wolves here. Tapeware leaning up for Z to get spotted. Nixon trades in 5-on-3. Aaron with a kill. Couldn't deal with a low HP Nixon. Mateos also low in this context. 4 versus 2. Bomb plant secured. Retake seeming extremely unlikely for the ECLOT side. So Copenhagen Wolves get what they need the most here. The round win in the second break. Nubik knows going to have to run for it. They'll hear that. They'll know he's on his way out. And ECLOT stalled out for now.
So many flashes to try and help out FAVBET, but he gets himself in the pizza corner, which unfortunately is a bit of a 1-for-1. Rather than being out there towards dumpster or maybe towards bank or even at the back of truck, when you fade around that smoke, you are just going to get traded so quickly. Everyone on rotate finds nothing, and SPARTA, he'll be disappointed in himself. Yes, you're holding the right-hand side and you get peeked to the left, so it's not an easy adjustment. You are the first casualty, and when you had 3 players towards B, we needed a little bit more backing. The Copenhagen Wolves win a very important force buy round, so the anti-force buy needs to come back in, the rebuy needs to come up. Now this is probably where ECLOT have got very few decisions on what they can do. They can try and take short water, they can try and take aggressive long and try and put a little bit of fight down towards the playground entrance or out there towards the party stairs. You've got to be on the front foot. I think if you hang back and you play passive in a round like this, you're just going to open yourself up to an execute.
Maybe some more comfort for Copenhagen Wolves. Unless Nubik. No, discovered there by Tapeware. I was going to say, unless he was able to strike against them and sneak their way around tree, but Jorko and Tateware have been able to deal with that. Forzy and Nubik down. And just 3 5-7s remain for ECLOT, so this should be a bit more of a formality from the Wolves.
Now, Ditor can take contact and then just start running himself into B. But yeah, there's nothing in this round. Copenhagen Wolves are going to get themselves up to 7. Then they'll be up against the anti-eco, so it will be 8-8. We probably are going to get, at least from a scoreline perspective, a more competitive map here on Overpass than what we did on map 1.
Detour hiding amongst the smokes. Flash against him. Is that going to blind him? Not quite. Done a very good job of protecting his position and hiding information away, but couldn't seek cover forever. Copenhagen Wolves will have this bomb site. ECLOT recover as much as they can. That M4 was stolen away by Mateus, though, so no chance to recover that M4. The Scout and SMG will have to do. Small something to have over in what will be a harsh eco in the next round.
This is going to be a good test for Aaron as a caller, because you're in a pressured situation where first gun round you're going to be limited. You're going to have no AWP out from Forzy. You might even go down to an MP9 or a FAMAS to get a little bit of extra util and a kit forward. You need to try and work out a game plan. Try and work out a way post this eco what you're going to do. How you're going to be able to get under the skin of Copenhagen Wolves. Last map, even though it was 13-9, there were some contentious rounds. We're seeing that exactly the same, whereas this time, when it gets to 8-8, there is a bit more of a threat of this going to a third map. And I think that's not what you want at all. Even though Copenhagen Wolves' barrage, I would say, is okay, you want to get them right here and right now, don't you? You want to get them in a 2-0.
Well, the more and more this comeback builds, the more and more this team side gets going, the less likely that 2-0 becomes for the ECLOT side. Should be going to dead set evens at 8 apiece with the way this eco's panning out. All 5 are alive for the Wolves. The rifles return from ECLOT. Would love to see a tactical right now to reinstate some confidence, reinstate the game plan, and yes, that's what they're going to do. Moment to talk, to replay to Aaron. Mental reset, readjust, go forward with the final game plan. Because it's not impossible that ECLOT could still take a 2-0. We talk about the idea that Copenhagen Wolves could still be back in this matchup. The chances might be slipping, but they don't have to slip all the way.
Well, we noticed that for the first few gun rounds that Copenhagen Wolves had in the first half, they were taking short water quite aggressively. Nixon was the guy that was trying to control that area. So that might be something that they try and do. Pre-smoke down, molly out to the monster pipe, HE Condor, just try and take map control away. Now, Nubik has already gone for that aggressive long challenge. He did it in the previous eco with the M4, and it didn't work out. They didn't get anything from Tree. But normally, from a CT point of view, if you've made a play like that already, you probably won't run it again.
Mateus and Jorka tagged up early on the Copenhagen Wolves side, suppressed initially. And a T-Con that looked to make their way in a park, and an idea of taking some long access. Reverse crossfire from the ECLOT players here in the bathroom. SPARTA and Aaron working together to watch long and mid. Lean forward. Stardust, shoulder scene, connects onto 2 with Tateware peeking awkward as the bomb dropped as well. Back might be turned, a chance available for a trade, and indeed, Jorko can do so. Aaron also peeks into the man and loses his life. 3-on-3, advantage conceded. Forzy now left alone at divider to defend the A bomb site. The rotations are inbound.
With that crossfire, they might not expect a third player out here, because you don't need a divider or a bathrooms player with that setup in play. Could this be overlooked? You've got yourself a rotation out on the bomb site. Forzy might completely get unchecked.
Kills a Forzy, doubling up towards Belaney and Nixon. And Jorko, all that's left, 1v3. Bomb in CT control with no time to recover it. Nothing left in this kind of a round. 9 on the board of ECLOT. Second of the half. A chance to start building upon some momentum, but they face the wall. That is the T economy. For one of the first times in this series, Copenhagen Wolves got some cash to spend.
You can appreciate the aggressive move there from Forzy, because there's two ways of playing it. One way is how he did it, to play aggressive when they've caught with util out, and the other one is consistently tucking and just holding. The issue with the second one, Jay, is that you could just get jiggled, couldn't you? Like, if they do decide to check it or even pre-fire it, you're just done. So he's taken that moment with the two options, and he's gone in with a play that has caught them off guard with util in their hands. Anti-rush util with a flash towards Monster. It's very aggressive. Jorko's trying to get an opening with the orb.
Big green gun available to the T side, but not able to strike just yet. Gave this early damage towards the Wolves camp. Detour burning that smoke, not extending to extinguish all of the flames. Tobacco Toxic. Be driven back alive, but only just.
Reboost is coming in, and it's all about timing whether this is being watched by the T side. Oh, look at the read. Everyone is here.
HE smokes down, spray through. Aaron kills off Belaney before he drops Tapeware. Good to respond. They desperately need something big out of Nubik. Close range player with that bomb on his back. Got close to jumping over the toxic barrels, but didn't go forward with it. Detour, blind spray, spotting a player in Mateos, but does take Nubik. Forzy chimes in. Detour's finally caught, but Forzy still chimes up. Bomb plant can be secure, but Tapeware will lose his life almost certainly. They're closing in real quick, and in the end, he doesn't even get a bomb plant out of it. ECLOT now maybe back in near full control. Another bite to face from Copenhagen Wolves, though.
Tactically, Copenhagen Wolves are just so poor on overpass. It's only been their individual ability that's gotten themselves out of trouble and been able to win rounds. Even that one right there. Low time on the clock. Aaron jump spots, or at least gets boosted up, sees a player out there towards short water. There's just nothing on A. There's no lurk top con, there's no one long, there's no one bathrooms. And when you're just not hearing anything, you just know we need to get a B stack in. And they've got to be quicker. Tateware's got to be faster off of that boost with no A presence to get themselves into short, get them through in from Monster. ECLOT had so many players out there on B. By the time they've actually committed up and are mid-bomb site, it's just a 5v5 on the site. And you just can't play like that. You're always going to lose out. I know in the trades it got a little bit tight, and towards the end, they looked like a bit of a chance. But tactically, they have looked a lot poorer on overpass, and they have looked too weak to close out this map for me.
May well be one last chance for Copenhagen Wolves to establish something. Money has almost run out. This buy should well be their last, minus bomb plant bonuses. And Jorko gets an all-important start. Nubik swinging in towards shore, losing his head so quickly to the orb.
Free smoke can go down towards Monster, but this is where ECLOT are now questioning where they want to stack. Do they want to rotate a third player B? Do they want to keep two towards A? Nubik was meant to be the info play there. He was meant to regain short water control. So him going down has now limited the vision of the map awareness.
30 seconds. Copenhagen Wolves looking to act out towards the A bomb site. SPARTA is caught. FAVBET, flash blinded, taps away a dumpster, but decides to let this one go. Money is not great for ECLOT, even if they have started to build back some momentum. Plant will be secured. Retake off the table, will save their guns, drop some weapons, rebuy for SPARTA in particular. But Copenhagen Wolves fend off a worst case scenario situation.
The Wolves have done well in that round to be able to work that first pick from Jorko. And then all they do is pack and group. Like, there's not too much to it. They don't get fakey in the mid-round. They don't try and pull over rotations. They just simply commit up in the bomb site. We've seen a couple of rounds in which SPARTA towards A, he's just not holding his weight in terms of the one-for-one kills. So as soon as the rotation of FAVBET on the back of A realizes he doesn't get one, there's just no point going for it. Bring your weapons, buy up in the next. Copenhagen Wolves, though, do keep 5 alive. And with how their T-side has been going, the one positive, the one good caveat you can give them, and it's maybe similar to how sometimes T-side Inferno goes down, because it's been so heavy on the saves, they've been able to hold on to so much money, and that is going to help them for these last few rounds of regulation.
Difficult round for ECLOT. Bashing their way forward to find the first of Mateos, so that's a positive start, and at least the aggression to fight fire with fire. What more they do though? Delaney's found other ideas. A sneak forward detour, counter util in, awkward spray from Delaney. Wastes the opportunity given towards him. Incendiary blocks the further access from short. A 5-on-3 established. Detour pinned in the corner. Nubik comes in with a flank. Out of connector. Jorko can drop. Nixon trying to hunt for a trade. His teammates also involved here. Man's on 1 HP. Should get overwhelmed. Could be a counter rotation piece, but they know that they've suppressed them. And Tate was about to reveal that they're making their way back in that B bomb site. Fight comes down. He makes some more noise, but doesn't bait any further rotates of ECLOTs.
But ECLOT are doing a very sound job of not overpeaking here. And FAVBET just needs to make sure he doesn't fall to this AWPer. Don't give any freebies back to the opposition. Oh, what a timing that was. It was a great call. Belaney going aggressive through short is the right decision. You know that the CTs have taken aggro park. So if they've gone playground with 2, there's got to be a third player assisting with util. B has got to have a weak bomb site. It's got to be 2 max, but probably just 1. So that's where Belaney takes the timing off of the info to make the play. I'd say the beauty of the round is the absolute fumble of that spray. That is the easiest of kills that Belaney could have got against the ARCRED Detour.
Not a good highlight to add to his reel. Only 8 kills deep in this map as well. Bottom of the board for everybody. Now SPARTA looks to try and decimate the remaining T-side players. Goes close, but can't finish off Nixon. Tapeware's allowed to get that bomb down. Very deep the Detour, the first man in. A kill opportunity for Tapeware, who couldn't finish off the job his teammates started. Aaron will trade him as a result on Nixon. And it will be number 11 for ECLOT.
A little bit tunnel vision there from SPARTA. He just tried to deny the bomb from going down with spam before really focusing anywhere else on the bomb side. So that round gets a bit more expensive than what it should have done. Nixon had that AWP out there towards the short pipes. They're trying to go back towards it. Get on that defuse. Aaron is searching for it, but FAVBET and him will be in a position now where they know that they are getting close to getting this game wrapped up. Buy stake still looks good from the T-side line. 2 to go, 2 more.
Well-built economy, but it's still only skating on ice. ECLOT with 1 more good round would cripple them, and that should be enough to seal the deal on this series. 2 rounds to the win. 1 to reset the walls without bomb plants again. That's what you're looking at the most here. They can sneak that much in, they'll give themselves a chance in the next force buy, but the problem would be if they go down without getting anything. Mateos, first kill on the mid player, so there's a start for the Wolves.
He's looked really weak in this second half. He's been punished for a lot of mistakes. We've seen it out from the bathrooms, giving away fights without getting any damage, not being in a position where he can work off of his teammate. I know that right there, that's an aggro move, but it's a solo mission that's just not warranted a single kill, not even a single point of damage. And now you might have to start gamble stacking because of it. This is a tough sight hold for Dittor if he does get hit.
He sneaks forward the smoke. Dittor almost got caught off guard. Flashbang's coming in against him. He's got to dive back towards Monte, being chased down by Nixon. Two could line up. Eventually, TPuDCATb's credited with taking him down. He's the only B defender. Rotations weren't there fast enough from ECLOT. And they're going to save. Back off again. Hold their weapons to another round. Give Copenhagen Wolves the chance to build back. Money, rounds, composure on this T side. 10 to the Wolves board.
And Aaron is certainly confident in SPARTA's ability if he wants to set him up for these aggro moves and these solo missions. But he might have to think about coming in with a different style, trying to set him up differently. Not working, and they're not getting impact out of him. Aaron might even lose this AK. Yeah, this is going to be a lot more expensive than ECLOT would have hoped.
Nubik shouldn't get hunted here. Well, I say that, they are going to try their hand at it, but don't go all the way into T-Con. And lost bonus is not good for ECLOT, so... what do we do? Drop weapons from Nubik. Tacticals called in by the ECLOT camp. Only one remaining, so they've burned that much. It's all execution from here. Unless we go to an overtime, in which case you get one extra, but point being, they're going to put their chips in on the table. Put everything into round 22. We'll have another chance to buy back into round 24. But they'll take their chances at a steal right here.
ECLOT really should have been crossfiring out in deep connector or even out there towards the playground. This buy would have looked so much better if it had a couple more rifles behind it. That saved AK, that saved M4 from Forzy and Aaron. What a difference round 22 could have been. Aggro long take. Haven't seen this for a little while.
Fight from Aaron goes well onto Jorko. He's lost Nubik in the process. Double up for the Hungarian. Caught him a fragging IGL. Well, we just proved it right there. Resmokes on SPARTA. Has caught Nixon. Quite a half overall, but his SMG upgrades to an AK. And ECLOT still on for the steal kill. TPuDCATb can get caught on timing. He turns his frag back around, as does Belaney over on Monster. Info on both individuals, but now ECLOT have lost those rifles.
Belaney's going to try and work timings, and this is something that he's done quite frequently in this second half. The bomb could get caught. Oh, this could be a good timing against TPuDCATb, but they're going up con. They're now leaving B.
Smoke sent down to the bomb site will indicate it's really going on. Smoke on short in particular. Dittor and Forzy so far away. No kits in play. Recovering one AK. A second one is also up there towards T-Con. Their hearts just don't feel like they're in this round here.
They're waiting for Dittor to make something happen, and he comes very close to that kill against TPuDCATb.
TPuDCATb, however, gets away. Awake and alive. Dittor continuing to make noise. Peek up Forzy. Better be ready for this man. He gets his kill. It's all onto Belaney now. 1v2. Time still there with ECLOT. But they're going to get on the bomb right here. The smoke diffuse. Held by Dittor. Tapped. Stuck. Belaney sees nothing. Footsteps heard. But Forzy comes up with the trade. It's not enough. Not enough time. If only they had a kit, maybe it could have worked. But Copenhagen Wolves will not be stolen against in the money state. The second stage, a lost bonus kicking up. ECLOT don't have enough for the full investment, but will they look to commit to another force buy?
Well, you might have to download the demo and watch that back. I'm not really sure how Belaney got the kill towards B. Like, from before the 2v2, Aaron had set up that round. He'd done so much work out there towards T-Con. They just needed to crossfire. A little bit of a mistake. ECLOT with a 4v2 right there. I mean, that was the golden ticket. That was the job wrapped up. That was the best of 3 finished.
P250s and 5-7 from Detour, AK on 4Z. That's what you're working with. How different this round could have looked, how much more in position ECLOT could have been to close. Initial plays towards B, but they're slowly formulating a gamble stack over on A. T-side presence coming up quick. They're hearing all these footsteps as well. Execution U2 on, smokes towards Dumpster and Bank. Counter smoke there from the CT forces. Will that force Copenhagen Wolves to commit or cancel? Signpost force, you see the H's coming in. Blind sprays, gets nothing. The pistol of Detour can though. It's panic from Nixon, only has one kill out of Detour with trade. Tayware responds towards two individuals. One more man left the divider. AK picked up, sees his second contact. Third, unaware of. Bomb plant can still be secured to the backside. Tayware's caught. Bomb plant is secured. Orp the AK. One missed shot from Jorko could seal the deal on this round, so he backs away even further. Resmoke on Bank. Aaron does not have a kit. He's not seen. Shot doesn't ring out. Edge of the smoke. It's Jorko. Holds on to the kill. Just holds on to the round for Copenhagen Wolves, who are on map points.
Really well played there from Aaron in the 1 versus 3. The way that he's able to isolate that second duel after getting the one with the P250, smoking off Bank and holding the edge of it, he's played it correctly. Jorko has to walk through that smoke to catch off Aaron. That fight should never be able to go the way of the Bulgarian. That's a hell of a shot. And Copenhagen Wolves, well, they may have just been able to survive the threat. They may have just been able to close this game out in regulation.
Got to deal with one more rifle buy of ECLOT. Sprays against Belaney, tagging him low already. Aaron hoping for more blind shots from beyond the wood wall. They've stalled out the walls for now. Incendiary. Almost caught Belaney there. Molotov at the T-side getting dangerously close to a TK against that man, but able to avoid it. Aaron jumping for info, saw one.
Gonna jump again. Back and forth spams. Now, as that's happening, the CTs have been able to re-walk because it was quite heavy towards B at the start of the round. You've got a crossfire in the bathrooms. We've not seen Forzy on this angle. This is a CSGO crossfire that we used to see very commonly.
We're making some noise out mid. Belaney rejoining his teammates. T-side. Ready for the B hit. The B split. One from short. Three from Monster. Detour. Firing blind, hoping to react to something that isn't there. Flashbangs coming up, and Aaron can strike first against Belaney. That's an all-important start. ECLOT overwhelmed on the captain's part. Nubik also traded back on Tito's part. Gets a secondary kill. Tertiary, right available beyond the toxic barrels, but Jorko close range with the orb. Lands his no-scope. 2v2. Spartus now in the back lines. Comes in with his flank. Mateos at 36 HP. Been stellar in this series for the Wolves. But this seems like it's a bridge too far. 10 seconds, needs that plant. Try and put Util down. HE on Spardau, trying to bait him into the open. Gets the kill. Last man swung upon. Oh, almost dead on with the crosshair, but a little bit off. Gives Forzy his kill, and ECLOT will go to overtime.
Well, I think if there's anything to pull in terms of a positive from this series from the Wolves, it's how incredible the Croatian rifler is. That round should have just had nothing in it. You got, what, 15 seconds on the clock, your CTs are giving you nothing, you tap, you draw the fight, and then you just about give yourself a chance against Forzy. A fair play. That was a good effort. But ECLOT, they'll know that this series should have been wrapped up already. They know that they should have been able to close in regulation. So now that it's got to overtime, the goal and the expectation still is close in 2. Do not let this drag out, because we've known that Mirage has statistically always been a fairly weak map for ECLOT. The previous iterations, when the Eli was in the team, when even Mikey was there as well, they never liked it. So now that I look at the new roster coming in, you don't want to be playing that final map as the decider.
ECLOT may stand to lose their whole advantage in this best of 3. And they looked so good on Ancient when they looked like they were going to pretty easily handle the Wolves. Is there a world in which the Wolves could turn the whole situation around? They have fought well to drag this into the distance. On point, the advantage for ECLOT. The margin is 7-3. Now, 4 rounds will have to be the difference maker to set one team up for the victory here in overtime. Magic number 16. 12.5k rule set. ECLOT. Initial swings forward, hearing tape where Barnow's not going to try and act.
He can't, not when he's solo. He's got to play passive. The only way that he can force a fight is if a teammate comes with him, and that is what's happening now. Now, we saw this set up previously, but it was not seen by the T side because of the B lane.
Jump up for info. The player on the bomb site. HE's miss, shadow advantage for Nubik, finds 1, not quite 2. Or before he starts repositioning, he winning the fight against Jarko, gets caught in the leg on transition in the open. SPARTA, here's that flank though. Comes in, shot to the man, mid cleared up. They know it's got to be a B play. All he's got to do is defend his connected control. Copenhagen Wolves don't have time to rotate. They've got to hit it right now. Molotov sent, flashes over, fight from Detour. Doesn't get away with 2, but that's what Aaron's there for. And ECLOT finally win a bit more over Copenhagen Wolves.
It's such an easy read because once you catch the AWPer and you jiggle the top of con, you don't need to rotate down con. You rotate down con, you just troll the round because then you could potentially fall and then that's when they can rotate back up to A. You just jiggle there at the top of the con stairs, the B players know that we've got to get ready. And previously, Ditour's been playing sort of more towards water or the barrels or even at the monster wall. We've not seen him in that monster tucked corner, almost up on the surf. So ECLOT find there first. That was a strong hold between him and Aaron.
Jump face has seen one of 4Z. He's obviously seen players as well. Engage a Spardau. Could be the first port of call. Flashbang turned away from hides away. Fight from tape where comes up good as he's caught dropping off of the plat. Flashbang in against 4Z as well. Nixon finds his swinging hit. Advantage tips the way of the Wolves now.
They're taking monster control on the CT basis, and this is unknown to Belaney, so this should be a bit of a free kill from the rap player of Ditour.
Well, hang on. Although he could get so much more out of this. Players incoming. Oh, almost wastes his chance. He does get one out of them. Aaron, meanwhile, getting Jorko as the AWP shot misses now. A 2v2. Favor ECLOT with Belaney at 15 points of health.
That looked like the classic dink-off animation. That should have been an easy couple. Nubik got the HP advantage against Belaney, but he doesn't against Nixon.
Belaney's going to walk forward first. Dry facing kill, found second engage, gives Nixon away into the round. A 1v1, Incendiary sent towards Aaron as well. AK swing, damage will be heard. Nixon just forced off the bomb for now. Oh, fight from Aaron still goes well, and ECLOT take 3 on the trots.
Now, Aaron will feel very pleased about that round because that was touch and go. I don't think you can blame Ditour. We know exactly what the dink animation looks like with the T side, with the head dob. So yeah, unfortunate not to get 2. Great trigger discipline, though, to be able to recognize that round, that Belaney's the B-site lurk, that there was pressure out there towards the top of connector, and just to have that patience, that peace of mind to just settle yourself.
One more round in it. Nixon seen by Spardau as he goes down first and foremost. Connector and underpass cleared. Gonna wait for more presence to come his way down from Con. Mateos spotted. First fire of the M4. It's a secondary. Forced to reload. USP's pulled out. Tape Wecker overwhelmed. But he's done his damage. 2-for-1 trade. It's all the rest of the ECLOT players to finish the job.
What a lovely sequence to come through from the Lithuanian. You are completely alone. High and dry in Con. 1-for-1 would have been sufficient. To be able to get 2 is just excellent work. And 4Z is just always on rotation. He's this time deep in towards the bathrooms. Aaron has already seen 1 and seen that bomb. This is good info.
Util used to stop that individual or before Z. Crack angle. Doesn't hit the shot. Second chance. Doesn't connect that either. And that's Belaney's chance to enter back in towards the round here. Tagged up a little bit by Aaron's next face. He's got a player in the back line as well. Swing forward, headshot taken with counter util also involved to try block them out of the way. Smoke to get the cross. Challenge take where Aaron wins that next fight. Double from him. Detours close on the back lines. Jorko can take one player out. Aaron is susceptible to also going down. The Detours waiting for his chance to strike and he takes it in whole. 15-12 map point, match point for ECLOT 2.
One of the most exciting caveats now to ECLOT is that they've got a fragging IGL. We casted a lot of the previous iteration. Now, I thought that Kriaz was a decent fragging IGL. I think he held his weight nicely. You have a look at the eLive stats, they were horrendous. He was really struggling. And when you've now got an in-game leader that's creating clutches, sort of working round wins by himself, it almost makes you believe, if you're the rest of the core, if you're Ditor and Forzi and Nubik, that we've brought someone in that's going to help us. Just elevate a little bit further. Now, it's going to take time to get familiar with the system and to get familiar with his playstyle, but just from an individual perspective, we're already noticing a night and day performance from the eLive to now Aaron.
ECLOT. Three rounds to the good with the 2-0 looming over the Copenhagen Wolves. Are going to have to channel their inner clutch. Have done well so far to keep this close, to keep this competitive, to make ECLOT's map pick a much bigger stress. Maybe in the nature of a curveball, but even so, not a simple affair, this overpass. The Copenhagen Wolves' victory is the exact same scenario. 3 chances to close, 3 rounds to make up for the opposition. Smokes are in the way, Mateos don't have any information to work with here.
Forzi just waiting to see if there's any sort of jiggle out there from the divider entrance towards Banana. Mateos is very aggressive by himself, and you'd expect him to start getting worried because he doesn't have much of an escape plan unless Blaney helps him.
Oh, chance for Mateos to strike. He snuck his way forward and took 2 down. Forzi's orb can trace, swing up, could line up a triple, and nearly a quadra of that, but Nubik takes him back. 7 points of health, though. Oh, this is not looking good. ECLOT challenged by that star breakout, but back's turn for Tapeware cost his team that man advantage. Aaron, his rifle will start creeping close. There's no one on the A bomb site. Copenhagen Wolves, slow wraps will begin.
I tell you, he's going to be absolutely fuming if they're not winning this round. That is a triple kill, and the damage down towards Nubik. And this round is set up for success, and instead, it is freedom. Now, Aaron should take bank space here. He shouldn't sit back. Yeah, he's going to keep pushing here. He needs to keep searching.
Nexus around the corner, though. Fight of Aaron works. Headshot taken. This could be disastrous. Another man-up situation for Copenhagen Wolves. Lost so many of these in the first half, and here it is only appropriate that it would be them that lead the charge with a 3-on-2 to now a 1-on-2 for Jarko. AWP in hand. No kit either, I should add. Found one off his teammate. Fights on, good shot. Aaron's down, Nubik, low HP. Could be easy enough till he sets. Flashbang over, Nubik turns away and he goes falling. Jarko somehow, someway keeps Copenhagen Wolves in the game.
In that position, you've got the bomb planted for Bank, but they hadn't hold onto that map control. Once they got the kill against Nixon, they backed up. Maybe expecting him to go dumpster. Right there, Aaron is just in the open, and the last person you want in a clutch is Nubik with an AWP on red HP. You'd much rather Aaron be in that 1v1. ECLOT will be annoyed at themselves. That was another done deal. I think it's been a few times across, especially regulation in the second half, where they had rounds on a silver platter and just couldn't quite close it out.
Well, nice run boost for Jarko to set himself up with the AWP. Seeing one, but no more than that. Tapeware starts moving. Taps of Nixon going through the wood wall. Belaney playing anti-flash at a monster entrance. Meanwhile, they have surrounded Tapeware here. Fight on Forzi. goes well. Detour good to trade.
Now you get more aggression out towards the short water. Detour needs to try and fight these CTs back. And while that's happening, SPARTA has been able to go very aggressive. Now, if he gets a good timing against the A player, A starts open.
Taos frag, Nixon starts his rotations. That's all the info called in by SPARTA. He doesn't need to act anymore. The bomb can safely make its way into the B bomb site. Can be wary of Blaney just in case. And they're all separated as well here, ECLOT. SPARTA's in the most risky position though. Exposed that this smoke will clear. And 2 men to face him, although Nixon's starting to back off. Bomb still outside of Monster though, so hasn't really got much rotation room.
They're waiting for SPARTA to make a play. They're contacting up towards A. Now, if he's got good timing against the AWP, at least if he can volley him out towards back, it's another great shot from Jorko.
SPARTA drops, Spillane now on the defensive, but backup's on the way. That AWP rotating to position, 30 seconds. Detour. Not seen first. Aaron, stellar shot. Now needs to prioritize that plant, and Detour can hear them coming up from heaven. Darko. Utility Center Wolves and flashbang over. The M4 leaning for Nixon. Fight against the AWP goes awry. Nixon gets the kill in. Aaron's got 2 angles to worry about. Can't get a headshot. Jorko takes him. And we are still in the game. 1 more to go.
Well, right there, when you've got the bomb carrier being able to reposition and get out into the open, Detour knows that he should be winning that fight. With that angle being held from an AK with a CT wrapping you up, no, that should just be Detour's kill every single day of the week. And I'd say that for Jorko, it didn't see much from him on map 1. Map 2, regulation, didn't get a lot of impact, but look at what he's done in these last couple of rounds of overtime. He's won a 1v2 clutch by himself, and then he's won yet another great frag from Bank and got one of the kills on the returning kill right at the end on the retake. He is, without a doubt, the only reason that Copenhagen Wolves are still fighting in this overtime and that it's not been 16 towards ECLOT.
One round to the good. 1 round to close for ECLOT. Copenhagen Wolves again able to hang in there. (15-14). 4Z shot on. Jorko's caught. Early frag to favor ECLOT. No returning responsives. Maybe providing a little bit of cover out short water. Smokes are in the way of Monster as well from those B-site players. Still undecisive of where to go. The default set in and there's no response from the Wolves.
Now, Forzy is waiting for the rotation, and Tateware is also in a position where he might peek into the angle. It could just be a gamble stack. This is where the in-game leader of Tateware says, right, I'm going to maintain the top of con, bathrooms, and long. We need to go triple B. We just don't have what it takes to be able to keep searching.
Tateware almost turned away at the wrong moment. Couldn't get capitalized upon by that player at long. Sparta unable to connect. Utility sent in by Mateos as well. Tateware leaning forward. Good read on Sparta birthday. The 4v4 can ensue.
Now getting themselves ready. They're making noise, and Nixon's been able to catch the frag against Aaron.
Might not even be wary of Blaney out in the open towards the other side of the wall. They will get that kill on Nixon. Bomb being dropped, but the lineup's good, only for the 1 pick. 1v3 for Forzy, and tanks a nade right to the face. Bounced off the cranium. Mateos, where is he? At water, shot does not connect. And we are playing on another round to a 15-all, another overtime, as Copenhagen Wolves drag this one out.
Well, ECLOT are going to be very frustrated because they should have won in regulation, and they probably should have closed all 3 of those rounds. They had advantages. They had man-ups. They were in good positions. I mean, look at that last round. You have an opening pick in con. What, first 15 seconds? Deal with Jorko as well. And it's not enough. Tateware, that one good fight that he got from the bathrooms towards Party, it was just enough. And then out on B, you get Blaney and Nixon that just flaring off one another. Yeah, maybe it's the early jitters of ECLOT only having their 3rd best of 3 as a full 5, but Aaron himself will just know It's not good enough from us. This series should have been wrapped up so long ago.
Perhaps it's a new map sort of thing. Again, first official from Copenhagen Wolves on this one, second official on HOTB for ECLOT. Talked about it being a significant curveball and maybe finding out a little bit of why.
Just the 3-0, though. That's the one that gets me. We almost never see it. The return of the 3-0, I'd say it probably happens about 5% of the time. You get 3 rounds in a row in overtime, you just guarantee it. It's just finished.
Not in this case. You are right, though. There's a reason why we always say that 3-0 is the deadly scoreline in overtime. ECLOT unable to deal out that killing blow, unable to end this series in 2-0 fashion. Look at those stars and find out, ask the question, who's going to be the one that steps up. Look at those bomb players and wonder if they can raise that basement to a point that ECLOT could claim another 3-0 in overtime or just an overtime in general. I don't think they'll be complaining too much about how they end it, just so long as they end it.
But they know that Jorko's becoming a bit of a threat towards A. He's had some good rounds in overtime. Been very slow. Got a lot quicker in regulation from the pacing of ECLOT. Out on B, it's a pretty light defense. Belaney is waiting for the contact to come up from Monster with this angle that's being held at the barrels.
Around the corner, Mateos, easy clothesline. Execution inbound of that B-bomb site. Fight from Aaron at range, a little bit awkward against Belaney, but he comes up good. Nixon struggling, will fall down to the Hungarian advantage. Claimed by ECLOT. Bomb now should get committed to the site. Incendiary center should land inside the smoke. HE only do so much to reveal, won't do anything in terms of damage. Another incendiary wasted by the CT side here. Tate has made his way to ground. Moving finds Mateos, and Detour protects his squad mate. Jorko's got nothing. Can fall away, save the gun. ECLOT know they've won the round, they've reclaimed another lead.
That's just always the absolute classic, isn't it? That you had 3 T rounds to close, 3 series points in overtime, couldn't do it on any of them, and then you go into the very next overtime and you just win it instantly. Aaron, good opening success from him. Wasn't easy, was it? I mean, that first kill was a bit awkward with the spray, and then for the second one, they sort of give a couple of jiggles, they bring the attention over towards Nubik on the pillar, and then Aaron springs up, but that's the in-game leader getting a double entry, and that is what opens up B.
ECLOT at the advantage. But will it remain so? Question that you have to ask and answer as this round rolls on, as this overtime rolls on. Copenhagen Wolves. Have fought back from the deficit and could still well do so again. Will it have to be a similar deficit this time, though?
I'm starting to wonder and ponder the idea of when do ECLOT get themselves a deep tournament run with this new roster? Because we certainly saw, even with the last iteration, while there were some struggles, there were some good tournament placements. You think about the Rainbet Cup that's sort of on the verge of 3 months ago. They got invited into the quarters. They 2-0'd Sashi, 2-0'd Gun 5, and 2-0'd Passion UA. It just obliterated them. Everything else has been, I would say, fairly mid recently, and since bringing in SPARTA, haven't really been able to get out of Swiss stages. CCT, the last one, was only a top 8. The one after that, the closed qualifier, they couldn't even win a game with Aaron in the team. But we do know that ECLOT have been very successful in 2024 and 2025 when it comes to winning titles, both in the local scene and the online divisions. I just sort of wonder whether this is the group stage where they're strong enough to get out of it, get themselves into the playoffs, maybe take down an early opponent in the first round. Because you'd like to get off with Aaron in the roster early, wouldn't you? You'd like to try and get at least a top 4 or a top 8 within your first couple of tournaments.
Both sides need success for varying reasons. ECLOT making recent changes, as is Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, even to go through some of the changes that they've made across this year. I mean, at the end of last year, they got rid of McGilla, who's been playing most recently with a Smoo on that Fish 1-2-3 roster. They then got rid of Era, and then that's when they brought in Belaney and Giacchino. We then brought in Cost as the head coach in January, and then Andu ended up getting kicked, and he's a guy now that's playing out on PC Game. After that, Shane got kicked. He was the in-game leader, or at least past in-game leader of the Mouse NXT original roster. They bring in Quez. I mean, that was a little bit of a surprising move, bringing in a Danish anchor that had only really played in system-based Counter-Strike with Sashi for the majority of his pro time. And even Tops, another Danish player. Then they bring in Nixon after that. Get rid of Giacchino, bring in Jorko. Wonder why there's been so many Danish players that have kind of come in. I mean, Nixon's last few teams, Sashi, Ecstatic, Whopper, what I would say is very timing-based CS, very much by the book, util heavy. It's not really the systems that you expect from an international team.
And those systems have kept things close, though. Copenhagen Wolves still trailing over the ECLOT side. I wonder what they're going to have to do to truly break the stalemate here. Whether they can even do that at this stage. Remember, ECLOT being in control for the majority of this best of 3. Only recently the Wolves have tested them. And even then, never tested them truly to the map win. Saw them get to map point first, at least. ECLOT had 3 series points over the Wolves at this juncture. Showing off how that experience can really impact things. And how much they can benefit from it as well. 5-man unit might be very new, but the core 3 is very well known across tier 2.
I think that's a load of bollocks, though. I mean, it is 16-15. Do you know what I mean? Like, if we're going to make that point about an experienced core, then why is it dragged out? Why is this game not done?
True.
I think if you're ECLOT, this game should be wrapped up, and it hasn't been, and that's the exploitations of an early team that are in a bit of turmoil. I mean, look at the roster, right? We had Kriaz and Blitz. Blitz a star player, Kriaz as the in-game leader. I would say 2024 was extremely successful. They were basically winning every local title, every TipSport LAN, they were winning it. Sinners weren't even coming close. Unity were just dogs. And then after that, it's like, and I remember speaking to Replay at the time, and I spoke to Forzy about it, and they put the vibe out there that we weren't really sure. We were sort of 50-50 whether we want to make changes or not. And they spoke to the organization, spoke to the players. You've made that change, and the lineup has just come nowhere near what that previous one did. And you bring in a good star player of Mikey. You bring in an experienced in-game leader of the eLive in the local scene, but he's not worked with, I guess, players at the top end of tier 2. He's not worked with the most successful of teams. It's been very difficult. They've been forcing a lot of changes to try and get this lineup to work.
Can it work for this next round and this next overtime? Belaney blinded by that flashbang. Point blank takes down 2. Detour good for a responsive. Jorko shot missed against New Big Detour. 11 HP. Caught by Tapeware to a 3v2. And Forzy's bomb with the AWP being seen at half HP for himself. Nubik may have to act if they want to get this round.
Excellent position against the nose flash for the beast anchor to get away with 2. That's not an easy position to be in. And a lot of damage. Set up this round completely. Now Nubik can get away from the flames. They're waiting for a wrap of the A site individual. They don't know that everyone is down on B. Now Nubik is trying to exploit a timing in which he has caught the in-game leader of Tateware.
Dips in, dips out, and Nixon tries to face for info, but that cost him his life. Copenhagen Wolves about to fall victim to old bad habits. A man advantage in this round. Now down to a 1v2 versus Mateos.
Just so much patience. Look at ECLOT. They've got 40 seconds on the clock. They're just not even moving. They're waiting for Mateos to make the play.
And he might just give them what they want, or even better, rotate away for no resistance. Did Forzy see him? I don't think so. B site. Plant down. Actually, I do think Forzy may have gotten some information towards that. His AWP is watching from short pipe. Bomb plant secured down default. Forzy going to wait. Simple shot with Mateos all he needs. And he connects it. Wonderfully done. And that right there is the benefits of experience.
Well, Belaney will just be furious. You've set up that round for maximum potential. You've shot against the B rush. You've made a complete lockout of Monster. And then it just gets silent. And the patience comes out. ECLOT don't create a lot of movement. Nubik is sort of watching Con, watching the short sandbag, looking out to the B bomb side. And Tateware just gives him a freebie. And I think any time you're repositioning on B, especially against short, you need to be locked into a crossfire, or at least in a trading position.
Chaos leans forward, doesn't get anything despite Aaron and SPARTA especially being fully blinded. Detour turns up on Tateware, and the temperature has been turned up on Copenhagen Wolves. Jorko doesn't take his first shot, backs away towards connector to try and evade the contact of the T side, but they're too quick for him. Nubik could get caught with his back turn, but Belaney and Nixon nowhere near the A bomb site. Quick plays up at the T side, should get his plant down, and more than likely win the round 2.
Copenhagen Wolves need Belaney to step up again massively. Now, at least they've got heavy util on the retake. They've got double incendiaries and a HE. If that goes down towards Dice and helps them out on the retake, it could force T-side players in the open. Bardow's just trying to clear as much as possible. Might even be a little dip through the edge of the smoke if they're feeling risky.
Nice HE placement. Both players caught damage on Nixon. More than Belaney, though. On top of SPARTA, going to back away. That dumpster angle, the truck in that corner. Belaney from bank, Nixon from dumpster. Flash in, that was teammate to peek. Deep down, damage done by the AK. Forzy gets Nixon. Belaney with a 1v4 to claim. 1 pick, 2 pick, nearly third lined up, but not to be. Aaron shuts it down, and again, it's another 3-0 overtime half for ECLOT.
Well, ECLOT are certainly giving themselves the best of chance possible to close out this series in a 2-0. It's a bit of a shame from Copenhagen Wolves because I think they have put in a pretty good shift overall. They've certainly looked uncomfortable. The rounds have looked very scrappy at times, but they have been able to force this game and drag it out. But yet, they just don't give themselves a chance of winning the map, do they? They just constantly give so many map points to the opposition that eventually it's going to be closing. Eventually, all it's going to take is one good 2v3 recovery, and that's it. The job's finished. 19's on the board for ECLOT. See you later, 2-0. See you next day.
The Wolves once again have to fight back from the worst of deficits. ECLOT just need to win 1 round. That's all that is required for the 2-0. 3 chances to close. 3 more chances to close. Their 4th series points up to play for here. You're upset. M4's out. CT side contact ahead of them. More flames there. The monster molly would have been hurt there by the Copenhagen Wolves guys as they start moving up. 4 in short pipe. Look at the CT players though. Nubik and Detour right up towards this smoke. Belaney's going to be trying to be ready for it. Is he going to get both the individuals? Gets the first, second, trades back. Detour, does he go for even more? Aaron certainly does a short pipe, and Detour's caught trying to escape 4v2. ECLOT went from disciplined to confident, and maybe overconfident in that aggressive phase.
I don't mind that at all. They haven't done that this entire map, and that's a perfect round to try and catch the opposition off guard. It's unfortunate that they don't catch Belaney with any sort of util. He's got his weapon drawn, and then they just draw in further fights. Everybody else after Dittor gets nothing. Aaron gets caught. Nubik gets caught. ECLOT had a little bit of flair in that round, and it is something that happens when you get to overtime, right? When you've played out so many rounds in Reg, there's only so many different things that you can do. We've seen all the defaults. We've seen all the mid-rounds. We know how heavy mid-rounding is on T-side overpass. Just got to try and see if you can catch your opposition sleeping, catch them napping. Because I will say, it's difficult to keep concentration. When you're playing for this long, especially the same map, it's quite easy to just doze off for just half a second. And then that's when the opportunity strikes, and that's when there's a jump on the round.
Two to the good. Still for ECLOT, number 5 on them series points. Is the 5th time the charm. Try the aggression. They'll go back more passive in towards mid-access. The blind sprays of Aaron. Initial damage onto Nixon. They won't know about it just yet. Plays forward of ECLOT. The Wolves will still be given a lot of map control towards top end and mid. 4 individuals total on the B defense.
Even though they're flash short water, they haven't taken any space. They're watching out for the boost. I don't even think we've seen a single boost from that T-side line out there on the short pipe in regulation or in overtime. You've also got to be wary of it in case it does come. Oh, good spam there from Nubik. And no one is in a position to trade out there to short water or connector.
Finishing off the job is Captain started. SPARTA now. Other side of the bathrooms, entrance ready for more, but not quite ready for the bathrooms individual. Smokes close, incendiaries try and counter. The counter smoke as well to the bathrooms entrance, giving SPARTA a chance to peek. Gap to the left of that smoke detour. Better not get caught quick. Switching looks towards Tapeware. SPARTA's caught Mateus in the meantime. 5 on 2. Jorko can take one trade back, but now needs to lead Belaney into the bomb site with the bomb on his back. Kill found, bomb dropped, no chance for the pole as Nubik, the bottom fragger, will connect to close out the round. A triple, in fact, in that round. 19-16 for ECLOT and a 2-0 series eventually over Copenhagen Wolves.
And kind of expected in the sense that there wasn't really a heavy favourite in either of these two best of threes, more so the second one than the first one. It was a competitive game. Copenhagen Wolves will be disappointed to not take at least a map in the series. It's now another 0-2 loss. And it feels like it's going to be quite tough moving forward in this group stage. I don't see them being strong enough to get out of the group stage to push themselves into the playoffs. For ECLOT, it's only their 3rd best of 3 with Aaron in the team, so at least you could be happy with finally getting a win on the board.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've done extremely well in terms of keeping this one close, because there was a point in time, especially off the back of the first map loss, where we were saying, okay, well, this is Copenhagen Flames done, Copenhagen Wolves, I should say, done now, right? This is them basically out of the series, but they kept it together for that overpass. The curveball has certainly worked out for ECLOT in terms of the win, but there were moments where that was tested, and there were moments where they gave it a bit of a fight. So obviously a lot more work to be done for ECLOT to make it a solid map pick in the pool in the near future, but they got their 2-0, they got their win. That's what they came to do here today.
Yeah, we probably won't see them pick an overpass again, maybe for a little while. Looking at how it's gone down against the X-Saber lads, looking at how it went down today, they might just stick to what they know. Their Ancient's very good, their Dust 2's very good, their Inferno's very good. Yes, it's old map picks in terms of the previous in-game leader, but I think sometimes when you look at how overpass is shaping up, you might want to float it as a 3rd rather than have it consistently as a map pick going forward.
Yeah, I'm in agreement right there with them. So let's see how that pans out in the near future. ECLOT still betting in their new roster, and we'll see whether they can go even further against Partizan in their next matchup and our next matchup here on stream. So join us after this break, where it will be Partizan versus ECLOT to see who will be the winners of Group B.
Hello, everybody. Welcome out back here to Thunderpick into the World Championship. It is the last game of the day out here, actually, and it will be the winners matchup going in from what you've been basically able to see throughout the entirety of the day out here, culminating into one big best of 3 to figure out who is going to actually come out here and get themselves a win. But the baton has passed to the casting screen as well. My name is Atro, and join with me, the lovely Pop. How are we doing tonight?
I am doing very good. I am very excited. I haven't seen a lot of Thunderpick lately, so I'm happy to be casting with you, alongside you, of course. You know, the old duo that we got going on here. But we already had a couple of games, as you mentioned, right? It's the last game of the day. Let's take a quick look at the schedule, see what happened so far, and what game we're expecting right now. Because as this is the winners match of Group B, right? We started off with Partizan taking on Mix. That was a 2-0. Fairly close maps, but Partizan did look a lot better than Mix on the maps themselves. Then it was ECLOT to take on Copenhagen Wolves. Fairly close first one, 13-9 on Ancient. Then Overpass went to, I think that's double overtime. Yeah, that's double overtime onto Overpass. And it is Dynamo ECLOT to be moving forward. So we got Partizan taking on ECLOT. And I hope we get to see an Overpass, although I doubt it, because it seems like Partizan Pro banned it. I still haven't casted an Overpass so far. I'm mad.
At all?
Not once.
I mean, I don't remember me casting an Overpass either. I think I've only played it. So yeah, I'd be down. I'd be very down for an Overpass out here today. Although I do kind of doubt it. We have seen 2-0s out here throughout the day. But as you've been mentioning, Pop, they were really damn close. And I really thought Mix joining up into this would be a really cool look back at the core of Bad News Eagles, you know, making their run through back out here. But it's the old Die Nation. It's Partizan out here making their waves heard, and we can see them on the screen right now. I mean, these guys have been around for as long as I think Nexus have, right? Just as the names values, and out here from the Balkans, it's definitely a team that you wouldn't. I personally don't really attune the name Partizan to. I attune their name to like Blue Jays or iNation or stuff, you know. But that's in the past. Because these days, it is Depression, Collins, Vlad, and Dragon, and Kindo still showing up why they're around in the scene, why they're still really playing well. And I am personally a little bit of a fan of this team because I have seen them actually perform quite decently, especially in recent iterations, in the recent matchups. They've really come out of the woodworks, and it seems like they're trying out new things. They did manage to win a tournament as well, or just last week, last month, which was a bit of a confidence booster. They beat TNL in the finals. But out here, they beat Mix, and I will say Collins has been looking pretty damn good as of recently, and Vladen too. So I'd say those two are kind of the ones to keep your guys' eyes on.
Oh yeah, for sure. They've been around for a very long time as well, and they got Depression in about 2 months ago, and it's been looking fairly good for them, as you mentioned, right? Being on an upwards trend right now. On the other side, it is Dynamo ECLOT, who also had some changes lately, right? They've got a couple of new names in the form of Aaron and Spartus, both of them joining about 22 days ago. And of course, those are the changes instead of Dialev and Mikey. Also potentially for, you know, they had Blitz, and Koreas, those are, it has been some time since those changes happened. But instead of Dialev and Mikey, they decided, okay, let's make it an international roster. They got Aaron from Hungary, Spartus from Lithuania, and it's not been looking that bad from them, right? Honestly, it is interesting to see. I think especially for Aaron, right? Because we are used to seeing him in just national teams. We've seen him in a lot of times with, I think it was the old roster of Budapest 5 or any other org that they might have played under, but it was generally that kind of a team that he went for. And right now, being an international team, it is really interesting to see. On the other side, for Spartus, this is basically, I think this is his first like bigger team. He's 22 years old, very young player, but it is interesting to see how a prospect from Lithuania is going to be faring alongside Dieter, Forsey, and Nubik. Of course, well, they have been in the team for a very long time. Nubik, longest, he has been in the team for over 4 years at this point.
Yeah, MBQ has been around for quite a long time. However, I will say that there was a lot of hope being brought out here from SPARTA. I think JL mentioned him a couple of times, alongside Magila, which again is an ex-Navi Junior player, right? These guys are coming in and they're making waves through FPL, but finally SPARTA, as you said, has gotten his big breakthrough out here with the ECLOT, because before, the biggest team he was on was kind of the mix of min-late with Amanek, right, with SBT, I guess. So that's kind of his heights going on down to what's been played before. And I do agree, Aaron, I think he is a player that's been passed around, I'll say, and we've seen him even in GG, how that's where he came from out in Middle East. So he's been around the place, right? He can definitely thrive in any kind of environment you place him on. However, what these two haven't been doing is thriving, I feel like, especially on the previous best of 3, like Dieter and Forzi have really been playing well up to par to be able to cover out for Spardos a little bit. I think Aaron had a pretty decent game, but Spardos did come in a little bit slow today, so that might be giving him a little bit more motivation now to match up against in this best of 3 up against Partizan, which is gonna be no easy feat. But let's take a look on down to the veto and see if we are gonna get that fabled overpass and what we might get away from it as well, right? Because the map veto could make quite the difference out here. These two teams do use to actually ban kind of the same things. So it is going to be interesting to see where we're going to go and what the veto is going to kind of look like.
I think we have a little bit of time. So I genuinely think that, well, Partizan, they will be banning out overpass. For ECLOT, it seems like Nuke is usually the perma ban. I genuinely think they're going to ban Train. Just because I think this is the lowest win rate I've ever, well, not lowest because I've seen 0%, but out of the team that usually plays the map, 9% win rate is not really all that inspiring. Of course, Partizan only played a single Train and it was against Nexus and they lost 13-7. We could go into a deeper dive with Nexus. They just really are really happy that Train is back in the pool. It was one of their staple picks. And there we go. It is, interestingly enough, Dust 2 banned out for Partizan, and ECLOT banning out Train makes a lot of sense. We will be getting to see an overpass picked up by, well, Partizan's gone. Oh, okay, it was the other way around.
This makes more sense, right?
Yes and no. I mean, sure, the Train ban, I get it, just because ECLOT have a lot more experience, not necessarily good experience on it. The Dust 2 is a little surprising because it would have been more of a decider map, just because both teams are hanging around or 50% win rate. Overpass picked up by Dynamo ECLOT makes a lot of sense. Inferno picked up by Partizan. That makes a lot of sense as well. Their biggest win rate, their best map on that term, and Ancient as the decider, as Nuke is dodged by Partizan, which is a very good thing because ECLOT, well, while they haven't really played a lot of maps, for Partizan their win rate is not that great, and Ancient, well, ECLOT are a little better, but Partizan are not half bad at it either.
This is a bit of a layered veto in my eyes. I really do like it. Because like Overpass comes in as the big Joker player, right? The ECLOT go in and say, okay, we've played it twice, right? Ever since it's coming out, we want to see more of it. They managed to beat the Wolves today on it, so that might be even saying a little bit more out here for ECLOT as to why they picked into it. It was their last map played, and now it's going to be their first map played out here into this best of 3, right? So they're just keeping
in an OT though.
In an OT, yes, but it was that momentum being brought around about, right? And they're seeing that Partizan haven't banned it, haven't played it, so they're taking them on new grounds. They're forcing them to adapt here because Partizan, they have gone in for the perma train ban because they have they've wanted to play it safe, and it makes sense as well that we wouldn't go on train here because ECLOT, they've played up against some pretty good teams to actually go on over to that train. But we'll be talking more in depth about the maps as we're going to be jumping into this one because Overpass should be live and we should be getting ourselves a best of 3 to be played out here. And there you go, it's going to be the T side for ECLOT.
One thing that I'm excited to see if it's going to be still as CT-sided as ever, as 4C is the first one to find a pick, just because ECLOT, they played against Copenhagen Wolves, as we mentioned, 7-5 on T side for both of those sides. That's how their first and second, respectively, half ended, as the T side was a little better for both of those teams. So I'm interested to see if anything changed here, not necessarily anything to the layout, but maybe to the approach to the map. Nubik, beautiful by Vlad, and I mean, completely surprised. I don't think he ever expects a CT to be coming out of short tunnel. So with that, it is a 4v4. Dynamo ECLOT looking interested in the B side. The molly was already used for battles, but they are hesitant.
They are hesitant, right? When they see that the CT is already that deep into their lurk side, found out by timing, they lost the surprise factor out there and towards water. So Vladin's still on the prowl, still on the lurk to this B-bomb site. 2-4-2 out here on the bomb sites as well for Partizan, so they're ready to rotate in. And here it comes. Here comes the fight. Sparta takes down the first one into the bomb site. There's only going to be a single man to hold here in Kindo. He needs desperately to find something, but he can't. Bomb planted, retake attempted. 2v4 right now. The damage is going to be demobilizing them just a little bit, but there is no util to really work with out here for the T side, so they're just going to go for those dry peaks, just for those angle holds. Depression, he's trying to make a game out of this. He's by himself, and Daitor tells him, you need some friends to get through to us. ECLOT should have an easy pistol round, as Collins is the last man standing. He's down one, but surely there's not enough time. That should be the pistol round going the way of ECLOT. Collins! Still gets 3 though. That's some good kill exit damage. And it's even better now. There you go. Finds the 4th. That the new patch is in, right? CT economy is going to go up booming. You mentioned the CT side allegiance out here to overpass, and I think that's just going to continue now that we're getting back into the map pool with the CT side changes.
Remains to be seen. Another thing that, of course, changed, as we all know, is the fact that the MP9 is not as strong as it used to be. And I think what is interesting with that change, right? Because we obviously still see the MP9. It's not like it's been nerfed into the ground. But I think the other, or some of the other SMGs have become viable, right? Because you don't see anyone running around the PP Bison. Nobody's that crazy. But you do see the MP7 making appearances, the UMP as well sometimes. And, well, the UMP you concede before in some players. The MP7 almost never. So that's very nice to see, you know. It kind of refreshes the game a little bit. Talking about that MP9, Vladin's got him in short. Spartas, with a couple of kills. Both of the players in con caught out. I like this, though. A quick little adjustment. The boost up. Aaron.
MP9. As you mentioned it, right? Tougher to burst. He doesn't see him.
Aaron. Or not Aaron, but Vladin. He could have seen the shoulder peaks. Aaron doesn't expect this. Never. They dismantle it. So now he knows.
Yeah, horse blinders on Vladin there. He doesn't see Aaron at all. He's certainly looking towards those stairs. It's interesting as well, you mentioned the MP7, right? Because last time that weapon was actually getting picked up was before the loadout was a thing. So you wouldn't have to worry about having to actually put up a loadout there and have it equipped, right? So you could just buy whatever gun you wanted if you had the cash. Now that's not the case. And if players are changing that around and starting to put up the MP7, opting in for fewer shotguns, opting in for fewer close range possibilities and trying to handle that mid-range, it is going to be affecting maps like Overpass, like Train. So that's also something to think about. But something more to think about here is going to be this 3v5. This is the bomb side trying to go through. The T's are just too many and too tough to deal with. Vladin on that nerfed MP9 still gets away with one, but Depression does not have the right gun for the job as he's left all by himself. Will get overwhelmed with limited HP. Dynamo ECLOT get out of another round, 2-0.
Also a good effort at the Partizan, as they will be ecoing it out here. Maybe some upgraded pistols, nothing too big, I would assume. They didn't get enough kills to force up once again. If they would have gotten like 4, then maybe. But in this case, yeah, it's just some pistols, no armors. A couple of deagles, though. That was, I was, interestingly enough, an analyst yesterday on South America, and you know what those deagles can do in South America. Somehow, the pistols always, or they don't always prevail, but they offer up some very, very nice highlights. In the European region, maybe not so much, but that could change with this round, as they will be pushing out of long. 4C. Molly ready. It's going to force them forward. Spartas around the corner. Able to get one. Nubik helping out as well. 4C looking for a piece of the pie, and he's going to get himself a double kill. ECLOT. Very good round. Important that they keep all their players alive. A storm is brewing for Dynamo ECLOT, but they do have to get through the buy round to see if they're able to get into the eye of the storm.
Yes, first buy we get to see out of Partizan, and really important to note that here that SPARTA has been having important frags on every single one of these rounds that the ECLOT have been picking up. Sure, they've been against pistols, they've been against pushing CTs, however, it's been SPARTA finding his footing, and that's exactly what ECLOT needed. Everybody else was already playing really well in the previous best of 3. Now it's SPARTA's time to shine. Forzi as well right there behind him, and now the rest of Dynamo ECLOT onto this bonus, looking to just get another cheeky round on the board here, get over this buy. Partizan don't have a lot of util to work with, but do have the firepower. They're losing it immediately in the form of 2. Kindle comes back to the bomb site, looks for a way in. He has found it, sees the bomb, takes it down. 3v3 engaging, and MBQ's really pushed up on this smoke. However, doesn't have a clue about Kindo, and might have run out of bullets if he hadn't stopped the spam. 2v3 into the bomb site. We still go. The bomb's dropped on over towards jail cell though, so gonna be a very slow crawl as MBQ picks up the M4 from the ground and delivers a bullet with Collins' name on it. Dragon left in a 1v3. Not a lot of chances for him. He doesn't have the kit either, but he does have a smoke and a flash. If he just keeps tucked in quiet, maybe he's got a chance. However, timing is not gonna help him. And this should be a very easy round for ECLOT to now pursue.
An easy bomb plan here. And there's no real hope for Dragon. I mean, sure, he could try to get the 1v3, but way too scary situation. And not only that, but the op is going to be very important, and they don't have any money. So saving is the most logical approach here. Yeah, very good start for Dynamo ECLOT. I mean, obviously they picked into this map, so they know what they're doing.
Yep.
That game against Copenhagen Wolves. I mean, thinking back, I do remember vaguely Copenhagen Wolves being very good at overpass as well. So maybe that plays into something. I can't really remember Partizan or, you know, all the other names that the different teams had.
Yeah.
Being very favorable of this map. I think they were more. I think that's. I want to see Eastern European. They're not that far in Dynamo ECLOT either. Usually, mainly the Eastern European teams tend to go towards the. I don't want to say easier maps because it's not that big of a deal, but more puggish, if you will. Like, you know,
yeah.
Mirage does too. Cash before when he was in the map also. Train as well. Well, not
More
maybe not the new
linear
Train.
maps.
More linear. I think it's a very good explanation. Yeah. So with this one, Dynamo ECLOT. I like that run boost onto depression. They will never expect him to be here, but they're not really going through tunnel. They are going through short, and depression is caught out by Dieter. With that, it's a 5v3, and well, I think we can already consider this round as done.
Oh yeah, it's really, really cool. I mean, again, it's coming down to Dynamo ECLOT being very dynamic, very aggressive out here in towards that B-bomb side. We have seen them push out 8 once, but out of these 5 rounds, it's been these entries in towards Toxic that have just not worked out for Partizan. Or even if they have, it's quick utility usage coming out of Dynamo ECLOT, getting them back into that bomb site. Partizan, I think right now, what's lacking is the util more so than the weapons. And a game plan, first up, right? This is T-side overpass that ECLOT have already managed to win 5 continuous rounds. So that's definitely not just going to fly by easily. But yeah, it is cool to see. Oh, that hold in as well. Everybody died. Out here from the CT side. Yeah, they have to take attack pause for that. Economy is going to be shambles.
And you're looking on the other side. They've got more money than they know what to do with. So the stack pause is very well timed.
Yeah.
But what is the right approach going forward for Partizan? That is what they need to figure out, because for ECLOT, it doesn't seem like they're doing anything all that special, right? They're just executing onto a site, playing very well as a team, just trading each other. And with that in mind, like Partizan, I don't know how you could counter that. Maybe to get a little more aggressive, try and meet them before they get set up. Maybe that's one way to approach things. And well, that's highly likely as they do molly up short. They smoke up Monster, but there's Nubik with a quick trade after Aaron goes down. Dragon, I don't know if he can help all that much. Vladen, though, he takes down Nubik. Good flash. SPARTA doesn't see anything. And Dragon could swing out of the smoke. That's exactly what he does. And right now, it is a 4v2 favoring Partizan.
Finally, first kill coming out of Dragon. And looking to try to connect this round. Collins helps him out. Good flash out of depression. The Opper's really got to focus up on his util, because right now he's not really pulling through a lot when it comes down to just usage of that scope. So, we'll take what they can get. A good round here to take for Partizan. 4Z. 1v4. Doubt he's going to approach it. No, notoriously, Overpass was a map that was touted as a really good playing ground for all players, right? It had a lot of reach, a lot of range in towards long, a lot of outside pressure that could be driven up by both the CTs and the T side with this weapon. However, I haven't seen enough Overpass games ever since it's gotten back to the map veto to say that that hasn't been the case. But I definitely noticed that the all players haven't been getting noticeably higher ratings than on the usual maps on this, right? So I wonder if it is going to be making that much of a difference later down the line, or if it's just going to be, you know, a map where it's going to be okay to pick up the op, but it's not going to be a priority.
Counter-terrorists win.
We'll live and we'll see. First round on the board, though. What do we think, Pop? Partizan, is one round enough to kind of get them back on the board?
No.
Put them in the runnings, maybe, for a little bit of dynamicism? Getting them back
more.
in? They do.
We'll see if they'll be able to get it. I mean, it was a good, like, it was the standard kind of short take, right? Maybe with a little bit added, right, with that. You blow up the door in con, which combined with the smoke can actually surprise quite a lot in short, not only with the two players coming in from short itself. So that was good. But you see on the side of Dynamo ECLOT, they change up the plan instantly, right? Although, interestingly enough, from Partizan, they try to take Monster, and Aaron gets rid of both players. Dragon and Dieter right next to each other, smoke in place. Oh, Dieter, which way does he go? He goes towards long. Oh, that is perfect. The only kind of bad thing is that Dragon on the other side of the smoke could still surprise. I don't know if they expect him to be there. Dieter was just making sure that no one's up close and personal. And, well, Dragon gets up close and personal. What a shot from Sparta's. Depression eliminated, and Collins all by himself. Might have worked for Partizan the previous round, but in this one, well, it's not working at all. Very nicely done by ECLOT, taking things methodically, right? In the previous round where they lost, they were quick to get into short. They lost the duels. They lost the round. This time around, they check corners. They you know, are patient, and Partizan are punished because of it, because we were talking about it. Whenever they called for a tactical pause, what can they do? Try and get aggressive. Try and get ahead of Dynamo ECLOT. Don't let them set up. And Dynamo ECLOT said, okay, we can just wait. We can wait for you to try and get in our face, and we'll be far behind, waiting for you, luring you in, and then taking you out.
Yeah, and it was, again, that double kill from Aaron that just kind of sets the pace for the entirety of the round, because Dynamo ECLOT, with those opening frags, that's how they've been managing to find all the rounds they've been taking. They just had that opening kill, and everything worked out from that point onwards. Partizan's kind of crumbling at the thought of having to work out with a man deficit, but still early game right now. ECLOT doing a great job of just keeping Partizan's press down on this map and just keeping up the momentum, keeping up the pressure. And again, for now, doesn't seem like it's a question of the guns here for Partizans, as it is a question of the map placement, the positioning, and the utility. It's just not working out as well here for the CTs. They need a rebound. one good way to do that is to apply a little bit more pressure where it might hurt Dynamo ECLOT. And let's see if Connector is going to be the play. Dragon goes in, the flash was ready, spots out Diner, but it's just too late. Look at the players down in mid now, trying to scale up. SPARTA's the first one out, yet the Depression finally connects an important frag.
Still a lot more needs to be found. Molly pushes Dragon backwards as Diner... Oh, realized a little late that he sees an enemy player. Aaron with the nade will clear that side of mid, although Collins is very close by. Depression has an angle in toilets. It is still a 4v3, and the timer is ticking not in favor of ECLOT, so they will have to, soon enough, force their way, but also force their way into the site, and they're really split apart. I mean, Nubek faking a B play this late could work, but you need to be careful of Depression. I think he has an angle towards... Oh, he does not have an angle towards birthday. Nubek. A couple of bullets flying by. Depression needs to get the skill, and he's going to take down Aaron. That's the bomb, and that could be the round ending kill.
Yeah, should be 50 seconds only to get the bomb in from toilet and get it to the A-bomb site, even if it was free. And have player just in CT. It's more than enough for Partizan to pick up their second round here. Second time that they managed to pick up a round due to a misjudgment of the timer there for ECLOT more than anything, I'd say. Good positioning out of Depression to find himself a double kill as well means a lot. Finally, we get to see him online. But it still might just be a flash in the pan. Even if they traded back round after here, and ECLOT managed to even get 7 out of this half, they'll be happy with how this one turns out. They'll be happy with the half, and they'll be happy to move into their CT side with a big advantage. I was scratching my brain trying to think, where have I also heard Spartus' name from? And of course, it was from ISF. He played for Lithuania, and they managed to win that tournament. So that's also something else to get for Spartus out here, as he's joined ECLOT, and he's been having a really good reign. Not necessarily on the team front right now, but individually, he's been looking good as well. So that's where I remember.
Cool, that's fair. It was an interesting team. We'll talk about it in a second as Dynamo ECLOT lose 1 but gain 2. As they open up the round. A bit aggressive there on the side of Partizan, and a late boost for short. Now 4C, will he ever expect it as his teammate is right under them? Luckily for ECLOT, they dismantled the boost before it can be dangerous, and the bomb will be retrieved. They could go towards B. I think they're still trying to pick where they want to attack, and clearing out B is just going to be, well, very easy. 35 seconds left, though. They will be pressed by time, but thankfully for ECLOT, Partizan did gamble on the A site. It is the wrong choice, but it's not going to be bad for ECLOT. So yeah, he was on that team. You were right, and
yeah,
it was very interesting. All the names on that team, and certainly didn't expect them to be winning the whole thing. They played really well.
I mean, yeah.
Didn't see as much, but as much as they maybe wanted to, it was there with Dota, but still.
Yeah, you were there. You were there with Dota. However, yeah, them on Lithuania, it was actually a really well-balanced team because Bimis was IGLing, and Sparta's Magilla coming in. They were like the lesser-known names because Ryu, of course, was on Monte for a long time.
Yeah.
And Jugs as well has been making rounds. So, like, they were already good, and they showed why they were so good on LAN as well, which meant a lot. But that was a great experience for Magilla and Spardos especially to kind of get out of their shell and show what they can do as well, because they've been waiting for a break like that. And look, it came through ASF. It gets them a lot of VRS points. It gets them some pretty good damn cash on the bank, right? For the Lithuanian team and for the individuals. But overall, it's one more win that Spartos can add to the tally out here, and make himself feel good in the team and show up why he's important and why he can go even further. So, big morale booster there. Also, another morale booster here, though, is ECLOT trading up rounds with Partizan. Because, again, if they go blow for blow, ECLOT are winning this one out. They've had a good advantage here at the beginning of the early game, and now they're just looking to keep it up. 3 rounds remaining of the first half, including this one. And so far, all the kill counts are definitely not in favor of Partizan. Oh.
Ooh.
Okay.
Surprising how Forsty doesn't get that kill. It seemed like he was a little quicker on the trigger. Good job by Dragon as well as he takes down Arrow, but he swings into 2 players. Maybe a little overzealous. It might not be as bad as it looks, though. Look at his team, though. They're clearing out Monster. No one's there. About to clear out Short, and, well, obviously no one's there either. Nubik moved up through Con. Is there a door in Con? That's the biggest question. Because Nubik could be flanked if he's not careful. 45 seconds left. There's no door, but Indo decides to just play it safe. They've got good positions here, Partizan, but I think there's still a world where Dynamo ECLOT get away with the site. It comes down to what depression can do. Smoke comes in. Oh, a missed shot. And Collins, he falls because of it. Now Kindo activates. He's coming in from mid. Less than 20 seconds left. They need to get the bomb planted, and it's not going to be easy. They need to be covering for each other. Missed shot by depression again, but it is a long rotation from Kindo. He came in through, or he's going to come in through long. That nade is going to be very important. Dieter misses his shot. Sparta's going to be spammed by Vladen through the wall. And Dynamo ECLOT, while they do get a bomb planted, they will not be getting the round. Very smartly done by Kindo to be going all the way towards long. He was expected by the player was looking long. It's just I think it was Dieter, but it wasn't a kill for ECLOT, luckily enough for Kindo.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
he might have been a little, well, not a little late on the flank in mid, because he did get that kill onto Nubik in the end, but things could have ended badly for Kindo there. And if it was a 3v3 and there was no pressure for mid or long, it would have been a completely different situation, and Dynamo ECLOT would have played the round some other type of way. Or not a second, but the first tactical pause called in by Dynamo ECLOT, and now we're getting into round 11.
Yeah, see, that's a round that I don't particularly like out of Partizan, out of Kindo, because he can go middle, he can get the tempo in there and just try to take them down, but he instead goes around. If he doesn't find that kill, Dieter, who was looking long, he had an off, right? He should have connected that shot, and that would have been down to a 2v1 there, coming through from Vladen, which we don't know if he's going to be able to succeed, even if he manages to spam Vladen through the wall there. So it's very risky overall, but Partizan, they do manage to go again blow for blow and take another round back out here. So all's fine, that ends well here for Partizan, but it's 7-3, 2 rounds remaining out here, and a great flash into the B-bomb site to get Partizan riled up a little bit, because look, they have no one on that A-bomb site. Everyone moved in at the tone of a flash and a peek. But Dragon does manage to find first, and Collins has got the flank, takes down Sparta's 3v5, and yet still no one knows that they're bound for A. Only Kindo looking right now. MBQ, he's got the option to do a lot here if he finds the timing. He goes down. Unfortunate, very unfortunate here for ECLOT. But it is Partizan just being ahead of the curve.
Yeah, I mean, Forsty does get a kill here, but it doesn't really matter. And I want to see an interesting approach from ECLOT, but okay, Forsty, you're about to win the round all by yourself. Probably not. No, Dragon takes him down. So interesting how they walk up mid, but they don't have the last player pushing in watching Con, which he's not really, like, you've got the 2 players that are ahead looking forward. You might as well be looking towards Con in case that exact play happens, right? It was, I think, an unfortunate timing as well. You can't really blame him that he wasn't looking towards that direction, because he might have, you see the first player going in, he looks, there's no one there. Second player goes in, he looks, there's no one there. Usually what happens whenever I play as well. A third player starts looking around, but... Oh, this is interesting. Quick boost, and Nubik will take down Collins. Dragon will trade. Dieter, is he able to get the trade? No. He's going to be a Dragon running away fairly quickly. The boost in short works out, and it's going to be player advantage for now for Partizan in the last round of the first half.
But there's so much information being brought about here by ECLOT, right? They saw they saw the boost out on connector, they saw the boost out here on water, so they know that there's going to be 1 going in through con, staying on A, 2 on B at the very least. So they're weighing their options, and they are going to be pressuring up middle, trying to find that remaining player, catch him off guard, and they have Vladen taken care of, looking to Lord's Long. Dieter stays alive. That's the most important part. Even if they don't take Dragon off here, they have a flank coming, and they might just have to wait for it. Instead, SPARTA goes a little bit too aggressive, doesn't wait for Forzy to take him out. Now 2v2 instead of a 3v2. That should have been easy to deal with. Now the bomb has got to get away. And it's individual 1v1s on opposite sides of the map right now with 35 seconds left to go. Dieter cannot really afford to just wait around as Forzy's making his way through what he considers safe as long. And though, in the same vein though, starts moving up. 20 seconds now. Kindo's moving in towards toilets. He might be able to catch off the rotation. At least the plant. Forzy should never expect it. He's on the sniper rifle right now, but he sees it. He knew about it. The last player is coming out of bank. Depression just has to stay alive. 5 seconds, and they're playing a game of tag. Let's see who can find who first, and it's gonna be Depression staying alive, connecting the round. That is how you clutch a 1v2 for Depression.
Well, still, 7-5 is not the end of the world. Certainly a very good first half to start off a map like this. But now the thing is, this is the same half score that Dynamo ECLOT had in their previous game against Copenhagen Wolves. So they need to be careful about that. They don't want to go to OT. They for sure want to have a good CT half. And I would assume that they learned something from their previous game and what they can do here, as they will be swapping to the CT side. Waiting for the timer to be going through and everyone to be ready, of course. As soon as there we go, the timer is going, and we'll be swapping over to the second half. Now, Partizan, very shaky start, right? They figured it out a little late, but they did figure out in time, I would say, what they need to do to stop Dynamo ECLOT. But now they need to power through them. And thinking back how Dynamo ECLOT were the ones to actually start off well in the first half. If they do start off well here, might be a little complicated for Partizan if they don't figure it out quickly.
Yeah, could definitely turn out to be complicated. However, for now, nothing is a known factor. They're going to be looking in for that pistol round first and foremost. Let's see who is going to get the advantage for this first half. 4 armors and the diffuse kit going down middle. Very interesting choice out here for ECLOT, but they've bet right. Everyone's here. They're going back towards connector. Oh, they've not bet right this time. If they would have gone out for an all-out fight towards Fountain, maybe they would have had the advantage here with the USPs. But they're giving Partizan time to shine. They've got no one on the B-bomb side, so that's always going to be lurking in the back of their heads. They just spotted out Dragon in towards Fountain, so that's a good step towards knowing where Partizan might be hitting. It's really up to SPARTA, however. Plays it out here and goes down immediately. He's found information, though. They know it's going to be an A hit. And MBQ trades it back, needs another 1v1, and Kindo loves that USP picked up from the ground. So a 3v4 incoming, and the A-bomb side is definitely not safe.
Aaron looking for a headshot here. I don't know how he's going to get it with that view model, but I guess we're going to find out. At least try to. Dieter, nice find. Kindo is making sure no one's flanking, and Force is doing exactly that. Oh, that was single bullet from Kindo. I know a 2v3 attempt at a retake. Not going to be too easy, as Vladen is right around the corner, and Aaron has no time to react. Dieter somehow made it on the site. Was that Kindo's towards long? Looks for the headshot, and he's going to find it, but he needs 2 more kills, and Vladin will not even allow him to reload as Partizan win the pistol round, and that's exactly what they needed to kick off this second half.
Indeed, so great pistol to be taken. Guns are going to be plentiful here, and I've seen a lot of teams now, ever since the change, and even before the change to city side economy, start to actually force invest, even if they don't manage to get a bomb plant, or even if they don't manage to actually find enough kills on that first half, on that first pistol round. They just go in for the force and hope for the best, because rounds can just be that volatile. This time around, ECLOT are not going to be of that approach, which again makes sense. They didn't have enough kills to really constitute for the force buy. However, I wouldn't have been too surprised if we had seen maybe MP9s out here coming out, maybe upgraded pistols. Instead, USP is running down at an AK. Let's see how this one turns out for Vladin. He just wants to stay alive. In the back of his head, it wasn't safe, but at least can tank the USP bullet.
Oh, Kindo dealt with by the pistols. Now that's only a MAC-10. And also Partizan are quickly moving into the A site. No problem in getting the bomb planted. And, well, in winning the round in all its entirety. It's not really going to be that big of an issue, right? It's a P250 on the other side. The MAC-10 that was retrieved in a couple of USPs is not the most dangerous loadout that he could have come up with. But I mean, a couple of more kills for ECLOT would be very good. Just dealing as much damage as they can to the economy of Partizan is one of the main things they need to do, especially on an eco round. Depression finds a double kill, but there's another from SPARTA, and 4C eliminates Dragon. So, again, round, no danger, but the fact that only 2 players will be surviving from Partizan, that's debatable as they're still looking for the kills. Collins on 1 HP. The bomb.
He's dead.
He's actually going to get rid of him, and Vladin on 2, not going to be found. 4C will be staying put. 4 kills. That is very, very good for Dynamo ECLOT. The economy of Partizan will not be skyrocketing anytime soon. It's just going to stay put.
Yeah, love that round, that ECLOT, how they play it around. I thought for a second we saw 4Z on water when they were all coming out of bank. He had a flash ready. If he had flashed them in to that A-bomb site, there could have actually been a world where the USPs do manage to get all of those kills and they do manage to even defuse. So I thought that was the plan. They didn't pull it through because 4Z sees that opportunity for the kill and he gets it, which is smarter in the long term. Either way, though, great pistol out there for ECLOT, as now they'll have more than enough cash to buy in here. Detour is going to hold his money for an AWP possibly in the future as well with that MAC-10 from the previous round. And yeah, Partizan now, sure they've won 2, sure they've brought it back into an equal game at 7-7. Pop, if they lose this round, the economy's still not going to be looking great here for the T side, and it could still be ECLOT having this advantage, so don't count them out just yet. Because ECLOT are going aggressive, and 4Z is being blinded by his own.
All tied up on a map that looked very good for ECLOT and very bleak for Partizan. Newfound success is working out for Partizan so far, but again, their economy is not good at all. Lose 1 round. You're back to the drawing board. You are back to an eco. Potentially a force buy as well, if you don't plant the bomb. Interesting setup in Toilet. Spartas. Oh, a dink, but not a kill. 4C around the corner. They don't know about him. Spotted by Vladin and dealt with. As there's rotation coming in from Aaron. Molly to force a player out. Depression will be using his smoke just a little too late. Well, not too late, but a little late, so that he loses a good amount of HP.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, the save. Instant.
I mean, long term, again, smart for ECLOT to go for a save when you still got 3 players left alive. But after all, this is the reinvestment round at a Partizan where you're able to take down 4 players in the previous. You'd be thinking that they'd be a little bit more aggressive and hoping to catch off these kills. And look at the way they're saving as well. It's not like they're setting up for exit frags. Even Daitor, who's on a MAC-10, is all the way up in the back out there. Not really searching for anything. I'd say a little bit of wasted potential in that round, and one that might cost ECLOT quite a lot of rounds. This one, maybe the incoming one as well, if they don't play economy right. Like, this is a very risky take for ECLOT. Even though a 3-man save wouldn't seem the worst thing overall on paper, it might have its consequences later down the line.
Well, Dynamo ECLOT. Now they're the ones that need to figure out how to stop Partizan and Spartas. Oh, that was heard. Hard to go back right now as he does take down Dragon, and he's got some support from Forsey, but Depression and Collins. A couple of very well-placed headshots. Dynamo ECLOT will be taking this chance to liberate Monster. No one's going to meet them there just yet, but look at Partizan. They're slowly going back. They could be walking straight into Nubik and Dieter. And I don't know who's going to be favored in that. Probably Partizan because they got the numbers. But Nubik, right now his job is, in this situation, is to get a double kill.
Yeah.
But he's repositioning. Oh, this could be bad.
All about timing. And he's got the worst of it. They have no information now. MBQ can go all the way back to the B-bomb site, and if he does, that's a lot. Yeah, they heard him. That's a lot of time wasted out here. There goes the smoke, and the rotate's coming in through connector. They've got to be wary, though. They don't know anything about water. And here comes the push. Here comes Dieter. Good for one, sure. And MBQ got out with 0, and the nade is not enough to take Kindo out. Partizan, 25 seconds left to plant that bomb, and should be more than enough time. However, they don't have info either. Dieter's moving in through the Molotov that was fading away already. Takes down the bomb planner, and now Collins is going to be the next one up. This time, manages to get it down on the line. 2v2, and Kindo is in deep danger right now, 14 HP. And people scaling up out here. Collins, amazing headshot. Left in a 1v2, Dieter has got to do a lot of work. He's got a kit, but he doesn't have the time to search for all these players. Collins makes the save, makes the round work. And this T side is looking very reminiscent of what ECLOT were showing us on that first half.
Very close situation, considering they surely could have planted behind or in the smoke. At the same time, they didn't have information on the second player, so I guess it makes sense they don't risk planning out in the open. But the second time they will go for the plant, a smoke was in place, right? That smoke could have been in place from the start, because I would assume it was Partizan's, and it was just a little unexpected for things to be playing out that way. Thankfully, Collins, the right man in the right place, can make all the difference in the world, as we know, as the saying says. Might have been a little bit different, but it doesn't really matter. It's 9-7. Partizan, they're going to be happy with the lead that they have. Of course, wanting to extend it. Dynamo ECLOT wanting to come back into this, as they have been on 7 for a pretty long time now. And they just finished off their second tactical pause. So we'll see what that gets them. It gets them at least a force buy, or not a force buy, a half buy, with 4C on and off, and MP9s all around. Also, a 5-7 for Aaron. So I'm expecting Dynamo ECLOT to want to be as close as possible to their enemies. But what's the play here? Fast B? Oh, Partizan, this is a very daring situation. 4C takes down one. Vladen with the trade. Aaron comes in to help out everyone on the world. At least almost everyone on the side of ECLOT is on this B side. They've got Spartas towards A. Late boost. Kindo, can he be spotted?
Oh, yes, he can. Beautiful on the flick there. Forsey takes him out. Talk about nerfed MP9s, right? Apparently, they don't care. They bought into all of them. Almost seemingly a Furia buy with Forsey coming in on the AWP. He's connected both of the kills so far. But Partizan, they really just were unlucky to go to the B-bomb side there. Had they gone A, this would have been a completely different story. All came down to the AWP. Now Sparta's in a really good position as well to take out one. Maybe even two if he's lucky. Depression. He's setting up util right now. When the first one is going to go out, when that smoke is going to be sent out, you know Spartus is just going to run out for the kill. Depression might not have the time to go for it. Here he comes. Spartus getting ready. Oh, he's still waiting. He's making this one scary. There you go. Partizan getting absolutely jump scared. And Vladen, no chance with 20 seconds to win this round. Is going to be giving ECLOT his first CT side round. Oh, that's smart though. Well done here for Vladen. Sends away the EWP so that no one gets to save it. It's still 3 AKs though.
They'll still have enough money for another AWP, I think. Yeah, there we go. Well, a good answer for ECLOT. It's been how many rounds in a row? I think 8? Was it 8 for Partizan?
No.
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 It was 7.
Yeah, it was 7 in a row for Partizan, and then they started going blow for blow.
There we go. So at least ECLOT finding some success here, but a lot more needed. Bardas. Important kill to get on Kindo here, and he's going to be able to do it. Loses a bit of HP. Some help on that kill from the player in short. Oh, Collins, what a reaction. 4C going down. Off eliminated. Aaron moves into the site. No information. Gets domed by Dragon. And just feels like the round's over. Look at Vladen, how far away he is. But he could be going down to Spartas. That's actually what's going to happen. Do you still go for this 3v3, though? It feels like you don't. I think the rounds are already considered lost, so...
Yeah, it's a save. Spartus was already running out towards T-spawn. Really, really interesting to see. Well, I mean, amazing out here from Partizan to see how they're coming back into this T side. When CT side was looking so bleak in the individual front, we didn't get to see any of those moments from Collins. We didn't get to see Dragon at all for the first 5-6 rounds. He was barely struggling to put up a kill depression in the same vein, right? And so now that Partizan are 10-8 up, and they're actually finding really impactful frags. Besides FaVBET and SPARTA, all of ECLOT have slowed down as well. So apparently, the answer to your question at the beginning of this game, Pop, is Overpass going to be as CT-sided as it was in, well, history? For now, for this best of 3, I guess not.
Well, I mean, I guess from what we've seen in the previous game from ECLOT against CPH Wolves, I guess maybe not.
Yeah.
But it does come down to what the strategies are going to be, right? And how good you get yourself accustomed to them. Time will tell. That's what I'm trying to say. Into round 19 we go as 4C's already tagged up. And Partizan will be losing Dragony. Slow peek into mid behind that Molly. Long range duel for 4C. Not going to be too complicated to win. To deal with the op though, because obviously they're not afraid of 4C. Keep pushing into him, and previous round was very impressive, but right now if you swing into long, you're gonna see the opper. Good timing, but loses the duel. With that being said, the opper has to cover by himself for a quick second here, although Partizan, they're not really in a rush to be occupying this A site, and the rotation came through. Actually, 4C leaving the premises. Nubik and it's actually Aaron. Oh, never mind. 4C stayed. Nubik is actually the one leaving. Molly probably not affect Aaron, so he could be the key man. But 4C's pushed through the smoke. Vladen goes down, but he was a low HP player. They're all on full HP and full alive. 3 players from Partizan, only 2 alive for ECLOT. And another save would not really be that bad. Looking at the money situation for ECLOT, I think it would be pretty good, but they are closing into the site. And look at Kindo. He's just so far away. If he's needed to deny the bomb defuse, then he can be there in a second. Depression doesn't spot out anyone. Gets the op in hand and actually turns the corner in time. A little risky on the jump there. Getting onto the bomb. Dieter. That's depression with a deagle. Dieter is actually defusing. Kindo needs to get to the site, and they actually lose the round? This is insane how you would lose a round like that. It was basically won. They just needed to defend the site, and they said, okay, I guess they're saving. They were not. They were very close. You just didn't see him. Dynamo ECLOT stealing stealing a lost round away from Partizan's hands.
That is embarrassing for Partizan because they needed 1 kill. They didn't even need both. Just get the guy that was diffusing off of it, and that way, you know, the round is won. You've made a little bit of mess up there with the first kill, sure, whatever, but everything starts falling apart, and Partizan, they... Oh boy, they will not want to be reminded of that round. Let me tell you what. Mistakes coming through, double nading onto boost, however, and Kindo goes in with a Tech 9 aggressive, but even this round doesn't work out how they wanted it to. ECLOT back in the game with 2 quick ones out here for themselves. You'd never expect it, but that's the way ECLOT get back into the game. Partizan, they've hit a big wall, and they were not expecting for the wall to hit them first. Man. Talk about unfortunate here for Partizan.
Wow. If that is what loses them the map, it's going to be crazy. Still not over, right? I mean, it is tied up, and Dynamite ECLOT should be getting themselves ahead. I mean, they're up against Glock, so, and a Deagle from Dragon. Shouldn't be the hardest round to win, but you need to get over a moment like that, and I don't know if it's going to be that easy, right? Just because you're not supposed to lose a round like that. It was so easy to not lose the round. You see Forcey here getting himself a double kill. I mean, then again, it's Glocks and a single Deagle that's getting passed around. As soon as the old bearer of the Deagle goes down, a new one lives up to do exactly that. There we go. It's a flawless round for Dynamite ECLOT. No problem for them. Their economy actually looking even better now with that round in the bag. 11-10, and Dynamite ECLOT, they're back in the lead. Partizan, they need an answer now, like right now.
Well, I think they lost the answer the moment they lost that round 3 rounds ago. They had it going on. Everything was clear in place, right? You win that one, it's 11-8. Well, should come in quite easily, and then from then on, just try to close it. But now it's completely different. Dynamo ECLOT, you blink and you'll miss 3 rounds being taken by the CT side, coming back into this game, and now them being on the driver's seat. Taking space in towards water, taking space in towards birthday. They've got a lot of map control, and they're just ready to hold in angles. A little bit questionable as to how they're holding out this B-bomb site, because they're going to be going in for a boost again. This late into the game could cost them a lot. Kindo, he does find the opening. Leaves Dieter here to wait for Aaron to make his move through heaven. So 2-2 now on the bomb sites. Great grenade here from Kindo. Might be ready. Heard it. Sent it. Doesn't connect. Oh, the timing. Sparta stays alive. And the bomb under pressure is making its way through to the A-bomb side. Soul up to Sparta here. He does find one. Needs way more than that, though, to keep the round secure. Because everybody for ECLOT is on B. He's the only man that can hold down this the A-bomb site. "20 seconds. Pop, timer's ticking. I hope Partizan haven't forgotten about it. Spardos on another. Spardos looking for his third. Can't find it, and that might cost him the round. 10 seconds. And Forzi and Didor are making a run for it. They can't deny that bomb plant. And a 2v3 incoming in. No damaging utility out here for ECLOT either, so they can't just take care of Kindo. And Vladden has been on the slurk the entire time. Nobody watching behind. Should be the easy round here for Partizan to make it 11-all. Forces the last man standing. P250 taken out. He doesn't swap into the E1S. He doesn't get to see it. Time ticking away. The bomb not planted for him. Forzi in a world of stuck right now. That is going to be the round going the way of Partizan, trying to take care of Forzi as well. They will be able to. The bomb radius is just good enough. There you go. Partizan taking much needed 11th round here.
Final technical pause called in by Partizan, and well, obviously they're gonna think back to that round and realize that it would have been 12-10 favoring them, maybe even a different economical situation for ECLOT. But you need the winning formula right now. It is 11-11. We're gonna need a full 24 rounds to decide what's gonna happen. It's going to be Partizan, maybe sealing it away. It's going to be ECLOT getting their win on their map pick, or are we going to see more than 24 rounds of overpass? We're about to find out as round 23 ensues, and the only team that you can see that has problems with money in case they lose is actually Partizan, so the pressure is on them. Aaron drops a nade. Nobody spotted. That smoke is going to mask the presence of the two players and Con. He's trying for another jump, and the door's closed. But Kindo goes down to the spam, just waiting in front of the door. That's not going to be the right call as Dynamo ECLOT open up the round.
Big kill. Starting things off out here, leaving Partizan to scrabble around. They spotted even more, and Aaron, he can get even more damage off. He's seen at least 2 out there in towards water, which means that ECLOT are going to start making moves, and that's the first one. Aaron keeps it going, and it's just a killing blow here for Partizan as ECLOT go 1 for another. This B-bomb site cleaned up, and someone definitely call the janitors on Partizan, because right now they are looking soiled out of this overpass. Next buy is going to bring them next to nothing here, Pop. And it might just be the way ECLOT take away this map. It's not over yet. Definitely looking damn like it. All because of one single 2v3.
Crazy stuff.
Amazing.
Not done just yet, though. As, we know what the Technons can do. Let's see what happens. Round 24. Final round of regulation. Dynamo ECLOT could close it out here. Bardus, that's not the start you're looking for. 2 HP for Dragon. 4C gets the kill onto Kindo. Oh, and he's not looking towards long. Could be shot in the back. That's exactly what happens. Dragon takes him down. It's already got a double kill. Depression shuts down Aaron through the smoke. And Dynamo ECLOT 2v4. Nade comes through. No one's on the site just yet. Dieter starts looking. Gonna take down Depression. That's bomb. But he might not have seen him. He might not have seen the bomb. Dieter goes down to the op. And Nubik, is he up for the 1v3 to close out the game in regulation? Otherwise, Partizan, they'll be able to force out OT. Oh, and that was heard. Yeah, they're gonna move forward.
Can't save this one out, MBQ. Gotta make a run for it for that A-bomb site. It is so tough, man. ECLOT, they climb it all the way back into unwinnable scenarios you never even expect. They made it all the way out there. And now comes down to MBQ in a 1v3 for Partizan to take this into overtime. Have heard him now moving away as well. Smokes go out. Pushing power is there. MBQ takes out 1, but 2 is not going to be as many as he wants. So there you go. 12-12, and you said, Pop, that you haven't casted overpass at all, right? So the teams were nice enough to let you cast a little bit more. We go to overtime.
There we go. We get to see more of overpass. It has been an exciting game.
Yeah.
Apart from, you know, the less exciting moments. Where you throw a 3v2.
Well.
But those are part of the game, right? Whenever you get too comfortable, you get punished for it. So because of that, overtime, and Partizan will have their chance of trying to get back into this game. And, you know, I did say that round where they lost 3v2 and whatever, but the fact that Dynamo ECLOT lose the previous round as well, that's also a little surprising. You're up against Tech Nines. And
Yeah.
first kill, okay, maybe it's not the worst thing that could happen. Forsey going down, that was very bad. So
Yeah,
with that
through
in
the
mind.
smoke, the double tap from
Oh, yeah, that as
Depression.
well.
That was insane. But yeah, turns out we do need overtime on overpass. Makes sense. Think about ECLOT too, right? This is their second overpass of the day, second overtime on overpass today. So they're here, they're ready. Probably not sweating as much as Partizan were in that last engagement, in that last round. But now they're ready to take this one out. They'll be looking to do it with a little bit of vengeance. Partizan moving up in towards middle. SPARTA has learned his lesson, isn't pushing into fountain anymore. You're just holding up in the toilets. Playing it safe, waiting for the push to come through, but let's see if the push is going to come to him, because, yeah, that's an easy kill for Kindo. Spots out SPARTA, checks his angles, and now Kindo wants a second. Not going to be gifted by it. Ooh, good information, though. They know a player's coming out to them on the toilets. They can get ready for him. Aaron getting lurked and beautifully flanked around as well. Timing is everything there for Dragon. Information and an op gained out here for him. And it's still out towards the A-bomb side, it looks like. Forsey's the main anchor, has been this entire game. When Spardos was down, it was up to him to perform. 25 seconds. You've got to get a move on. There it is. Beautiful flashes. Forsey staying alive, wanting to defend this bomb side. Doesn't check his corners well enough. And his detour left in 1v3. And my soul hurts when I say this, but he will save in overtime.
Oh, I mean, nothing you can really do, right?
Yeah. Nothing against Itor, but I hate to see it, you know? Being forced.
Kind of, you know, it's a lot of situations where it makes a lot of sense just to save. At the same time, we like seeing rounds attempted. Just, you know, it's more fun. I know it doesn't make sense from it, you know, you wanting to win, or it makes sense from you wanting to win, but chances are not really in your favor. Doesn't matter. I like to see it. Those are the moments where big plays are born.
Yeah.
Now, Partizan starting off the OT the right way with the first round, but can they keep it going? Of course, them being still on the less favored side of the map is not really going to be all that good, but
I mean,
we're here for Partizan. You're happy to see them back in the lead.
yeah, think as well for ECLOT, right? If they're going to swap out halves out here. At the beginning of this game, it was 6-1 on their T side, so they're not going to be too scared about that change for now. They're just thinking not even one round ahead, just the current round, what they can do in it. Partizan slowly scaling up water, shadow advantage, and even with that MBQ, it's not going to be enough to take down Kindo. Bardos needs to do something big here. Trying to push, and something big was not found. Dragon takes him out. It's a two-man advantage here for Partizan. Sure, HP values not too high there for their squad, but at the very least, they can still shoot. Aaron could find the bomb here, but could find nothing. Oh, it's a beauty of a flash. Didor, though, still manages to get away from it with a kill. And now Aaron, he spotted the bomb, taking it down, and look at the HPs here for Partizan. Not really a lot to work with. It would be way better for them if they just head back towards that B-bomb site where Forsey is just working on an AWP. Aaron's nade as well later down into this round will mean a lot as well.
Oh.
I think he's kept it. 4Z.
Molly.
Timing. There you go. Finds one. Depression isn't able to trade. Flash comes in. Another miss out of 4Z. Waiting for Aaron to help him out here. He's in a big a bind, but Dragon takes another one down. 10 seconds waiting to get to this bomb site. Depression is running it for the hills. He's booking it to his save here. He doesn't have time to plant. And not enough ammo to go for that peak either. So there you have it. 13-13 Depression. Unfortunate.
What is so funny I'm laughing about is you push through Monster or shooting at the op. You don't get him. And then you go out with a nade in hand, like.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? What's gonna happen? He's not gonna look towards you? Yeah, he will. Tactical pause called in by Partizan as they get equalized by ECLOT after an awkward situation against 4C. Very well played by 4C, by the way. Just playing around the pillar, trying to isolate your duels, and that pillar actually gives you the opportunity to isolate your duels, especially on a team who are disconnected like that and they don't both push at the same time, because they got the drop from Monster. At the same time, the player from short could have pushed in and try and overwhelm the Opera as he was looking towards Monster. Then again, we have a lot more information than they do, so they didn't know where the other player was. Maybe he was right next to him, maybe he was all the way in heaven and he could have helped out quite a lot. A very heavy A setup from Dynamo ECLOT as they try to take those positions, and they will take down Dragon, so they do that successfully. But B side could be overrun or not, as Partizan are missing every single shot. It is Depression to try and recuperate something from this A take out of Dynamo ECLOT, but it is a 5v2, and Dynamo ECLOT could be securing this first half of OT. Collins eliminated by Nubek, and it's all down to Depression 1v5.
Tech 9 towers here for Depression. It's gotta be a big game. Big round here for him. There's just no way. 1v5, timing not up to par. 4Z misses a shot, but should only delay the inevitable. 14-13 here for ECLOT. Really important to get this half of the overtime over with. They moved to that B side where they did feel quite good. Wait a moment, Depression made it a 1v3. He's trying this, he has to, right? And he's doing quite well up until now. He's even waiting for the player in con to actually make a move before he gets into the B-bomb site. However, time is running a bit thin. So flash to the B-bomb site, and maybe he's gonna check back in towards connector. Timing is everything, and Depression taken out by a tap. Sometimes that's just how it goes. 14-13 indeed the time to shine here for both teams. And we'll see if we get a winner or another overtime.
Well, we do have to remember that Dynamo ECLOT initially, they did very good at the start of the game when they were starting off on the T side. I think they did get up to 7-1 before things started kind of equal, and it was 6-1, 7-2.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can try and use some of the same things, or if they can find some new strategies. But it remains to be seen as we swing into the second half of OT. 14 on the board for ECLOT, 13 for Partizan. Of course, 16 is the number they're looking for. 15 is map point. And ECLOT are looking for exactly that, as they're one round shy of securing map point. And two map points, as they will have two chances to try and close it out. We'll see what Partizan have to say about it as well, because towards the latter stage of the first half, they were doing pretty good on the CT side. Molly coming through to stop them from getting into the playground, but they're able to do so. Dragon making sure no one's coming by Con without him knowing. And for now, a lot of damage taken by Aaron, but that is about it. No kill, but we just started things off.
See. Spamming away out here has worked before for Kindo. Collins attempting it as well. Aaron looking to just dodge out of the way. An opening into any of these two bomb sites. Isn't. I have to play quite far back, seeing as they've used up quite a good bit of util out here into the early game. Depression, slow reaction times there. Does manage to finally trade back on one as Aaron finds a really important kill. He was already down to low HP, so Aaron definitely finds a good trade there.
ECLOT. Very patient. 30 seconds left. Looking for a late B play. As they've got Nubik pushing in through Monster. Kindo. Where's Graffiti? Vladin alongside him. Should be able to get into the site. And there's a player towards heaven, but the bomb is not here yet. Vladin took down Nubik. Bomb needs to be planted by Spartus, and that's what's going to happen now. There's a player in short as well. They need to be careful of. Depression is dueling ForeC in close range, and is ForeC going to be the victor of that duel? 2v2 right now. Flash. Kindo tries to move in closer. Collins finds Dieter and ForeC now in a 1v2. Knows Kindo's close by, and ForeC will take him down. Collins, low HP. P250 in hand for ForeC. Repositioning, but he knows Collins has an M4. Only 2 HP for the player of Partizan. ForeC looking for this angle. Was spotted. Both players using the pistols. He's trying to waste as much time as he can, but he's not going to be able to waste enough time. It's going to be the defuse coming in from Collins, and we are all tied up.
All tied up, and 2 HP to spare there for Collins. There you have it. 14-14. We might need another overtime, or we might have a winner out here into this overtime. Who really knows? At this point, though, it is Partizan clinging on to dear life for the CT side, as ECLOT are looking to try to end it. ForeC has been having an amazing game, 27-17. Sparta's right there behind him with 24. But Partizan overall have just been having a more united front being put up here. No spamming out here from Vladin just yet. He does remember he did get flashed from that position a multitude of times before, so he is going to spam just a little bit beforehand. And here comes the push in through short. Oh, they're all the way over there already. Vladin stays alive, takes out one, and now MBQ trained on the angle for Vladin is going to get taken down. Collins, amazing out here on the double kill, and Spartus is the last man standing on a 1v3. Needs to do something monumental to be able to win this one out. Dynamo ECLOT just way too focused on trying to take down a single player. Might have cost them the round, and indeed it did. Could be costing them the entirety of the map here as well, as Partizan now have got one chance, a map point, to close it out.
Are they able to finish it off right here with a flawless CT half? It was Dynamo ECLOT who had their chance. They blew it. Now Partizan, are they able to make use of this chance? We see ECLOT all around the map looking for any kind of wrong move from Partizan. Collins trying to go for the wall bang, but is not going to connect. Depression, kind of a risky position in mid. He's got bullets covered. I don't know if there's exactly a gap at the edge of the smoke. There is not, but Spartus, he's already close by. Good nade on Nubik. That's Kindo. Lower than half HP.
Ooh.
And Sparta surprises Depression. They're playing very far forward, and they could pay a price because of it. They've got Dragon towards long as well with an op. They're using a double op setup in long and mid. This is an interesting approach, but obviously pretty risky. ForeC takes down Dragons, so both ops not achieving anything in this round. It's already 5v3 favoring ECLOT.
Yeah. 15-14. ECLOT got a great advantage over all of this, but yet they're not out of the woodworks. Not for now. MBQ, if he fell down there as well, would have been really bad. Right now into the A-bomb side we go. 15 seconds to plant that bomb. And someone's not going to allow them to do that. Collins, he's been the main man all around here for Partizan to deny and show what he can do. How this is being played. 5 seconds and already FaVBET has dropped this round. They've dropped this game and the map is over as Partizan take it by the nose here. And ECLOT definitely going to be hitting themselves for this loss. Moments where they could have ended it. Moments where they should have had it, and yet it's Partizan to take away their enemy's map pick.
Well, that was really unexpected, you know, with the round, with how it started off, with ECLOT getting those first 2 kills and making it look fairly easy. Partizan very nicely done to counter everything that ECLOT were doing towards the latter stages of the round, and with that 16-14, they'll be taking away the enemy's map pick, but that doesn't mean that they're through just yet. Of course, they need to win one more map. And thankfully for them, their map is coming right up. It is Inferno right after the break. And we are back, and we are straight into the game live with the second map. It is Partizan's map pick, and they are the ones that are leading in this best of 3, winning the first map 16-14. It was an interesting first map, to say the least, and we are looking forward to the second Inferno. It is an interesting choice for a second map, but of course Partizan, they're no strangers to it. Dynamo ECLOT, they're not either, so let's see what happens, as it is a fast B play. Aaron swinging through the smoke. Vladen will get one. Aaron able for 2, but there's going to be some trades happening, and the bomb will be planted. It's a 3v3, but as we all know, the retakes on Inferno are complicated.
Oh, indeed they are. 3v3. No defuse get out here to be seen for the CT side, so Partizan, they can just sit back, relax, wait for the enemies to come to them. Because they'll have to at some point. They'll have to get a move on. There's only a single player coming out of Banana, none from CT. Both of them now moving into church side and missed shots later. The first kill goes the way of depression. Second might be found from MBQ, but already there's too little time to work with. 10 seconds, you don't have enough. The round is won by Partizan, and they can die with the bomb. They don't really care, not saving away anything into this one. It is literally just a well-played round. There you go.
Well, that's the way to start off a second map after you win the first one. It is a very good way, just to, you know, get the blood flowing once again and get your confidence up. Because first map, sure, it was not easy to win it, but you managed to do it. So if you win the pistol round, you're just going to feel very good about yourself and, well, the map in its entirety. So, of course, a better win rate for Partizan, arguably their best map in terms of win rate. Well, that's not debatable. It's just a fact, but
yeah,
we'll see how, of course, ECLOT will fare, especially with this 4-spy in the second round. And well, if you see something odd, it's Nubik with an XM. He's towards the A site and in apartments. Surely that can do a lot of damage, but the B site seems to be the point of attack. Aaron gets one, but quickly traded right after. That nade was very well timed. Aaron heard it very late, and well, he was committed to the push by that point. Round done, as they will not be going for the retake. And those weapons and the armor, of course, they're all going to be very important for the following round. Because otherwise, they're just going to play with a USP. That's what Aaron is going to do.
Yep. There you go. XM, MP9s, 5-7 into the next round. The ECLOT are off to a left foot start, let's say, out here for this Inferno. Partizan picking away onto Inferno. I don't feel like we really went and talked about Inferno and Ancient at all. We kind of left talking about Overpass because it was a pretty big deal, but Inferno coming up here, Partizan's best map into the veto percentage-wise, win rate percentage-wise. Maybe bar Dust 2 because they've played it 28 times, but they've played it 12 times against some decent oppositions. They've managed to make a couple of decent runs, right? They have 4 wins in a row, up against Mix just today, up against Passion UA, which is a big game, up against Nexus, up against Metizport, right? So they've had their go at Inferno, and it's been going quite well. 13-11s, 13-8, 13-6s. So Dynamo ECLOT, as they're looking on down to this map, it's definitely safer for Partizan to go into a map like this than to go for something like Train, right? So, looking at it, ECLOT have known more defeat than anything else, and now they want to show that they can do it on next M2, apparently. Enough there for MBQ to start things off with a frag. Colin's taken out, Dragon down to low HP, and still looks like B is going to be the play.
Smoke thrown over. Vladen trying to sell the idea that's going to be an A play. It looks like they want to go back to the old classic. Smoke A, go B. The Nubik's waiting there. He's ready. He's got it. He's trusted XM. Although they're being very slow about it, and it could be backstabbed because of it. Because Dynamo ECLOT are running down mid. Nice reaction out of Dragon, looking for a second, not a third. And Spartus actually gets a double kill. They are
Never
able to
expecting
take
4Z.
someone down. 4C gonna get both of them. And that's how Dynamo ECLOT wins the round. Again, a 4-man stack on the A site. And, well, 3 of them fall, but the right man in the right place. It was a double kill of the MP9 that gets the kill, gets the kills, gets the round, and Partizan, they're not happy about it, calling for a tactical pause because of it. Trying to figure out what to do.
I mean, you never expect 4 people to come flank you on through mid, right? That was Dragon playing a really good round, finding that initial double kill that we thought, okay, if he finds Sparta there as well, it's completely fine. It's completely over. But instead, having that double MP9 setup, looking on in and searching for the lineup, it was really well played. Gets Dynamo ECLOT the round that you weren't expecting to put up on the board there from a basic bonus coming out here for the CT side. And now the XM is back on MBQ. He's got more than enough cash to go for an op, but instead chooses to stay on his trusted old shotgun. And now Partizan, they desperately need to make this round work, otherwise it is ECLOT to take the advantage. Cash looking pretty dry here, but the Tech 9 for Dragons trying to run Dieter down. Not gonna get to do that when you're met up with a shotgun to the face.
Partizan, they kind of look blocked in, even though they're not really blocked by anything and at this point. They do look like they decided on a B play once again. But Dynamo ECLOT are rotating in. Sparta's behind new box. The smokes will be coming in, but Aaron could be ahead of the opposition. Nade. A little bit of chip damage. Molly not forcing anyone out. Good flash. Another Molly coming through, and Aaron's ready with the flash to enable Spartus to swing out. Oh, and he's going to swing out as well, but he's fully blinded. Aaron with a double kill. Are they expecting another player here? No
way.
They're not. An easy deny of the bomb plan, and it's Kindo with 7 HP. Not able to take down Dieter. So Dynamo ECLOT so far have been doing a very good job at just making sure Partizan are losing track of who's where. And they're not checking every single corner. I would assume from here on out they will be doing that just because of this. The round just happened in the one before it where they found 4C down in, or I think it was 4C down in mid with that double kill from the MP9 to win them the round. So Partizan, yeah, they need to be careful about that. I mean, if Dynamo ECLOT keep fooling them like that, it's just going to be an easy job for whoever's hidden to get that extra kill.
Yeah. This is the second time, though, this happens for ECLOT, right? That's the second round they are able to get away with just hiding a player right behind their teammates and clearing up afterwards. So that's going to be annoying Partizan at the very least a little bit. Put them on the run for a couple of rounds here. ECLOT. Great way to come back in. The MP9. The burst and the spray has been nerfed a little bit, but the kill bonus is not. So sending in the SMG to go search for these kills, definitely the right approach. However, MBQ is going to take most of them. And there you go. 4Z good for 2 as well. He's up to 12k cash almost. Rounded up. So yeah, no worries about throwing that MP9 away and playing with the op. An ECLOT third. And if Collins and Kindo don't start putting up kills, could be a 4th and a 5th as well.
Back to weapons. No off for Partizan though. Ooh, good job on the nades. What is the right approach for Partizan? This time they're a lot more split up. Testing the waters on both sides of the map. Oh, and there's the aggression from Dynamite ECLOT. Collins will take down Sparta's Forcey. Found by Kendo. Aaron not able to take anyone down. And look at that. They just get the round flawlessly. Not even getting the bomb on the site yet. Dynamite ECLOT might have played right in the hands of Partizan. And, well, Partizan are going to be happy about it. But that doesn't really solve the issues that Partizan were having in the 4th and 5th round. So those are the ones that were 3rd and 4th. Doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
and,
I got it.
And yeah, that's still something they need to be careful of, not to feel too comfortable about it, because Dynamite ECLOT are ready to strike whenever they need to.
Yeah. There you go. Finally, though, I'd say this is maybe the first time we get to see a confident full gun round going up against each other. Having all the util in the world to work with. Partizan going to be scaling up middle, trying to get in towards top brackets. ECLOT, they've only got Diter here to work with, as the rest of them up in apartments waiting for some noise to get made. As the noise has been laid out, into the A-bomb side will go. Or maybe it's a quick run down towards archways. It's not smoked off, so the opportunity is still there. Good Molotov towards Graveyard as well. Here's out one. However, now they might not be expecting another fake out like they've done 2 rounds before. They're just leaving players into the bomb site and letting them get lulled into a false sense of security. Shoulder spotted, kill connected. I don't know how Kendo didn't spot out the op there on the first peek. Forzy gets a free one. Forzy gets a second one. Forzy might be allowed for even more. His depression misses out his shots, doesn't kill the opper, and basically throws this round in the bin.
Vladen spotted, almost eliminated. Dragon in the meantime falls, and Vladen will just have to run away. Not the worst decision to save here. Plenty of money to play around with, but ECLOT will be getting themselves back in the lead. I think they might need another tactical pause. It is not looking too great at the moment.
Yeah.
I do want to double check though, because they have played 12 maps of Inferno. Usually they do better on the T side. For ECLOT is the other way around. They usually do better on the CT side. And right now, Partizan, they're in a 4-match winning streak. So they should be looking a lot more comfortable than they are here. But I think Dynamite ECLOT are doing a very good job at just not allowing them to feel comfortable. Yep. Keeping them guessing and thinking, okay, where's the next flank going to be coming from, or how many players are going to be around the corner when we get to it, and if they're not there, where are they, right? Something of a surprise factor that Dynamite ECLOT are playing with, and Partizan are kind of playing into it.
Main problem here, I would say as well, is the fact that they can't really figure out what the game plan is. Partizan have been just trying to get to a point where they have an empty bomb site, or they're trying to get good control over one part of the map. They completely forget about the other one. We get to see Dynamite ECLOT pulling through a couple of great flanks already. We get to see them have no issues when it comes down to the rotates. It's ECLOT allowed to get past with having just a solo defender on B and having 4 players where the action is being had, and them not getting punished for it. Partizan quite one-sided so far. We'll be going to that one side yet again. A seems to be the play. And you'll see, even with 45 seconds out here, they will not be going back towards B. They'll be trying to just keep on pressuring this A bomb site until it doesn't work. And because of this time being wasted, 10 seconds doing nothing, by the way, look on middle, right? I mean, Aaron is already in here. Spotted out one, wants to take Kendo down. And Dynamite ECLOT already know what's going on. They're getting ready for this intake, and they're getting ready to try to deny this, but it's just the individual skill getting past them that's not allowing them to pull through. Kendo takes down 3 on the entries there, and Forzy decides to choose life over death as Partizan managed to get around. but it's a round that's won by individuals there, not by a good idea of the strategy.
The trading of rounds. Interesting start, to say the least. I mean, we did start off the previous map with a couple of streaks. This one a lot more tame. At least for now, as Partizan tie up the game. I find the money situation is still good, whatever the case, right? Even though they win one, but they lose one. Still able to buy, no problem.
Not at all. 4-4. Close first half so far. Even though not much is happening in the rounds themselves, like they're quite. Once the fight breaks over, once the pin drops on the ground here, for both teams, kind of just fizzles out. The round goes quickly. It has been quite straightforward of a game. MBQ though starts off this round with a little bit of the jazz. There you go. Takes out 2. Looks for more. Here's the Monte top brackets. Partizan. One-trick ponies so far. They're just keeping up the pressure on brackets. This time, though, in the 3v5, that might not be that easy to take. Good kill out of depression. However, they'll still need more. And the entry into the same bomb site is just not that easy. Collins wants to make it work. Plays alongside Kindo out here into the 4v3. Have gotten information that there should be at least one coming out through Archways or CT, and that's it. That's SPARTA spotted out. So where's the other ones? Kindo. Too little information to work with, too little time, too little options. Great flash coming around. Kindo, he actually gets covered by the enemy there. With that flash coming through, Forzi was fully blinded. Still connects the shot, but that could have led to big disasters. Thankfully for ECLOT, though, that's not the case.
It doesn't seem like Partizan are really enjoying this situation, as they will be calling for a tactical pause.
Right.
Of course, since we are in well, this is still Group B, right? So whoever wins here, as it is the winners match, will be moving forward. Whoever loses, well, is not eliminated. And we'll have to play the winner of Mix and the Copenhagen Wolves. So it's not as much as one would expect. If you do lose this game, as it is aggression in Banana. Oh, Kindo, he made it past the smoke. His teammate falls, but he's going to get one. Looking for a second, and he's actually going to get a second. Kindo, wonderful stuff to get control over the B side. He does have Aaron waiting for him, and look at that. Just very good awareness out of Kindo.
What a round. He pulled through the attention from the A bomb side as well. You got to see Daitor moving away from the bomb for just a second there, and now turns their back on it. The Galil finally connecting on one shot as Forzi's taken down. Daitor's left as the last man standing, 1v3. Bomb trying to make its way on over towards B. Dragon puts a close on it quickly. Beautiful round out there from Kindo to make it 5-all. Partizan keeping it close still on their own map pick. This T side not necessarily going their way, but at the very least, not going out of their way either. Or away from them. Either way. 6-5 here for Partizan.
Oh, wait. course, he doesn't have a gun. I think he just realized it, and we see him roading back to CT spawn.
Get a USP. Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of need something.
I mean, in a round like this, genuinely, I'd be happier with Forzy just being posted up with a knife next to, like, the corner there for Taxi, waiting to get a lucky kill. Not like anything else is gonna happen. Maybe get a Zeus, stay in apartments.
Well, that could be a way to go about it.
Thinking though. KD status padding go up. Let's see how it goes up. Oh, it goes up. Definitely it does. 11-7 now. Last round, well, 2 rounds ago actually, he was what? He's just gone 6 kills in 2 rounds. So quick maths on stream, definitely not a good idea. But he was 5-7. So there you go.
Yeah, that checks out. I think that's. I think you nailed it.
Yeah. Well, I'm still in university, right? So still learning.
There we go.
Not maths, but should be learning something.
At one point, surely.
Maybe. Big grain of salt to be taken in that one. Either way, though, you know what? The half's not over just yet. There's still a round to go, and that round is quite explosive because already Kendo and Dragon down to half HP by utility only. ECLOT looking to hold out here as Kendo took up a lot of space, saw it was open, and they still pulled the plug. Partizan could have had a way in. There was no smoke to deter them. Now there is. Because of this missed timing, though, ECLOT might not know what to expect. Yeah, they're still sending in utils towards the B-bomb site. Partizan could get a leg up here.
Waiting for Dynamo ECLOT's mistake. As they do have eyes on both sides of the map. But it seems like once again B is the point of attack. Now, there's 3 players waiting here. Aaron is not boosted up. Smoke comes through. Aaron will be isolated. Does have a smoke and a flash. What's the smoke onto the site? Could be swinging through the smoke. Or see in the meantime, he gets one of the kills. Spartas with a kill on Collins. They will find a player behind the fountain, but Forsey changed positions. Depression expects that. Aaron, he's up close and personal with them. Depression has no idea. Aaron takes them both out. And Dragon is the last one standing. 1v3. Bomb planted.
Oh, I don't know why he's pushing this then.
Not really planned it for him. He's going to be taken out by Dieter, and Dynamo ECLOT will be getting an equalizer here at the end of the first half. Now, we were talking at the start of the half how Dynamo ECLOT keep fooling the side of Partizan, and Partizan again, they got rid of the 2 players on site, and they were like, cool, we got the site, we got the bomb down, and they forgot about a player in CT. There was no one to be watching CT because their teammate went down. And Aaron took advantage of that, pushed through the smoke, got himself a double kill, basically securing the round for his team, more or less. They did get the last kill very nicely as well. So we're all tied up after the first 12 rounds. And it should be interesting, considering both teams are better on the sides they're on now, not on the sides we'll be moving towards. Percentage-wise.
Percentage-wise, yes. However, a 6-6 split basically tells us that it's all down to this second half. Not really any advantages. Second pistol round is going to mean a lot. And, well, right now, there is no guarantee. There is no certainty. What's left to be played out is going to be this Inferno. MBQ has caught my eye. He's 12-5. He's been having a good game out here. I feel like these two, Kendo and MBQ, have made the most of Inferno. Everybody else has been really quiet, though. Collins 3-9 after that blowout performance onto the first map on Overpass. Vladin as well, 4-7. A little bit tough to see them play like this, you know?
Need to get everyone ready. We can jump into the second half, see exactly what's going to happen.
Okay, now we
Yeah,
do
so
get to hear
far,
the timer. There you go.
Well, so far we haven't really seen anything too convincing from either of those teams, right? We do end up with an equal score, but sometimes you can see one of the teams kind of look a little better, but he felt pretty much equal. It just came down to if Dynamo ECLOT were able to surprise Partizan with their positioning, or if Partizan were able to overwhelm the defense, whatever the case. So we'll see if that any of that actually transitions into the second half as well, right? Because we could be having that as well. We could see Dynamo ECLOT kind of make Partizan look track of them and be looking the wrong direction whenever they push into the site. It's not necessarily too easy, but we'll see what happens as we get underway. Sparta's taking the duel first. There's Nubik as well. Nicely done there by the side of Dynamo ECLOT. Kindo will be swinging out, gets that headshot onto Nubik, but he has to cover by himself until help gets there. And it's not going to be that quick either. There's finally Collins to help out. 2v4 retake.
2v4. Again, no defuse kit, nothing really to be done. Partizan, I see Collins moving back. I do not want to see him save a USP. He doesn't even have armor. Please, Collins. I beg. My heart. You know, it's small, it's black. The soul isn't really there, but don't break it even further. What, are you saving a smoke? Is that the plan? You're playing the new CT side, goddammit, as well, you know, like, would be really impactful to just get 1-2 extra kills out here, buy yourself up an extra flash next round. They're literally holding up to save for it. 3 to 9 KD out here, Pop. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Well, he's like, you're gonna have to get used to it.
I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Don't make me see you saved out USBs. Okay, well,
Round 14.
my tantrum out of the way. Round 14, yeah.
What's gonna happen? What's the plan? I mean, Partizan did first up, so you know there's some hope there. They have 4 players on A. Dynamo ECLOT focused on B. Seems awfully familiar to what happened in the first half, where Partizan were calling the shots and they did exactly the same thing. No rotation yet. Collins will be dropping the smoke. Flash at the ready. They're dropping in front of them. Everyone's here, and you can hear a lot of guns firing. Not necessarily all, but multiple, to say the least. That could trigger rotation, but that could also trigger Dragon. Get into a good position. As they still got a bomb towards B. Dieter, good shot. Softens up, or no, it wasn't Dieter. Dieter takes the shot. Depression was the one with a good shot, and that softens up Dieter. Dragon waiting around, waiting for any kind of noise, but Aaron could actually, oh, unlucky timing, could liberate the A site, and all of a sudden the rotation amounts to nothing, as A site is completely open, and Dynamo ECLOT could just be running into the A site.
I mean, yeah, there's 20 seconds left to work with, and the moment Aaron gets to the bomb site, sees that it's empty, calls in the reinforcements, left sees that bomb is going to get planted. Depression can't do anything about it. He's on a scout, not on an op. The Partizan will go for yet another save. We are playing Inferno after all. The CT side's not off to an amazing start, I'd say. 2 rounds, now taken by ECLOT. And I really do doubt that a FAMAS, an MP9, and a Scout is going to be enough to get Partizan over the next round too. So it should be 9 on the board as well.
Currently looking a little better here at Dynamo ECLOT. Weaker rounds that they got. Considering, of course, the rounds they got towards the end of the first half. But Partizan, they're gonna try to stop them. As we're looking for is what the play is here from ECLOT. You know, Partizan, you know, by being behind in terms of weapons, they do kind of have to overstack some of the sites. They just need to get it right. I want to say get it right once. That doesn't necessarily get them the round, but at least gets them a better chance to getting a round.
Indeed. Got a chance too right now to save as well if they don't hit the right bomb site, you know. So that would be just extra FAMAS's MP9s and scouts going into round number 16, which I'm sure we would love to see in our eyes here as the viewers, but for them, of course, it does make sense. Either way, though, quick rotates around now coming in that they've taken banana control. Trying to stay ahead of the curve. Dinosaur moves in, doesn't lose his fight up against the 5-7, doesn't lose that much HP either. Partizan falling back, calling in for an early save here. Drop the first man. Apparently that's enough. 9-6. With these saves coming around, again, remember, no armor. So depression might just stay on a scout. Partizan will be going into round number 16. Kill, though. There you go. Vladin is going to get away with something here for his troubles. But really, right now, besides Kindo, who played good in the first half, no one here for Partizan really putting up the numbers.
Oh. We find Newbeck. I've heard him all the way here.
Oh.
Nice reaction out of Newbeck, though. Bomb explodes. Collins will be going down to the bomb explosion, but it's not the end of the world. Just now, they will be buying up. Last tactical pause of Partizan. Trying to figure out how to defend the sites, how to stop ECLOT, try and get all of those rounds back, and try and overcome this hurdle. That is Dynamo ECLOT on Partizan's map pick. Again, Partizan did manage to win the first map. It was double overtime, or it was overtime, never mind, not double, but they were able to get the win. And now, of course, they're looking for a second map as well, just to complete the best of 3. And what better chance than their own map pick of Inferno as we get ourselves into the round. Only coming through. Ooh, good damage with the util. Newbeck and Aaron taking a good amount of damage, actually. Although Collins takes a big amount of damage from that molly, so kind of equals out. More so, Partizan actually having Collins drop a little lower. As ECLOT are still split all over the map. And Partizan sent 4 players to the A site on the buy round. This is a very risky play. I mean, Kindo's by himself towards B. Has a molly, so can delay them if needed. But still, could be getting dangerous if they decide to push in. Dieter eliminated. That was the only player towards the A site. Deeper molly. That's going to keep them at bay. One player taking damage was heard. And another molly. There was another molly dropped over by a teammate. That's going to be really helpful.
Indeed, it will be. 30 seconds left to go. Man disadvantage here for ECLOT, moving towards the B-bomb site. It's a 3v4 effectively. The CT player is not working with much. Kindo, however, himself takes one down, moves right back around. 15 seconds now on the clock. Forced to move in. ECLOT are making mistakes. Kindo just having his good old time here. Triple kill for Kindo, and bomb to be tapped in. Flatten taken down, and Horsey is in for the clutch. 1v2 remaining. And take him down by the timer, down by the moment. It's tough, it's how it goes. Nice try for Forzy, but it's Partizan finally putting up a round here on their CT side. First one as well.
That's good for Partizan, but if they want to win here, they need to be looking for some more, or rather, forcing into an eco, the enemy team. Oh, and a tactical pause called in by ECLOT.
Yep.
To not be going into an eco, basically. Not really going to be that easy. Of course, depends what Partizan are going to do. And I think if Kindo's been having a pretty good game, I mean, he's 15 and 10. Needs some more help from his teammates, but rounds like that, whenever you have a player popping off, that could get the motivation back into the team.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know, because like the previous map, Collins was playing so well, and now he's 4 and 10. Like, it can all just switch on a dime. And yeah, I guess this is kind of how it looks like. ECLOT moving on into this B-bomb site. They run them down. They find 2 on the entries. It's up to Depression to deny this. Good Molotov to take down SPARTA as well on the entries. Depression can still hold this one up. Daitor doesn't check his left. Partizan could be in for this comeback. There is a grenade on the upper here as well. So MBQ could definitely be taken down there. There you go. Hit on the first. Grenade will not go towards MBQ. The 2v2 retake now later. Defuse kit on Dragon. The full belt of util as well, definitely gonna help. The moment either MBQ or Iron make a noise, make a sound. Should be Dragon throwing everything he's got. Staring at the bomb side right now. 20 seconds remaining, slowly going up to 15. Depression's moving on in, and that's MBQ, good for the first, and that's Dragon as well, with everything in his belt still on the line. ECLOT get the double digits. And they win out the clutch. 2v2.
Well, it seems like that tactical pause got them back to winning ways very quickly. After that initial round goes down the drain. Or, well, the round that Partizan just won, of course. Still enough money for a buy, but if this one goes south, it could be ECLOT on map point. Oh, dangerous duel. Dragon will actually find the kill to Aaron. The first kill of the round does go the way of Partizan.
Oh,
wow.
Amazing shots there from Dieter. Taking it back to a 4v4. Really a much needed one here for these guys. Now we're basically playing inverted sides right now. Partizan trying to retake their own bomb site. As ECLOT have barely managed to get in there. Vladin, only man standing still left here. With the MP9 in hand, can't really do too much. And in from Library, Dieter keeps it up. Double kill now for him, and the rest of Partizan forced to back off. This is the round. Pop, this might be Inferno. ECLOT 11 and 7. No real buy coming up for Partizan into the next either. From that point onwards, just comes down to seeing how they want to close it.
Well, the fact that they keep 2 of their weapons, at least they're going to have something to fight with. But it is not looking great. It is not looking great at all for the side of Partizan. Losing around like that. Not going to be too helpful. Do you force up? I want to say I think you do. Just because they would have had money to drop 2 M4s, but they won't. Playing for OT. Or, you know, winning this round, but chances are this was not going to go as great as it could have been if you buy up. A couple of MP9s as well. Well, MP9 and a 5.7, much rather. Prussian trying to hold on to the money for an op. Oh. And they nearly stopped on the head of Collins. Could have given him a lot more damage. More damage in return, though.
Oh, we get to see Partizan moving up a little bit more aggressive into that smoke, especially with the 5.7. Looks like that's not going to be the case. Right here, right now. ECLOT are on the teetering verge of success over this enemy's map pick of Inferno. And when you think, right, it came down to overtime in the first, it was 12-11 in favor of ECLOT. Surely they're coming into this one with a little bit of vengeance. Wanting to make it right. 4-man setup here from the CTs onto the B-bomb side. Aaron dispatches of 2. Now definitely has done so by his own hands as well. Third one taken care of. Aaron's going to keep pushing. If Vladin gets caught off here on A, the round is over. ECLOT have got it in their hands. Aaron should be dead here, though. There you go. Dragon good for the first. 20 seconds. And with Vladin dead, that should be the game. 12-7. 5 chances to close. 5 chances to take us to that last map of the best of 3, which is going to be Ancient out here, Pop. A really good map for ECLOT.
With the way Partizan have been playing so far, I will not be surprised if they make quick work. ECLOT. They make quick work of this map point opportunity. Just because Partizan, again, they did seem lost for a pretty good amount of this map. And again, it's your map pick. You're really gonna be expecting a lot more out of a team that are comfortable on this map. They have the biggest win rate on this map, and they have won it the last 4 times they played it. ECLOT, their chance. Usually you do see whenever they get to map point, it's that they have their best chance against the weaker buy. It's not really a weak buy from Partizan. They have everything they need to try and stop ECLOT from closing this one out. But we won't, we won't get ahead of ourselves. Things are not over just yet. Kindo. Very nicely done. Gets the kill onto Aaron. He's got some support there, but they're not as far ahead as Aaron was, so they're going to be okay. They start off the right way, though. They start off with the opening kill.
They do take down 1. Good damage. Once forcing Spartas. However, Spartas doesn't care for damage. He wants lethality. And he's giving it up to Kindo. Another one to go. Dynamite traded before he could fall. 3v3 still on this B-bomb site. It's looking a bit scary. Send Vlad in to help. Depression's left standing here. All alone. Vladin's Playing this rotation, but there's a lot weighing on his shoulders. If the first man goes down on either of these bomb sites, he's expected to pick up the slack. The bomb going towards A, and people making noise on B. Here comes the rotate. And MBQ now should be able to have an easy plant. Where's the bomb? Partizan looking around, wondering why it's not planted yet. They've invested all of the utility they had on the B-bomb site, and now MBQ, he should have planted this a long time ago, but finally will go ahead and do so. Very smart out of ECLOT to have the flanker with the bomb, because now it's a 2v3, FaVBET half HP, but at least they still have utility to work with, whereas Partizan do not. 3 flashes only. 2 middle, 1 long, and it's FaVBET to take care of 1 first. Really aggressive, really well played. And it's smart to take the aggression here as well, because they never expect it. FaVBET still holds down to the line, no flashes used up to him, but the pre-fire from Collins was amazing. No trigger discipline there for MBQ. Maybe doesn't need it. It's a 1v1. Half HP on Collins. Doesn't even matter. It's MBQ to stay flawless. 22-8 to finish off Inferno. We go to the third. We'll need Ancient to figure this game out.
We were talking Nubik. He has been in the team for a very long time. A core piece. Synonymous with ECLOT. If you say ECLOT, you say Nubik. Been in the team for over 4 years at this point, but delivering big time here for his team. And well, with that, they tie up the game, and it wasn't the greatest showing out at Partizan. Again, comparing it to what happened in the first map, it was not a great showing at all, but they do have Ancient left over, and ECLOT also do have Ancient. We did just see Partizan's best map in terms of win rate for ECLOT. That is Ancient with 71% win rate. It's not going to get any easier for Partizan from here on out, so we'll see what they'll be able to do. We will be taking a break, and as soon as we're back, we're jumping straight into Ancient.
Okay, ladies and gents, we kept you in the chat for just a little bit longer, but now we're all ready to go for this decider to take place. To play the knife round, it's Partizan to lose it, ECLOT to win it. And it is Ancient to be played out here for a very good map for ECLOT and a pretty good map for Partizan here as well. So it's definitely going to be fun. It's definitely going to be going all out, and we're ready to be playing out this pistol round where Sparta is going to get faked out by a Glock running out the place.
Coming in for the retake. V5 Dieter looking for that kill, not able to get it. What's Forcey doing?
Yes.
The bomb is planted.
Yes. He's
He
still
is
playing
not-
Inferno.
Yeah, you're not gonna get anything going. I mean, I guess the call was ready to save, but then why are they so close to the site? Maybe they were betting on, you know, getting 1 or 2 kills before he comes in, but even still, funnily enough, he's actually the only one that actually takes damage from 3 players alive.
Yeah.
Even though he was the farthest away from the site. Yeah, that's the pistol in the bag for Partizan. So,
I
the
hate
start
this.
that you were looking for.
If I
Why?
could scoop my eyes out right now, I would.
What
What do you mean why?
think
It's
it's
CD
worth-
side with new economy. It bases itself on getting kills, and you save 3 body armors on pistol round? Come on.
Don't get me wrong, I would be very happy on attempting every single retake.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like...
That's fun.
Exactly.
You know, fun.
No. We're not playing for fun. We're playing for games. We're playing for wins. What do you mean? I'm gonna go all deep after this exchange on Jaguar. When was the last time you had fun, Paul? What do you mean?
Right now,
Woohoo!
we love saving.
Yay! We do! Dragon loves kills. There you go.
Oh, he apparently does very much as he gets himself a double kill in depression. He's actually was he actually not the one getting that kill? Oh, Vlad
Vlad
actually did.
saved him.
Yeah, he got it. There we go.
Boy was flying, Partizan. Like, look, ECLOT. Amazing, right? They forced by after saving away 3 body armors, and because they saved away those 3 body armors, they felt the need to go for a force buy, even though they got no kills. So no extra kill bonus, no extra money, no extra nothing. So they go in on a really bad buy. They take control over Cave. That's good. They want more, and just the flank absolutely derails them. And this is how Partizan are going to start off this Ancient with a 3-round lead, which is going to be huge in the grand scheme of things, because this just gets them on the board. This just gives them a failsafe if they start playing bad or if something happens.
Oh,
Oh,
Dragon.
Here for Dragon as well. It's the fact that the Mac 10 was getting all those kills until MBQ takes his head off. That just gives him even more cash. He's working on 5.4k.
Or see. Oh, almost taking down Vlad, and not the greatest race, but he's still alive. It's all that matters. Are we saving again? We are.
Woohoo! Yay!
Let's go. We're gonna have a Mac 10 into the next round. That
And a
is
Deagle.
fog.
Oh yeah, amazing. I love it. I love life right now. What do you mean, Paul?
That is so fun.
Ah, yes. Well, you know, we're allowed to shit talk here because we've got X-ray. We're not in the server. We're not playing for money and for a spot into the group stage. You know, this is just into the final. Wait, is this a group stage? Yeah, it is a group stage.
Where are the play-ins?
Yes, but it's a spot for the group stage.
It
That's
is.
what I meant.
It is.
So yeah, well, you know, there's no pressure on us. Like our IGL isn't in our heads screaming, "Go save, go save, go save." Like we're allowed to take the piss because we're seeing it live. We're seeing what they've got, and we know that they're not having a lot of authority individually right now, and they're just playing the quote-unquote correct game, which is definitely not paying off for them quite well. But Now it's up to round number 4. Maybe now things will change as they finally do get that forced buy-in. Forzy's on an AWP. Aaron's still playing with that Mac 10 that we've been mentioning. But, you know, hey, maybe it works. Maybe it allows Aaron to be a little bit more aggressive. Who knows? Take up more space. This Partizan will be aiming up towards this A bomb site. Funnily enough, it is going to be up to Aaron to try to deny this because they're all coming in through middle. And he's not going to have the weapon to peek this.
But he saved the Mac 10.
Yeah! We love it.
Has some extra money because of it, though.
Dieter has got to come in to help him, actually.
Oh, maybe he upgrades to a Galil.
I don't know. He's a little scared. Oh, Vladin has opened up the entire bomb site by himself. The Galil that you mentioned is going to get picked up, sure. But, it's a 2v4. Good luck. It's not going to go far, surely. There you go. 4-0 here for Partizan. And I already hear the attack pause coming in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, it is a tech, it seems.
Even worse. No.
Aaron did lose connection, so we're going to have to wait for him to come back. But I would assume a tactical pause to be used right after.
That's what happens when he drops his Mac 10.
He gets angry. Disconnects. I don't want to be a part of this
no, it
anymore.
just crashes his game. It's like deleting coconut.jpg from like TF2. He loses it, the entire game
No
crashes.
idea what you're talking about.
It was an old internet meme where a coder was trying to like mod TF2 back in the day, and he found like a random image of a coconut in the source code, and he deleted it, and then the entire source code stopped working. And when he put it back, it started working again. So everybody in the programming world is like, oh, coconut.jpg. If anything breaks or crashes, just put it back in.
Oh, well, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I'm no connoisseur of, IT and coding and all that, but I can expect something to, take something out that seemingly doesn't have any use, doesn't work, put it back in, it works. Why? No idea. But
don't worry about it.
Exactly. Like, if it works, why would you care? Like, just leave it in, and there we go. So yeah. But Aaron's back. He's got an M4 now.
Whoa, crazy. The rest of his team, however, doesn't have an M4.
Yeah.
So yeah,
They have MP9s, a couple of pistols, but he saved that Mac 10. Now he has money for the M4 on a half by round.
True.
Worth it.
Not enough money for a diffuse kit, mind you, but he does have money for an M4. You are right.
Well, I mean, he does have money for a diffuse kit. Probably won't buy it, but
No. Diffuse kit is fake. It's an illusion. It doesn't exist. You just defuse the bomb with your willpower alone, with your mind.
now I'm thinking about it, we didn't really have any issues with people not having diffuse kits this match. Or not any issue, but like it didn't really matter. It was no situation where it mattered if you had one or not.
Exactly. Because we barely got to see more than like 2-3 retakes this entire best of 3, I think.
Yeah,
At
I
least
think
not
that
on
makes sense.
Inferno.
we did see someone overpass.
Sure we did, but they were all like full smokes, 2v3s, 2v2s coming in and just like running it down, not necessarily playing for the timer. So yeah, I guess we haven't really talked about that. What I feel like we do need to talk about though is the fact that Aaron's the only one with kills here for Dynamite ECLOT. He's 4-4, everybody else 0s and 1s. Go back to binary, back to coding. Aaron can do it all alone though. Maybe he doesn't need help. There you go. Picks up a 3k in this round.
Seems like this was all the master plan crafted there by ECLOT.
Timing.
They pass each other.
Oh. Don't say anything. They might hear it.
Artist, I don't think he ever expects Depression to be there now. You have no idea Depression's in mid with a bomb on his back. Although,
Collins has no idea he's being flanked.
yeah, if they go B, Sparta's right behind them.
And they're not
Never check
connecting the right
behind.
bomb site either. Look, it's 4 people here. Easy kill for Spardos. And they think he came all the way through A. So very unfortunate. Oh,
Okay.
what a kill! Okay, yeah, sure, go for it. First
Great
up on the
shot.
board.
Well, with some great effort from Aaron, the player that had the weapon saved over. So
yeah. There he goes back on another SMG, even though he clearly has money for a rifle. Not gonna invest into it. Instead, holds on for the next few rounds. Partizan on a full buy of their own, rushing towards the save bomb site. It's up to Sparta. Let's see if he can hold down with MBQ right there next to him. The flash blinds himself. MBQ, wall of smokes actually helps him out to get away. 4Z takes out 2. Vladin does the same, and now it's just a battle of attrition, seeing where these players are going to come in from. 4Z trying to bluff the smoke out here is going to catch Kendo in the timing. And 4Z on his first 3. These are his first kills of the game. They're running to the B bomb site, and so is Depression? No way. He's with the bomb. Oh, good kill on the first. Detour now has control over the bomb, though.
yeah, but Dragon was not with him. He was waiting on the A site. I don't know what the plan was exactly. Oh, there needs to be careful, and he's gonna swing into the crosshair of Dragon. It's still Partizan to walk away with a round, but it could have been a whole lot worse because it was a little unexpected with how the round itself was presented.
Yeah.
But they do get it.
Tough round over there for 4Z. He takes out 3. He makes the most of that round. But, yeah, overall, I mean, we've been seeing some weird rounds, some weird calls, some questionable choices being made. But overall, this just takes me back to the initial overpass, right? Where we got to see 7-1 or 6-1 being played out and then trying to claw their way back. We'll see if Dynamo ECLOT are able to do that. As we will be calling out a tactical pause here. See how far it takes them. ECLOT's coach as well, Replay, is someone we don't get to really talk about too much. He's been with the team for around about 1.5 years now. Actually, 2 years. Almost on the dot. I mean, 2 years last month with the team.
Oh, Aaron.
Oh, again.
Trying to
It
get
happens
aggressive.
again.
Collins blocks him, but then he still goes out. They know there's a player pushed into Jagger. In the meantime, 4C takes down Dragon. Good check by Detour. Nubik eliminating Kendo, and all of a sudden it's a 5v2. Detour. Well, they sneak the bomb plant in. Vladin! A triple kill. Great adjustment, but it is not going to be enough to get the round in the bag. Again, they did get a bomb plant in, so that's going to be 6 extra money, but it's still ECLOT to be winning the round.
That just took me back to like 2012 with MLG days. Another triple out there for Vladin. He's been doing a lot this map too. Collins yet to pick up a kill. He's been trying to pick up slack out here. Tactical pause incoming here for the T side now. Back to back coming through in these rounds. ECLOT finally putting something on the board with a fast one over their eyes on B. And now because it was so quick there from Partizan, and they did lose that many players as ECLOT just come around and crunch really well on them. Now Partizan are left without really too much money. There will be force investing into this round. And look, this is just how breakable these rounds and this momentum can be on CS2. You know, you find a 5-1 lead, you think you're way up ahead, but you lose a single good round, and Dynamo ECLOT here could bring it back up to 4 if they play their cards right. However, MBQ did not necessarily play any cards because he got taken down in the smoke before even being able to see anyone. But it already starts off like a 4v5.
Oh, Detour, good shot. Looking for some more, and who's trying to triple up? Spartus. He dinged Collins as he was shooting depression in the head, and FAVBET finishes it off. ECLOT. Very good reaction as well. On point with their aim. They're just seemingly doing everything right. And Partizan, sure, they might still be ahead, but took ECLOT a little bit of time. They managed to accumulate all 3 rounds, looking for their 4th, as there are going to be Glocks on the side of Partizan. But that doesn't mean some heads cannot roll in this round as well. Now, well, again, they got 4 players outside the B doors, and they've got Vladen just taking a lot of the attention away from that side of the map, but it's still just going to be very complicated to get through from here, right? Although Aaron's getting closer. He's got the AK in hand, still with that same view model. I don't know. To each their own, I guess.
We've definitely seen worse.
Yeah, we have the TMB. Yeah, we have. We have, but it's not too far off. Dieter's spawning out one of the players, and they've got all 5 players here. So technically, I don't think they can make it to the site, but I think they could take a couple of players down before they are all eliminated, especially with Aaron up close and personal. They're focused on Dieter. Aaron sprays away, and there's a couple of players going down, but there is the round in the bag for ECLOT. So they do lose 2 players. It's a good amount of damage. A bomb blind would have helped them even more, just with some extra money in the bank. But with that, Dynamo ECLOT within 1 round of equalizing things.
Yeah, you were definitely right about the fact that they're going to take down a couple of players. Yet here it goes, 5-4. And as I mentioned before, right, it's ECLOT. Just a couple of rounds falling down on the wayside, not really paying attention. It turns 5-1, and then boom, comes right back around. 1 mistake from Partizan decides now the halftime. ECLOT could definitely get themselves back up to 5, maybe even more, as economy on this T side is going to struggle if they lose this round. Loss bonus is being set up, but it's still not maxed out. And look at this flank around from SPARTA. It's so good. It's so on point. It's so on the timer. No trigger discipline, however, only allows him to get 1 here. Could have had so much more to work with as Dragon equalizes back out to a 4-on-4. SPARTA still is going to be aggressive. This is a good off angle to have as well. Vladen might not be able to check this one. However, he does go for it. And the A1S, even though it misses the first couple of bullets, connects on the last few. SPARTA now traded. Dragon is the one that's making this round work, yet still not over. Because right now, the 3v3 into the B-bomb site will be going in again. Now, Dieter's got a lot of work to do. He's holding in the corner, Depression and Collins. Gonna move together as Dragon is the one being on the flank. He's on 18 HP. Oh, did he spot a barrel? Don't think he did. They get really close here. Surely they do check him though. Collins, let's see the peek. Barrel spotted. Oh, Collins still gets that frag somehow. 1 HP on Collins. Traded out by MBQ. 15 seconds to get to that bomb site. Too bad for them that Dragon is not the one with the bomb on his back. Could have just ran his way up towards A. Before Z sees where the last one is, and Dragon forced to save. There you have it, 5-5. ECLOT equalize it back. That's how the cookie crumbles. That's how ECLOT managed to get 4 in a row here, maxing out the loss bonus for Partizan right before the half ends. Now there's 2 rounds remaining, and of these 2, Partizan will be forced into a pretty harsh force.
Oof. It ain't too pog, as the kids say.
I don't think even the kids say that anymore, sadly.
Actually, you should know your kids.
Yeah, well, I don't think, sadly, I even can be attributed to the kid days anymore.
Would you use pog?
I would not use pog.
Then, there you go. You know what? You know what? We'll get back to this as New Big shuts down too. You know
it is that force buy. I mean,
TPu is?
I heard about it. I have no idea what it is.
Okay, then I'm younger than you. Depression. Gonna go down. Dragon will get a couple of kills, actually. Hang on. He's still in this. 2 players coming in from Donut. And a 3rd kill from Dragon. But it is Aaron to finish it off for ECLOT. Getting themselves in the lead. They got the attention sign. The storm is brewing. And a technical pause called in for Partizan.
Second one they use up here, and I mean, it's definitely here to be calling out a couple of names. Collins 1 and 9, Depression 4 and 8. You're not allowed to have performances like this, right? After you have a good map on one of the 3 being played out here, you aren't the decider of a match that is going to be putting you up into the group stages, right? It's important for Partizan to get out here and not be forced into another best of 3 they could potentially lose. It's a big difference, not only in VRS, but just in general to maybe get themselves of a little bit of a prize pool there going as well. Definitely would be a nice pickup here for the organization. So they have to really put their minds to it and stop making their usual common mistakes, because right now ECLOT are definitely playing a much better CT side than Partizan are showing us a T side of. And here I thought, you know, this would be a map where we'd get to see the peak of the performance for both of these teams, because it's a really good map for both. But apparently it's about the day, it's not about the map pool.
Yeah, it's about consistency as well.
Yep.
A lot of things that need to go right.
We love to throw that word around, you know, but usually we do, because you really don't know what to expect out of a team. You could see them one day
Don't know
being,
more words.
like, amazing. Yeah, well, we do. We do. We hear them from other people, and we just think we're cool, you know. But you know, you think you know what you're getting one day, and then the second, it's Donk 3.0. So you don't know. But right now, good smoke being held. SPARTA doesn't get out with none of them. Position goes to waste, and the bomb site gets overwhelmed. Partizan make it from 48 seconds down to 40, because they skip a little bit into the bomb site. Aladdin does indeed find a great shot. It's a 3v5 on the retake, and this one you can't save, ECLOT.
Yeah, they need to go for it. Coming in for the retake, 3v5. Aladdin not able to shut down anyone, but getting out of Temple is fairly complicated, especially with 2 players. And Depression, nice headshot, finds a second, force a little late on the trade, misses the flick, and it is Partizan to tie it up. It's 6-6. But with that in mind, this time we had a streak from ECLOT, right? It was Partizan with a good start, some cherry-picked rounds here and there. ECLOT just felt a lot more consistent for those 6 rounds. So swapping sides right now, as I was mentioning before, ECLOT a little higher in terms of win rate.
Yeah.
But they are better at the T side. It is just 55% win rate on the T side. So we'll see how that fares into the CT side of Partizan. They're also a little better at the CT side, 51.3, but they're on 50 as well on T. So should be for a very interesting second half. Both teams should be looking fairly strong. And, you know, we've seen a good fair share of great decisions. We've seen a good fair share of kind of big mistakes, but those 2 teams do feel fairly equally matched, right? We saw both of them win 2-0 in their previous games, in the opening games. And then in the winners match, they are having a very close affair against the other team that actually won. You know, one of the teams winning 2-0, then they play against another team that won 2-0. But
yeah,
they are very evenly matched, and that's what you want out of, especially an advancement match. It's not a decider match, because even if you lose here, you still get one more chance, but even still, you do want to see close games.
You do have to remember as well that the most convincing map out of the entire day here for the stream has been 13-7 on the last map of Inferno. All the games we've had today, sure, they were 2-0s, but it was overtimes. It was 13-11s. It was really close games that definitely put a toll out here on these players, and that's the only way that I could excuse performances like 2-9, you know, like 6-7. Like, stuff like this, when it comes down to rounds this late into the game, this late into Asians, like, yes, you're allowed to make a couple of mistakes. Yes, you're allowed to have a bad map or two, but you need to have yourself a foundation and a basis to help out your team there. And, like, I know structures fall apart when the foundation is not good here, and we could see it for both. We could say that for both ECLOT and Partizan. I'm not meaning one or the other right now. I've seen them all coming out of both sides. However, now maybe this pistol round is going to be giving us a little bit of information as to what's about to happen here into the remaining half of this last map, because this is going to be what's deciding it all. And the USP does finally connect on one. Dragon, good flank around here. Should have an easy frag. Does so. And that's it. Bomb planted. Oh, great shot out of SPARTA. Needs another one of those, though. There's a retake's coming in. No defuse kit here left, so Dieter just needs to play the timer here. Just needs to take these guys down. Looks towards Donut. Sees them all coming towards him. But the pressure is just a little bit quicker on the trigger. There you have it. Partizan taking away 7th out here and taking away this last pistol round.
Some very nice shots coming out of Partizan there and going for the retake. That's what you like to see. Now, on the other side, they did plant the bomb, so ECLOT will be forcing up here. A couple of Mac 10s, a couple of Gleals even. Aaron the only one with a deagle, but you'd still expect some great shots out of him. You have to remember, it was Partizan that kind of chose to play this map. They had a final ban. They banned out Nuke.
Yeah.
So, of course, they're very trusting in this map, lending it up for debate for the decider map. Very good util usage. Sorry, Partizan, just very good util usage, keeping them at bay, keeping them behind smokes, and they're going to find the opening kill.
Yeah, it's something that we did talk about at the beginning of this best of 3, how both teams are really struggling on the utility front, especially Partizan, when they were playing back down on that overpass. But something I didn't get through in the pregame about the map, Vito, was about Partizan choosing this game to be a game of good maps rather than a game of punishing picks and bad maps, you know, because we could have had Nuke, we could have had Train. The only one thrown in like a wrench to it all was Overpass, chosen by ECLOT, right? So Partizan chose to be safe, ECLOT wanted to have a little bit of risk, and what that gave us is this best of 3 here, with Ancient, with Inferno, and with Kindo, showing what he can do, even dinks away at MBQ there, 3K out of the man himself, showing great resilience out here as MBQ is left in a 1v2, 19 HP now, trying to fight this A1S. A single bullet will do the trick, and Depression indeed does it so. It's Partizan up to 8, and it's ECLOT struggling for a buy into the next. But yeah, overall, I mean, this is Partizan choosing to play on the maps they like to play most on, and maybe that's gonna lend them a best of 3 win. Who knows? Maybe not.
Well then. Another bomb plan, another buy. ECLOT. Now, Aaron can buy a Max 10 now, being on the T side, and he doesn't want to. That's surprising. He was very fond of his Mac 10 that he saved in the second round of the game. Yeah. But with that being said, they are missing a lot of util just because they bought all those weapons. They have a couple of smokes left. That's it. Nubik will take down Dragon, though. The person making sure nothing is wasted. Looking for some extra util that Dragon had on him. Oh, this is risky from Vladen. It's a good position to surprise, don't get me wrong, but it is also a sacrificial position. You're not getting out of this position alive. Nubik around the corner. And he's gonna check the position. That's perfect. You get rid of the surprise. You've got depression towards CT, but you can't really safely just spam through the smoke. Molly will delay the bomb plant momentarily. You could plant it on the boxes, but you're not sure that Donut is safe. And Partizan, they already called for the save. They're not going to go for this.
They're not attempting it, right? They see the 3v5. They already had the bad read coming into the round, so not being able to get out with any kills into this one is just a losing man's game at this point. Now, I get this save, right? I don't get the USP save where you don't try to go for anything, but this one makes sense. They're not going to try to go for any aggressive exits. They're not going to try to be hunting anything because they don't have the need to. 8-7, they're still holding on to an advantage. Next round, Collins can drop away a gun towards Dragon. Vladin can buy himself off something, an MP9. And they're still in safe territory, right? They're still here to play. They're still here to connect the rounds. And as far as the rest of Partizan are going to be concerned, this is nothing to get too scared about. Because ECLOT are still trying to put their paces, fix their training wheels out here onto this T side for Ancient. They can still get away with a couple of good rounds before they start getting going.
Oh, changing up the pace. Best A play from ECLOT here. The smokes will be coming in. Vladin. Flash comes through. Depression will be finding the first kill. Looking for some more. Will be pushing through that smoke, but he's going to push into a molly. He's going to take some damage, but it doesn't matter. He delivers a lot of damage. It's a 3v2 right now as Partizan are coming in for the retake. Dieter, good molly, but Kindo is ahead of it. And it's all down to Sparta's 1v3. Well-timed smoke as well. Spartus can't really do anything about it. Gonna have to take the long way around.
Goddamn, this is a whole minute left to try to figure this one out, right? He's just gonna be staying out it, waiting, and I'm not really going further than that. Saving away for 40 extra seconds, using this time as a bit of a tactical pause. Partizan will be a little bit too on edge to do so. He's attempting it, surprisingly. 1v3. Let's see Spartus at play. He's a player into CT. Yep, that was enough for him. Bye-bye. Back to the save. He could die after time here as well, which would be horrible.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh.
Okay.
He's alive.
Close.
Couple bullets right next to his head, but he's gonna be okay. Well then. 7-9. As Dynamite Claw need to be careful. Weapon was saved over and another buy ensues, but losing another could mean Partizan get away with even more than they already have. And look at that. The aggression from Partizan. Spraying away inside the smoke. Spartus hit in the back. Still alive. 37 HP. Dynamite could use this situation to try and push into the A side. There's no one there to stop them.
Easy frag on the first, finds the second as well. Dragon, big impact being had out here from middle, and now ECLOT sure they get the bomb site. Now it's gonna be enough. Dieter, good for the first. On in. Partizan. They have to do the retake. They have to go in.
Oh, they're coming in.
Yeah.
Able to get one, looking for that second. It's Kindo. get the to get a kill in return. Retaking the side die third. Takes down Collins, but he's 1 HP. And the defuse kit, they both have a defuse kit, so there's no issue. Partizan, successful retake. They're going to be getting to double digits. Thankfully for ECLOT, they got the bomb planet, so there's some extra money. If there's going to be a half buy at any point, I think you half buy now. But I guess they don't. Or they have a... They just have Nubik on no money and everyone else has some money left over. Seems like that's the plan.
Yeah. Half investment is there. 10-7. Partizan. Could really just start running away with this. Could be that Matt Vito back out to save them. ECLOT trying to get to this B-bomb site. Oh, and it's an easy kill on Sparta. It's looking for the second. Daitar is not phasing that. MBQ. Ooh, Daitar did phase that. Okay. Good for one. And not for a second. There you have it. It's ECLOT on the site. And it's Partizan to save. Surely. It's a round for ECLOT.
Good name. Oh, Molly forces him out. Depression gets Aaron. He's not over just yet. Low HP for Dragon, though. That's the main issue, and he's not even coming for the retake. Depression will be taken down by 4C, and there we go. Round will be going in the bag for ECLOT at the end of the day, but a good try there by Partizan. 10-8 as ECLOT find some more success. They need
Indeed so.
a lot more.
Well, a lot more is not necessarily the case. They need 2 more, and they'd equal it out. Economy as well for Partizan will start crumbling apart the moment this round gets wasted. So, high stakes coming throughout here for both teams. More so for Partizan than ECLOT, I'd say. Because ECLOT are running into this bomb side, hoping for the best. Kindo has the spam, has the spray, connects on 2, and the MP9 is ready to save him. Amazing flash to save the rest. Collins cleans up. Kindo with the impact is absolutely godlike. And Partizan should have an easy 11 here. That's how you do it. That's how you deny a ramp-up push.
Yeah, just get 2 headshots as they're coming in.
Yeah, that too, but also the spray that Kindo had. You know, the angle that he held it from. No one was even there to figure it out. He was right on the corner.
Or C. Oh, he has no idea there's a player right behind him. It's gonna be an easy kill for Dragon, or maybe not. Okay, there we go. Needed to get a little closer, but he gets the job done in the end. 11-8. And ECLOT will be able to afford another buy. It's not going to be the greatest in the world. We see Sparta and only a Deagle. Aaron beginning himself a Mac 10 if he really wants to. Maybe another Deagle for full armor. Or, I mean, he could get himself a Galil, but they're going to be missing quite a lot of util. Tactical pause to decide what the best course of action is, because Partizan are 2 rounds away from closing out this best of 3 and moving on into the group stage. Or rather, the playoffs, I guess.
Yeah.
This thing they play. Well, yeah, group play and playoffs. Yeah, that's fair.
A little weird on the naming front, isn't it? Gets you confused, but yeah.
It is a little confused, but it's okay. It's groups and playoffs. There we go. We got it.
Yeah. This round could mean a lot. Could get Partizan the win overall. Buys from Dynamo ECLOT going to be looking shallow after this. But it's finally 4Z on another AWP. We do remember that he was able to have some really good impact with it before. Now, good flash to come through. Look at it. It's just perfect. Forces MBQ to show right through the enemies. As Dragon somehow gets to stay alive. He was shot at by the Tech 9. Aaron wishes he had a different gun. Depression might just be able to take him down. There it is. Good headshot. And Pop, I think we might be looking at the way out for Dynamo ECLOT. Partizan doing a great job out here after the half. To commence back up with the attack and get the CT side going. 30 HP left on 4Z, 1v3, and he's connected on one, spotted the second. Has no idea about the last one though. So Collins will outmaneuver him. And it is now 4 chances for Partizan to close this map 3.
Well, this time, this is going to be their best chance. Because look at the buy. A couple of Mac 10s, a couple of techs, and a single AK for Dieter. Towards mid once again, but stopped in their tracks by the util of Partizan. Oh, they're going to try to retake mid. No one close to stop them. There's the push throw into Donut. They're going to push through the molly. Aaron, in the meantime, takes out Dragon. Missed shot from depression. That could be a problem. Another missed shot. Thankfully, Vladen right around the corner. He's going to get a triple. And he might just save not only the life of his teammate, but the round in its entirety, because that stops the push in its tracks. And now B is a dangerous place to be, as there is no one there from the side of Partizan. They're still thinking they're still going to go A, but the bomb plan could be coming through from Dynamo ECLOT.
Man, oh man, that was Partizan. No, it was ECLOT having plot armor for a second up against Depression, and Vladen just getting it right back for himself, donning it on and showing how it's done. Really well played on the 3K. But as the bomb is going to be planted right now, a 2v4 is needed for ECLOT to keep themselves in the game. A1S on SPARTA, Aaron, half HP and a Tech 9. I've seen tough scenarios before, but this one just looks a bit too unwinnable. Vladen is on for the ace, and he really wants it. He's not going to get it, though. That is Partizan. 13-8, closing out this last map, winning out the best of 3, and being sent to those playoffs, as we've mentioned before. They do an amazing job of coming right back into this game. After managing to take away Overpass on their enemy's map pick, they fall down on Inferno. But you know what? Works out in the end. Ancient is going to be off and away.
Nicely done by Partizan, especially, that second half. The first one was fairly equal. But in the second half, they really showed up big time. Just very impressive stuff from them, and wholeheartedly deserved, in this third map. I mean, they did steal away the first map off of ECLOT. We saw what happened on Overpass. Then it was their Inferno that didn't really look all that good. Mainly ECLOT just doming them on the T side. And here on Ancient, being able to win as a 13-8. I'm sure if they meet ECLOT again, I think that can only happen in the playoffs, and even if, not in round of 16, but somewhere further down the line, it should still make for a very, very interesting best of 3. But with that being said, that is actually all we have for today, but there's still more games to be coming in tomorrow. I mean, we still have to decide who, I think it's still Group A and B.
Yes.
Going to be the deciders.
Elimination games out tomorrow indeed for 33 and an IP Impact, Mix and Copenhagen Wolves, and then it is going to be the decider match out there for Group A as well to fight against ARCRED. So big games all around tomorrow as well to figure the day out, but for today we will have to say GG's and goodbye for now. It's been really nice best of 3 out here to end it off with, but overall it's been a really close game. It's been a action-packed day, besides maybe this last best of 3, which did at times turn down to give us a little bit of podcast time out here, Pop. But it is all fine that ends well, because this is how it is going to be going in Partizan's way, and how the stream is going to end. Any final statements before we send it off to tomorrow?
Well, very happy to again be alongside you, Outro, and it was a a cool game, and hope we get some more some more awesome games to be casting for us. And of course, you are gonna get more games tomorrow, so make sure to tune in. But for today, that was all. We'll see you next time. Until then, stay safe. Have a good one. Goodbye.
Cheers.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Straight to the smoke.